Welcome back, YouTube. So, weekend trap. Got our trap longs and our trap short set. We had our deviation out of the top of the trap that did not free the trap longs. We know it's a deviation because it came back into the range. Right, so now we're waiting for CME to open. And in my opinion, a false move down. False move down would be absolutely perfect. CME opens, we close CME gap. Swing for these liquidations, have our false move down. 3-day up out of this trench.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I would love to see right now. And then on that 3-day up, we target our vector gap above to 121. You hear me, market maker?
You talking to yourself again?
I think we go up for a bit.
More gas on the bottom, isn't there?
Yeah, fuck you.
I don't imagine Algo is going to let price get this close to CME close and let it get away from it in the next, hour and a half till it opens.
I got you.
Possible, but seems like a lot of work to get price down there just to let it get away from them.
Maybe not totally all the way above the box. Just, give it a little tickle.
Hey, Chainlink hit that target, and I took some profit.
Nice. Oh, yeah. What are the chances
Maybe
they're
get
nice enough to give us a good
rejected right now.
retrace, If we come down and break the support, just get ready for the news. Whatever the hell it happens to be at that point.
It's till like Monday to do that, right?
Yeah. Normally, I would say, in this situation, I would say just flush it now. Flush it now. Let CME open. Give us a CME gap above. Problem is, there's too much time left in the till Monday. We flush now. CME opens. I mean, it's got plenty of time to continue going down. You know what I mean?
You're talking about come down before CME closes and they then work our way back up. That way you can trade to it, right?
Yeah, normally if we weren't that close, I would say just flush it now. Give me a good long into CME gap. But this is surgical. What's going on here? Right, because there's not a lot of space to run. So if I was in charge, I would definitely just range us until CME closed, then drop it. And maybe come back up, retest, higher low.
How long till it's closes?
6 o'clock. Hour, 45
Sometimes the
minutes.
market don't. I like where that psychological low is.
Yeah. They did a decent job with the range this week. It's crazy that that W hasn't invalidated the entire weekend. But it's hard to invalidate that W without freeing those shorts. Almost impossible.
We had a bigger psychological range last week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was very wide.
I don't think we ever went to the bottom of it, did we?
Now we just missed it by a little bit. What I was saying the other
Is that
day,
normal?
in wide ranges like that, it'll happen. You'll leave some. Sometimes price gets away from market maker on the weekend and get this big, huge psychological range. It'll at least come back and test it, but it doesn't have to clear the very bottom of it. It's not like a CME gap, right? There's no orders that, no imbalances technically that need to be filled. It's just a psychological range.
Fear and greed, is it still pretty high on the greed?
Hold on, wait now. We dumped down a little bit. We never made it into neutral though. But we made it right to like the bottom line of greed. And then kicked up a little bit. I don't know, bro. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if we'll ever get back into fear until this thing is done. At least not until the next sort of big correction. Like a move up and a big 20-30% correction that drops us down and then the final push sort of thing. You can see the attempts. But I just think the strong hands in the market aren't easily shaken right now. And to be fair, retail hasn't come back in to replace itself after the last time they got shook out. So it's like just us degens in here right now. ETH did. Oh. Okay. All right, ETH. Mm.
Hey, Dbloc, what do you think about going back down to 107? It would still look like a bull flag on a macro scale, and it would come bring us back to fear, and it could be the final shakeout, how it happened last year when we had the Japanese yen carry trade.
It would take some sort of news event to bring us down underneath that 114. That's why I have that box down there that's like insert news event here. You can't shake the sentiment that we have right now without a negative catalyst, in my opinion. So my lowest price for Bitcoin that I'm looking at in the short term would be a wick down to 1.4 to the bottom of this box, basically 114.4. And then if you want to go lower, you would have to insert some random news story into the game. Remember, we're talking about the top of our bull flag and our macro SR flip.
Yeah.
The spot right there is very important.
It looks very corrective, like the whole weekend move and everything that happened since we had that dip from all-time high. It looks very corrective. It doesn't give me any sign of strength.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with being a little cautious.
But
Rick,
do you think
you got a clicky mic,
yeah,
Rick?
sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'll fix it. Fix it.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You think if we needed to have a quick move up or something like how the last weekend, how it happened, you think it would have happened by now, or it would have started a kind of a push of something to show us that we're a bit bullish?
It's the weekend. I didn't expect anything but a sideways weekend here. This has been a perfect little weekend trap. Not textbook, meaning we don't have a type 1 trap, but as far as how as far as the ability of the algos to keep price where we needed it, it's perfect. Like, this thing is dead sideways. If it wasn't, we got to remember why we're here, right? If it wasn't for this hot PPI, then we wouldn't even be down here right now, in my opinion. We would have come down to clear CME gap, right? But we did that here. The reason that we stayed in this range, in my opinion, is because the sentiment from PPI is still really bad.
And you think we need a bullish catalyst now to go back up, or
Green
it will
candles,
happen
bro.
naturally?
That's the good thing about this point of the market, that 2 or 3 green candles in a row erase all the other bullshit.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. The same as 3 red candles, right? All the bullishness in the world, and then 3 red candles, and people are talking about 83K again or some shit. It's very reactionary, the market right now, right? It's very emotional.
What if something happens in Ukraine or something like the next week, with the Putin and Trump thing, and maybe it the submarine thing, maybe something like that happens again,
It would have
and
to
that
be
brings us
extreme.
down?
Yeah, it would have to be extreme. There'd have to be some weapon movements or some troop movements or something like that, and you get a little bit of reactionary dip off of it. But even then, we would buy it up. I mean, we dropped the
Oh,
largest
yeah, of
bombs
course.
in our
No, bullish.
inventory on Iran, and in 24 hours, we had eaten that dip back up.
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you. I'm still
Yeah.
bullish, but I'm waiting to close my shorts, and I
No, I
want
hear you.
something
You want like a
because
nice
if we have
blow off
a
bottom or
small dip,
something.
yeah, exactly. I just want something like that. Because if we dip down now, like a small move like we had recently, not the one from Otaham, the second one, I'm just gonna close one short and I'm gonna leave everything as it is. I'm not risking anything. But would it be like, sorry if I ask too many
Nah, you're
questions,
good.
but
You're good.
would it be a good strategy to, like, wait for the whole, for some shorts at least? I would like to try that, wait for like the whole move, keep the short, and when the top comes in, I'm just gonna leave the short, come right back down, because alts already like did this last time Bitcoin went up, and when it came down, every single alt erased every single gain.
It just depends on your thesis. Yeah. If you think that this next alt push isn't the one, then that's a risk that you could take. But we have to look at dominance here. Right? So we broke out of that bear
Yeah,
flag. We had 3 levels, right, that we can hold before this actually breaks structure and sends the alts. So depending on how we react here, right? Obviously, if we climb back into the range, then that's over. But if we come up and reject, then I think it might be kind of dangerous, man. Depending on the alt, there's always shit alts that you can trade that that the second this thing stops pumping, it's just gonna naturally retrace. And then there's
yeah.
those
I mean, like
alts that
meme coins.
yeah, of course. Yeah. You just got to be careful with what you choose. But if you've been in shorts this whole time, just be careful to not let the greed for more keep you from taking profits on what was probably an amazing trade already. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Otherwise, for you, how has it been? Like the whole,
Great, man.
the dip down from multi-high.
It's been great. Been great. Great compounding opportunities. We're seeing everything we need to see for the cycle to continue. All
You only what, right?
the
I mean, you don't leverage, right?
yeah, just spot. Just
You're living
spot.
the dream, man.
I've been doing a lot of just buying and selling, right? A lot of compounding, a lot of pair plays, right? Chasing alts back in and out of Ethereum as Ethereum's running, shit like that.
Hasn't ever like a thought, didn't a thought come to your mind to, like, let's say you have 60K like ready to invest on spot. Why wouldn't you like try at least a 2x leverage? Because the liquidation price would still be like,
Yeah,
not
of
that bad.
course. There's very good rules that you could follow to not have to worry about getting liquidated. For me, it has nothing to do with that. I have utmost confidence that I can set up a trade, have the right risk management, not be greedy, set it on automatic and let it do its thing. The reason I don't trade leverage is because none of that matters when the exchange decides that they want to screw you. So for me,
Wait, can
I'm
it
no
happen?
longer giving them the opportunity to do that. Yeah, whether it's a skip
Can you?
stop loss or whether it's a take profit that didn't hit or whether it's a what I mean, a scam wick that just clears you. I've seen it too many times. I think I'm in a little different position with the channel because I get every single message from people who are screwed by the exchanges on their leverage plays. Like literally every single one. It's always like, Dbloc, have you ever da 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 da? Or this happened to me. What can I do? Who do I talk to? And this has been happening for me. I haven't been trading leverage for over 6 years. These last 6 years have been the most aggressive sort of exchange bullshit that I've ever seen. When we first started trading perps, there wasn't a lot of this. It's just gotten very sketchy lately, and this whole thing with Americans running from perp decks to try to stay in front of the VPN sort of ban and the KYC shit, and I'm good. It comes to a
Yeah, I
certain
understand.
point where that level of risk isn't necessary anymore. But if we can get some clarity, right? If these regulations and this framework comes in, and they could at least lie to me like they do on the legacy side and make me feel like there's some sort of framework or some sort of protections, then yeah, I'll be back. My problem isn't with perps in general. My problem is with the way that they're implemented in crypto and how predatory it is.
Yeah, with that I agree.
Or unless you're a James Wayne, we don't give a shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great place to gamble. It's a lot of fun,
Yeah, I
you
mean
know?
the simple rule is if you have $100,000 in your account, in your spot account, you just buy and sell in the normal spot position. When price is up, just sell and then buy the dip, sell the top, buy the dip, sell the top. You're still making good money. There's no need to get on the leverage.
Not only good money, it's the
Doing-
same money. Because
Yeah,
Yes,
when you
yes,
have a lot of
exactly.
money, it's okay to do that. But like when you
Yeah.
have, let's say, no, I don't know, 1K, 2K, 3K, like the average person, it's like you cannot do with spot and too
Yeah,
much, you know.
I've
somebody
done it. I've
that
been there, done that.
somebody that bought Bitcoin at 3K when we were at 15, just bought Bitcoin and did nothing, did better than them trading, I promise you. During this run,
Yeah, but like
unless they
from
knew
now on,
exactly what they were doing, they would have done better just buying Bitcoin and doing nothing.
yeah, no, yeah, that's true. But I'm thinking like from now on, like if Bitcoin goes to like 200, 300K this cycle, it's like from here a 2x or a 3x, you know, it's not that much. And you have, if you have like
The
1K
leverage,
and you just invested,
the
you know,
leverage,
it's
the
hard.
leverage comes in finding an alt that's gonna get multiples on that.
Yeah, I
Yeah, you
understand
don't need
that.
leverage when you got alts.
Yeah, so when I come to wanting to leverage a bag or to leverage some satoshis into more, that's what I do, right? I'll go find something that's gonna do 10x what Bitcoin does, and that's a 10x Bitcoin trade.
Hey, bro, I took this advice like 4 years ago, and I do this as a career, full-time career now, and I've never really used leverage outside of a handful of times 4 years ago, I'd say.
Yeah. With a good time horizon, bro, you can make it work.
I wish I could convince my parents to do that. Like, it's so frustrating when I know they have $90,000 sitting in cash, and I'm just like, why don't you invest it? And they're like, oh, because we need cash in case something happens, which never happens, you know? Like,
That's
They're
that
smart though,
old.
man. And I'm gonna tell you, they're smarter than you are.
Nah, that's that old frame of mind. That
you can at least keep
the
it in gold.
emergency bag. Like, yeah, it doesn't have to be a
Yeah, yeah,
risky asset, but that whole idea of there's that emergency money in the bank in case shit is. I mean, the point is to just have it in something that's liquid.
yeah, but gold is liquid. You can go to,
Yeah.
in Romania at least, you can go and sell 100K of gold. It's not that hard.
Yeah, in Romania, you can also get bopped upside your head walking around with some gold too. So think about that one.
It's changed. It's changed. It's changed. Like in Bucharest,
Man, come on,
there hasn't
I
been
know.
much
I'm
violence.
Romanian. I know what's up with Romania. You do not want to be walking around with a lot of gold. You don't want people knowing you're depositing gold. It's only gonna, if you're paper trading gold, that's fine. But doing like real gold stuff is no bueno in Romania.
What if people
Unless you want to
find
I
mess
don't know,
out?
around with
man.
chips.
What if people find out you have a shoebox with $90,000 in the mattress?
Yeah, it's the same thing, you know. And like our police, they became very capable. There's not much crime, like, you know, break-ins, stuff like that. There's not much crime happening in Romania right now.
That's a good one.
No, I mean like petty crime, not like serious crime, because serious crime happens, but like, you know, petty things, you know, you have like 2K in your wallet, somebody comes and I don't know, stabs you. Like, it's not like London, you know, it's much safer.
Well, yeah, in Romania, they'll just take it with, like magically with some magic. They take it somehow.
Hey, if you
They
can
don't
take my shit without me noticing, you deserve it. Okay.
exactly.
Yeah. We have a lot of people like that. We
Yeah,
have a
if
lot of
you've
people
got
that can
those
do that.
type of skills, then I will tip my hat to you, good sir. Because I'm on point. I'm paranoid, bro. You can't bump me or brush me or distract me in public. I'm from New York City, bro. I grew up with pickpockets. Although I know
In
Romania
Romania,
has
it's on
a special
another level.
breed. Yeah, I was about to say. I know there's this.
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
what's crazy is that a lot of the pickpocket teams in New York are Romanian.
Yep.
They just come to a bigger playing field, you know.
Yeah. And London too. I was shocked because recently I went to London and like I went on a bridge and I saw somebody that sold somebody like I saw him rip from the back of the pocket of you know how bags are, they have more layers and stuff,
Yeah.
and he just inserted his hand, took the bag, and then he went like, I think I feel something another thing, and he took a wallet, a watch too, and I was shocked because I heard him talking Romanian, and he said something that I understood, and I was like, "You naughty, naughty."
Hmm.
Bro, I don't know about other countries, uh, but in my country, every single person carry the gun here. So
America.
yeah, whoever comes to snatch you, they will give you at the first place. But as soon as you walk, you'll be get shot almost 6, 7 times.
Same here, man. You come in my
In
house, you're not
Romania,
getting
it's
out.
illegal.
Lock the door
In
behind you.
Romania, it's illegal. Like if somebody comes in my house and I kill him, I'm going to jail. And even if
It
I hurt
depends.
him,
That's
I'm going
not
to jail.
100% true. It depends.
Yeah,
It's not 100.
even in Pakistan, you don't go to jail if you kill someone who's snatching or who's robbing you.
Yo,
So
let me just to be clear, um, that shit will happen to you here too.
Yep.
yeah,
I had
exactly.
a situation with that. You guys remember a couple of years back when we had that break in, and I ended up
Yep.
having to pop at that dude. The cop told me straight up, bro. He's like, had they been in your driveway and you shot at them, you'd be going to jail right now. Like the
Yeah,
only
I
thing
mean
that
that I
saved you is that they
understand.
were in your backyard and they were coming right at you.
That I understand, but like in Romania, if like you are in my house, I have to do everything that I can to like immobilize you and
Oh
not
hell no.
harm you, like kill you, And it's really hard to prove. Like it's I don't know. I don't agree with that legislation.
Listen,
I'm more
first of
like on
all,
the
you
main
break in my house, there's
side.
gonna be 2 cats that immediately claw your eyes out. Now you're blind.
My cats are
Now
like
you gotta
very
deal
friendly
with
if someone
me
comes.
with no eyes.
How did you train them? Like what did you do?
I can't tell you that, man. That's a secret.
Yeah. My girlfriend's cat back in Romania, ex-girlfriend, it was her cat. She started beating me up. She was like pulling my hair, yelling, kicking, and screaming over some bullshit. Her own cat attacked her to
Cats
protect
are
me. It was
protective. Cats are
crazy.
weird like that, yeah.
Her cat knew that she was just wrong like that. I wasn't swinging. I was just sitting there taking a beating. And the cat just came up and like bit her on the cheek real hard, like drew blood. And it was her own cat. I was like, yo.
Cats don't like bullies,
Wow.
bro.
Yeah, she was a crazy Romanian.
You picked her.
I still love my country though.
But yeah, the whole
No,
story with I only have 2,000, 3,000, whatever, and I have to do leverage to kickstart my portfolio is a false idea, I think. It's not like you have to do that. Yeah, it might be a quicker way, you might be able to kickstart it, but that's the whole point. Just kickstart it. And if you're able to start it up, then in my opinion, switch over, and it's going to take longer, of course. You have to be more patient, but there's less pitfalls, there's less stress. And
yeah, I totally agree.
you feel like you earn it more. When once you know you earned it and you took time to accumulate, you're going to protect it much better. When you're sitting there DCAing in a spot position, you're not going to make those foolish mistakes. Most of the time, you're not going to make those foolish mistakes you make in like a high stressful, high leverage situation. So I just think even if you
Yeah.
start with 2,000, like I've built portfolios from 7,000 on spot up to 6 figures with just swinging back and forth. Of course, I did a lot of micro alts and like mid caps, but it was it was just patience basically, and I think anyone could do it.
This is the time that we're going into now that with good selection you can do it. This last explosive move. Right, that whole
I'm
buying
waiting
Bitcoin
for it.
down at the bottom and holding, the point of doing that is so that when you get to this point now, you've got value in your Bitcoin. Now you can turn that into alts. So now you can get your multiples on your Bitcoin. It's like you're trying to teach a kid to ride a bike and he just wants a motorcycle, you know? And it's like, well, I could get you the motorcycle. Yeah, you are going to go faster. But how long is that ride going to last, you know?
I
How long
wish I
before you
wish I would
crash?
have met you guys in November, or sorry, last year, like I don't know, at the beginning of 2024, because you would have changed my whole perspective. Because I started with like leverage, and each paycheck I would get from I was working at Deloitte, and I had a bit of money, and I just like threw it and spin, trading, and I would lose it, and I was like, God damn it, I have to do it again,
Yeah.
and I lost a lot, and then I won big, and my first decision was I have to buy a Rolex, and I just bought myself a watch, and then I lost everything again. And I was like, okay, I have to redo it.
I can't even be mad at that, bro. I did the same thing. Stupid shit.
Yeah, yeah. But if I like had you guys to like, calm down, just put it in spot, I would have been in a different world right now.
2
And I'm grateful
Rolexes,
that I met
3
you guys.
Rolexes, 4 Rolexes. Yeah.
Do you like Soup Carpats?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love them.
All right, good. Then you're cool. If you would have said no, I would have had to clown you a little bit, but you're cool. All right,
I, I
you're good.
grew I
You're good.
grew up with them, and Paraziti, Beauty Mafia, if you know them.
Oh, yeah. Well, you probably know me actually because I produced a lot of their music.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm
I produced.
interesting in producing music, and I was like, wow, that's interesting. I
I
produce
produced.
music. I make
Yeah, I
music.
produced Loredana Groza. You know the song "Mai Avem Nevoie și de Iarbă" with Unu.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's was produced by me and Marius Moga.
Oh my God. Can I have like your Instagram or something? Like, I would
Yeah,
really like to meet you.
it's kind of like yeah. Who is this talking right now?
Prometheus.
Prometheus. All right, cool.
Did we just become best friends? We just became best friends.
I was shocked that we have Romanians here. Like,
Oh,
it's
there's a
shocking
lot,
to have
bro. I
people like.
honestly,
Oh, you got you
it's
have a
hard to
bunch
find a
of
country that isn't represented, even if the person doesn't talk. Like when I look at the analytics, we're literally everywhere, guys. There's people
Yeah,
in
yeah,
here
yeah.
from everywhere.
Worldwide, round the clock.
Yeah.
Hey, come Australia.
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah, even from
sir.
countries that don't exist. Yeah.
Asia, Europe,
right.
New Zealand, America, Canada. I mean, from everywhere. Almost every part of the world, people are here.
It's really cool.
But yo, my Instagram's the same as here. It's just drew.eth. It's easy to remember. I can't find you here. It's like I got 3 things open.
I'll be right back.
thru.eth.
That's you. That's you.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm trying to.
They used to call me Drew Klein back in the day. That was another artist name I went by.
Okay, I added you now. I found you.
Hey, Drew.
Yep.
So I was listening on YouTube earlier. You said how you grow your $2,000 to six figures.
So it was 7,000, but yeah.
But so you, because I have, well, I have a couple tens of thousands, and I can't even grow it to like 50,000, man. Do you risk it with the low caps? Do you like?
Yeah, I've risked them. You know, I've made that much. I've lost that much in a few plays and back and forth a lot. But yeah, there's a lot of low caps I played with last season.
And those are on Coinbase, right?
No, those weren't on
Um,
Coinbase. But like right now, like I'm just playing with things that are $1 billion and plus for now, and then later once I take profits, like I'm on Pump, the Pump Fund token. That's like a little bit more than $1 billion market cap. Once I'm finished with that, then I'm gonna go look for things that are lower market caps, like 500 million, 50 million market cap. But right now, I'm looking at things that are around the 1 billion market cap.
So what I'm doing is probably wrong. My whole bag's in Doge right now.
And that's not necessarily wrong. I think Doja, look, I really think Doja's back to at least 47 cents and to retest that previous high. Okay. I believe Doge is going to get to $1. I don't know how long, but I know that 47 cents is very attainable for Doge. So just imagine your bag with Doge at 47 cents. And in my opinion, you're not doing anything wrong. I think Doge is a good play in my opinion.
Yeah, because I keep hearing, I listen to you guys all the time, and everyone's doing so well, man. It's just like, what am I doing? Do you think Doge will
No, man,
retail
I'm not doing well. My last position, I'm under right now about still under $30,000. My since I've
Oh,
been
wow.
digging into this, yeah.
Yeah. Not
I'm down
everybody's in
30.
that awesome boat.
Yeah,
A lot of us are
Mattis.
still underwater.
Mattis, I took 40% on my alt, but that doesn't mean that I'm not underwater on the 60% that I'm holding. Yeah. Everybody's in the same boat right now, brother. It's just it's late positioning. So yeah, obviously we had earlier entries, so we're technically not underwater, but underwater on our latest buys on some occasions.
exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, we are
The problem is
as
with
usual.
retail, many people can't handle being underwater for too long, and that's when they pull the plug, and that's when they sell for losses and have a big problem.
No,
getting
I
back
never.
in.
That's the one thing
Yeah.
I learned is don't
It's a tough
sell
thing.
for long. Just
Well,
keep it in there.
It's a decision
Anytime I sell for a
every
loss, it's
trader.
different.
It's a decision every trader needs to make, right? You need to sit with
Right.
yourself in a quiet spot, and you need to decide: does it stress me out more to be underwater, or does it stress me out more to have to buy higher? Right? Some people that answer is different. Some people much rather let price catch a bottom and sort of establish itself, and then end up buying a little higher to not have to risk being underwater. And then some people don't.
Yeah.
Some people are like, look, I'm okay with being underwater. I'm just not trying to buy any higher. If it goes under, it goes under. It's fine. But that's a psychology thing, right? Each person is going to have a different answer to that question. Me, I'm more comfortable being underwater.
Yeah, and if you believe, man, if you really do believe in the project, just like in my opinion, just imagine your coin count. Like, all right, one day if I do imagine Doge is $1, what do I have to do to have as many coins to give me generational wealth? You know what I'm saying? Like, just every time, if your average is you've been buying Doge at 27 cents, 28 cents, and you're under, instead of crying that it goes to 14 cents, if it drops to 14 cents, figure out a way to make some extra dry powder, do a few hustling in the real world and buy those dips. And then you're going to just pat yourself on the back because sooner or later you're like, oh man, I have this much Doge because it's just been dropping. And if you imagine that Doge one day is going to be whether 50 cents, whether you imagine it's $1, I think that's the way you need to approach it. You don't need to approach it like, oh, I'm losing money. You should approach it like, oh, this is a good buying opportunity. I'm getting a good deal here,
Well, right now my Doji, it's I got in at 23 cents, and if it does go to $1, I will hit over 100K, which would be life changing for me. But I think so. Do you think before September it could try for that 47, or we're all waiting more like for October, November for Doji to really go?
I think if the ETF gets approved, I mean, it might be a seldom news event, but I think it's still going to have initial pump. And, you know, I think it can touch a 39 cents area easily. You know, I don't know.
But that's for
This push,
October.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
going to be tough to get back up for like this cycle if Bitcoin and Ethereum don't do their thing. But if Bitcoin and Ethereum do their thing, like in my opinion, if you see Bitcoin back above 123, like around 130, 140, and you see Ethereum all-time highs, I think you're going to see Doge close to that 40, 50 cents range as well.
The pattern I
I'm
have
gonna
Doge is Doge in is this inverse head and shoulders. The measured move that I have for Doge is about 30 cents. I'm not expecting more than that before the end of September, just because I think September is going to be a bit rough.
I think that's smart.
Because right now I'm at that point where I'm only down a couple of $100. So what I'm thinking right now, should I just sell it and wait for it to come low? You know, I'm not asking for advice, but generally, like, I'm at that point where maybe it should better for me to sell it and go play with Pengu or something like that, and then come back to Doge.
I think
Because
the
Doge is
problem
not.
is that problem with repositioning is that typically what happens, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but typically what happens is the second you move your position out of that to go into something else, that thing that
Yeah.
you're
the next
chasing
move.
that's been pumping stops pumping,
Yep.
and
Yeah.
the coin that you
That's
moved, yeah, it takes off.
that's
Because
the story of my
what
life.
happens is that your psychology is wearing down the longer it takes for Doge to do something. But the longer it takes for Doge to do something, the closer it is to the point where it will pop. Right? You just can't
Yeah.
get distracted by these coins that are already moving because they've already moved. Right? What's gonna happen is you'll end up buying the top of something like Pengu, having like a 2 week correction on something, being underwater on Pengu, and then your underwater position on Doge actually starts to move.
Yep.
That's exactly how it happens with
And
me.
if you're not careful, what you'll do is then you will then sell your Pengu and buy into the pump on Doge just to have Doge retrace, just to have Pengu go crazy. I've seen it happen,
Yeah.
bro, and that shit will put you on tilt, you know?
Oh, that happens to me all the time. That's why I'm scared of selling. It's better for
Yeah.
me to lose maybe 10% and just go to bed, and because it always comes back.
There's no reason, guys, to be all in or all out. There isn't. I mean, unless, that's just your strategy, but at this point, if you're not 100% sure, why are you making 100% decisions? If you're not
Well said.
100% sure it's going to drop, why would you take 100%? Maybe you're 25% sure it's going to drop. Okay, well, there you go. Take the percentage of confidence that you have in a move going. That's what you take in the profits. Shit, if you happen to be 75% that it's going to drop, your TA just tells you you're absolutely convinced, okay, then, well, that's your number. 75% profit. Just make sure you leave that percentage in there for your uncertainty, right? Because we can always be wrong.
Yeah, that's what's
75% sure. That's when I start taking 5% each time. That's like what I'm usually comfortable with, is when I'm 75% sure it's going to come back down. That's when I just start with my 5% portions. But every time I try it always keeps running. But that's part of it. It's part of the learning process.
Somebody said they wanted me to future trip what I see for September. Let me get a Bitcoin chart up. All right. So here's the macro chart that we've been following. Let me clear this up a little bit. The gap is cleared. All right, so I see a couple of different possibilities for September. I do think September is going to be a red month, right? But if we look at August, we're only sitting at 1.6% so far, right? If you look at the third year, or the fourth year, I should say, of every 4-year cycle, we had 30% August, 65% August, 13% August, and now we're sitting at a 1%. And so what this tells me is that we might have some pump left to go in August. That being said, I want you to look at the September following every green August. Right? Red September, green August, red September, green August, red September, green August, red September. So because we still have some room to move left in August, I want a new all-time high before the end of this. Right? We need to break out of this range. This range here has only been, we've only deviated out, right? Deviation out, came back in, deviation out, came back in, deviation out, came back in. Every time that we've deviated out of the range and come back in, we've come to retest the bottom of the range. Right? Deviate, come back in, retest the top of the range. Top of the range, bottom of the range. So that's the move that I'm looking for. You see our uptrend right there, that green line? That's where I'm looking for to catch. Right? So we have to get to the bottom of this range, in my opinion. Either the bottom of this range or the 200 EMA. Right? 200 EMA could act as support. Once we get to the bottom of that range, I'm looking for us to break out again. Put in some sort of high in September. I'm sorry, but some sort of high in August, right? 129, 130-ish. And then I'm expecting to come all the way back to the top of this range in September.
Yeah, if you look at the weekly candle on BTC, coming down to test that trend line doesn't look impossible.
No. So basically what I think our next move out of all-time high is explosive. That's why I think we get higher than we have, right? Significantly higher. But we would still need to retest this range. We've had 3 deviations out of this range, right? 3 breakouts out of this range that ended up coming back into the range. So I think for us to significantly move forward, we need to retest the top of that after breaking out. And then from there, we're gone. So this is what I expect in September. And if we look at our global M2, right? So global M2 is headed up all through September, right? Which is why I don't think it's going to be a super, super bloody sort of September, right? Because we still have underlying pressure. Now, when we get to the end of September, going into October, that's when we have some diminished liquidity here. Now, the good news is that by this point, if retail's not back, guys, they're not coming back. I don't know how to say it. If retail's not back by October to fight against this, then it's just going to be a us-only sort of run, and they're not coming back. What I would expect was our blow-off top to be in this range, right? So this move up, this big move up on liquidity from the end of September 27th to October 1st, basically. I expect that to ignite our sort of blow-off top. Now, the question is this. Once we have that blow-off top, if global M2 is continuing this downtrend, then I think that's going to be it, guys. For me to consider anything past the, you know, November exit, we're going to have to break these highs on global M2. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But for the most part, yeah, I think September will be red. I don't think it'll be massively red. Where is... I don't think it'll be massively red. Because I don't think we're going to have that big of an August. Maybe a 10% August by the time we're done with it. All right, so if that's the case... Look at that. I didn't even mean to like... But that would be about 10% from here. 120, 130. That would leave us with a 10, 11% August going into September. But we need to make that move starting now, right? We've only got half of the month left. So if I'm correct, then this will be our bottom. If I'm correct, this will be our bottom until the end of the run, because that retracement back down to 120 wouldn't come back all the way down to 115. This is just how I'm looking at it, guys. Not financial advice, but I will be treating this sweep to the downside as the last one. We got to get Bitcoin in order, Yash, before we can worry about alts. Right now, for alts, all you need to be worried about is Dom. Just make sure Dom doesn't come back into this bull flag. Right? We want to retest and then a continuation. Yeah, I mean, they'll bleed too. Also bleed in September too. How much they bleed depends on how dominance is acting. If we can get down into these levels, then you'll have some that outperform. Alts don't necessarily top out when Bitcoin does. Pozniak. Your major alts tend to top out about 3 to 6 weeks after Bitcoin. Your higher utility alts tend to top out before. Your speculative alts top out after closer to the 6-week mark. Remember, in 2021, it took alts 48 days to get to the top from the bottom of their BTC pairs. Right? That's only a month and a half. I still got a big bag of Jasmine cover. I don't worry about Jasmine too much. Just waiting for Jasmine to get up above 21, 21.5 to see some fireworks. $21.5 is my target 1. 33 is my target 2. And then I'm hoping to get, at the very least, the top. I think we'll get way more than that. But at the very least, I'm looking to hit our bull market top. The potential that this shit has is insane, though. This was the cleanest retest of the top of that accumulation. Super clean retest. They faked us out on that head and shoulders just to give us the move. You know how nasty that is? They did the same thing down here, except they never pulled it. Head and shoulders, rockets. Head and shoulders, rockets. Yeah, I mean, picking up Jasmine, if anybody got to pick up Jasmine at 008, that, in my opinion, is like obviously the best buy in recent history. But being able to come all the way down to that accumulation, the gift. We were buying down here like madmen. 003s.
Well, everyone was trying to clown.
Yeah. Wasn't easy though, I'll tell you that much, because I remember, I gotta pull up my old Jasmine chart. But I remember when we put in this higher low fractal here.
What hurts the most is it blasted off a head and shoulder too.
Yeah.
Because that's like, I think that's around where I was like, all right, let me take profit right after the head and shoulder finished. And that's when it really took off.
It made no sense. But this W that we had right here looked really strong, right? This is what I bought into, and then they ripped it on us. But they never broke those bottoms. Right, so this was just accumulation. And then we ended up getting, if I remember correctly, it was like a 17x off the bottom of this shit.
Yeah, it went up there.
20x from top to bottom. 20x from top to bottom, and you're still in December 2024 with the rest of the bull market ahead of you. These are the plays that I love. Those early bull market plays on high conviction alts. Because even just having a percentage of the portfolio in here, I mean, it made a huge difference, bro.
Yeah, and even if you didn't ride the top, even if you rode it up like
Got it anywhere. Even if you took at the top here, even if you took 14x instead of a 20x, who cares?
Even a 5x. I mean, I think I had like a 3x or 4x, and I was happy with that. It was like 3.5x.
Yeah, I'd like to see that come down. I'm still waiting for ETH BTC to put in that higher low. So we can see total 3 BTC, others BTC put in a lower low. Nah, CME opens in 20 minutes, guys. So they're gonna keep price right here so that there's no CME gap. The magic is gonna happen after. If you want my magic wand, pause. That sounded crazy. If you want me to magic wand this, I'd be looking for. What would be great is if we just rip now, grab these liquidations, maybe a stopping volume candle down a little bit lower that closes above support. CME opens. We end up with a CME gap above us. And then we get up out of here. Institutions are playing really hard on CME right now, Zambrano. So like, with it being closed for the weekend, while all of us degens come in here, put in trades, move price around, and all that, it leaves big gaps in the order books. Right? It leaves a lot of imbalances for market maker to fill. A lot of orders that got skipped. Plenty of people inside of that CME gap that are willing to buy Bitcoin that didn't have the opportunity to. Right? You know how I always talk about the ice cream truck, right? It's like you're in an ice cream truck and you're riding through a neighborhood and you're selling your ice creams for $5 hand over fist. And then somebody tells you on the radio, hey, there's a neighborhood up here, they're willing to pay $10 per ice cream. So you close your little doors, you shut off the music, and you just hit the gas to that next neighborhood. You go and you sell all the ice cream you can for $10. Once they stop buying that ice cream for $10, you remember, wait a minute. I drove past like 3 neighborhoods that are willing to also buy ice cream, maybe not at $10, but let me go back and fill all of those orders. Right? So CME being closed is like the ice cream truck coming back to that original neighborhood to make sure that everybody that wants ice cream can get filled there before they move on to the higher price neighborhoods. That's the most dumbed down way that I can explain it.
So do the kids in the rich town know that they're getting screwed?
They don't care. They just want their ice cream. Because CME is closed, Degen. Right? So nobody on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange can transact in Bitcoin during that time. No, and do you remember our false move is locked in by freeing one side or the other of the trap shorts or trap longs. So we had a deviation out of the trap to the top, but it didn't free these guys. Right? So the first side that gets freed, that's the false move. Yeah, well, we invited the vampire into the house, Degen. We were all excited that BlackRock was going to come pump our bags and Van Eck and all of this shit, so this is sort of what we have to deal with, you know?
For the record, I never thought it was a good idea. I was always against it.
Yeah. Yeah, M2 is still chucking off and to the right. We were just looking at it earlier, Eric. What I'm paying attention to on M, there's really nothing right now. We're just up and to the right, right? Until the end of September, at least on global liquidity. What I'm focused in on M2 is this last portion here. Right? Are we losing this top? Was this just a sweep, and then we're gonna take out these tops and continue to rise? Right. This is what's gonna make all the difference. But for the next month, we've got sort of, you know, blue skies when it comes to liquidity. It's possible if M2 does start to wane and take out some of these lows, then I'd have to say that that was the top, right? And then if we look at where I've wanted to take profits this whole time, right, it brings us right into our sell zone. So if this breaks out of our sell zone to the top side, then we can start talking about right translated cycle, in my opinion. If it breaks out to the bottom, then we just put our sell zone exactly in the right place that it should have, and we're going to follow our rules. But so far, it's been working out great. I mean, even the tariff pause, this chart has been, this chart has been probably one of the most actionable charts that I have. Right, this is when we got in at the go zone, when we bottomed out. Right, this chart kept us from, hold on. This chart kept us from thinking that this move up here was just going to keep going, right? We knew we were going to turn around here. Gave us our dip into the hundreds. Our explosive moves up. I mean, this thing has been super actionable. So yeah, I'm just going to keep that same energy. We'll see how we perform when we get there. But even in the pause, right, when we were waiting for, we knew that the pause would come to an end, right? We pumped into that ending. They moved the pause forward even more, jumped into that, reacted to the news of the tariffs coming out, put in new highs after that. Right, we followed our little play out here perfectly. Right, we wanted to come down, hit support, and then put in a higher low and pop away. Been great.
Hey there, Dbloc.
What's going
Didn't
on, bro?
CME already open?
1 second.
20 minutes.
Hold on a second, guys. My phone's ringing. I'll be right back, brother. I got you.
Yeah, sure thing.
Yes, CME will open in 23 minutes.
Oh, so it's not. Oh, okay. So it's daylight savings. So it's 1 hour ahead. Okay, I
Yeah,
was under the impression that it already
no,
opened.
no, it's just the gold open. That's why you see the price action here.
Yeah. But I'm also in a country that basically has daylight savings, so it's 1 hour ahead. That's why maybe I was under the impression it already opened. Sorry, 1 hour behind.
10 more minutes. Let's get it.
All right, I'm back. Joe. So this Dbloc the guy who opens the CME gap. Yeah, I got the keys, bro. I just gotta open up and let everybody in. Thanks. Make sure the lights are on, the coffee machines are working, type of shit. Yeah, if we don't get to at least 100 likes, I'm not opening CME, guys. I will turn this car around and go home. Appreciate y'all. Sometimes I wonder how new people, like somebody that just comes into the channel, hears me say shit like that and thinks I'm serious. Like, this guy. Who this guy thinks he is. All right, we're at 92 likes. We still have 7 minutes until CME is supposed to open. We got the keys right here. Hey, 101 likes. All right. Good. Now institutions won't be pissed at us for keeping CME closed all day. Appreciate you guys. I didn't want to deal with those angry BlackRock messages. What are you doing? You have one job.
Can't stop picturing that one Chinese dude from the Matrix with all the keys.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
what's up, Dbloc?
good, bro. I'm good.
I keep hearing your voice in my head because I'm like, whatever, plotting where I'm gonna place my orders, and I just keep hearing you saying, "Listen, we have 24 hours before
Yeah,
we can go lower for 24 hours," and I'm like, "Oh well, set this here." But the likeliness, one, I was looking at it before, and I was like, "Oh, the weekend range, the weekend trap is the range, and we slightly deviated above it." So I took a short going back into it when we retested it, and
very
then
nice.
was trying to play it down. But I swear, I hear things that you say. I listen so intently that I'd be like, "Oh man,
I'm
that sounds
glad,
like
bro.
two bucks in my head."
That's why I repeat shit all the time like a damn parrot. Because I know for me, like, I needed to hear things over and over and over for them to actually stick.
Can you take a quick look, Dbloc, at bio just before the CME open? I'm curious on your take on what's
What?
what it will gonna do, if you don't mind.
What were you saying? What's the ticker?
Bio.
Bio?
Yeah, yeah. So B as in Botanista as in
Yeah, I see.
India,
Oh my
always in
god.
Oscar. Yeah. Seems like a bullish checkmate.
I mean, it doesn't seem like it can get any lower, so that's good. You're in a relief rally sort of phase right now, which is decent.
My man, I keep on hearing you say checkmate a few times. This is the third time I heard you say checkmate. What is this checkmate you speak of, my friend?
It's a pattern. Bullish checkmate.
Ah.
Bullish checkmate pattern.
All right, so here's your accumulation. You're starting to slowly build out now. Deviated out, held the top of the range. Could be a breakout. What do we got as far as vector recoveries? A little bit of juice up here. Very clean drop. I'm guessing this didn't get listed on centralized exchanges until it had taken a pretty big dip, huh?
No, it actually was listed when it got the big upward push. Then it went into kind of a bullish checkmate pattern. Most of the things that I was looking at, also MYX did the same thing. H did the same thing.
Yeah, this just all I'm
Remember, I
saying is
got
it
some
doesn't
trades on
have.
them.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that it doesn't have any vectors on the way down at all. None.
It's a rug pull vector.
Just to make sure, and maybe other people want to know also. So bullish checkmate is kind of like a broader thing that like maybe inverse head and shoulders could be a bullish checkmate and a W pattern could be a bullish checkmate also.
No. Bullish checkmate is a bounce, a very big bounce, then a steep downtrend, then a big consolidation, and then it starts to break out of that consolidation almost parabolically as it did in the downward trend. You can search on Google bullish checkmate pattern.
Well, yeah, that's
and
why I asked because a lot of
The closest one in memory is Link at the bottom of the at the bottom of our run here. That's a bullish check.
Yeah. It kind of did the same thing. Yep.
Yeah.
Link.
It's the pattern that I told you guys to just remember, right? A dip followed by a long year plus accumulation, which is the best. And then a pop. But you can see it on smaller time frames too.
Okay, so it makes it a checkmate is after a prolonged period of consolidation.
Yeah, it's just a long flat, right? You had
Okay,
a
I
big
see.
nasty
Alright.
dump and then you found the bottom and accumulated for a good period of time.
Like 80% of the shit coins, right?
Yeah. Well, the problem is that they do that and then do nothing sometimes too, right?
Exactly.
Especially with the shit coins. Or they have like a smaller rally that just ends up failing. The thing is when you take this big of a hit though, it really doesn't take much.
Right.
To make a little profit on these things.
Yeah,
Risky, but yeah, it's decent.
What I noticed that most of the shitcoins that I was looking at did a bullish checkmate, and also some of them did an Adam and Eve, and it was also profitable. So, but yeah, not financial advice. This is just what I noticed and what actually helped me to get into H, to get into a lot of other shitcoins.
Yeah.
I know this voice. How are you, my friend from Portugal, right?
No,
Romania.
Romania, my friend.
Romania. Oh yeah, Romania. Okay. Let's go Europe.
I like it. I
Fight,
mean,
fight,
I don't
fight.
I don't think me personally I'd be targeting a lot higher than like 43 cents on this. Just because I need proof that our second wave is going to be higher than our first wave. Remember how we talk about the waves on these things, right? You get your first wave and then you flat. And then if your second wave goes higher than your first wave, then your third wave will go higher than your second wave. But if your second wave is lower than your first wave, then your third wave is probably lower, and then you end up just fading out.
Yeah, it
I know
doesn't
nothing
That's not
about.
hit VWAP.
I know nothing about this, by the way. I'm just looking at the chart. I know nothing about this project.
Yeah, I don't care about the project. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
actually care about any project. It just hit VWAP and actually hold about I don't know, like 2 to 3% of the VWAP, so it
Yeah.
might have a bounce. But I was just wondering about your opinion on it.
No, it's
So
decent.
thank you very
I
much, Dbloc.
understand why you took it. Yeah, it looks good. It's
Yeah,
risky,
thank you very
but
much.
it looks good.
Yeah, I'm taking it on futures, not spot, nothing like that. So
Yeah, I mean the good thing is you know where your line in the sand is, right? It's like pretty well established bottom.
yeah,
So
yeah. Yep.
at least you know where your stop loss is supposed to go. What's going
But
on,
this is the
Zusi?
same that Myro did. This is the same that GTC did. This is the same that SKO did. This is the same that M did. It's the same pattern. It's repeating this cycle over and over and over and over again. I'm like seeing it almost everywhere.
Adam and Eve. You said Adam and Eve.
Yeah, Adam and Eve was on ICNT. ICNT did a wonderful
The
Adam
thing
and
with
Eve.
the thing with patterns is you can trade them so many different ways, right? Adam and Eve, you're supposed to long the neckline, right? You can also short it and make money. Like,
Yeah.
you can counter trade patterns too, and be successful at it. But yeah, it's about picking the ones you trade.
Yeah, I'm basically trying to find longs. I'm not looking for shorts right now. So I'm looking for longs until September's end. So
Really, that's interesting. Cause me, I'm in a lot of doubt at the moment. I'm like, aren't we gonna have like a bit of a rectangle? You know, aren't we gonna
We've got
live
half.
through a few
We've got
weeks?
half of August left, though.
Yeah.
And then
Before that, we have half of August still. Like we could see a higher high, you know, and a C up and all. But
It's gonna be September, Zusi, because the shorts are gonna get wrecked.
I don't have any,
Yeah.
so well, maybe I should enter a few here and there. Yeah.
I just added to my Pengu position, for example, I added at a 0.031. I added to my long position on Pengu. But to be fair, I was open for a long time on Pengu. I was open before the big
Oh, nice swing.
start of. Yeah. I was open from 0.0154. So.
But not much Dbloc. I want to see the weekly close, which is in like 2 hours, right? See where we end up, especially on ETH.
CME.
Yeah, actually, I'm more interested on ETH than on Bitcoin.
CME closed. I mean, opened. Sorry, my bad. I had to go unlock the doors. So this is our gap.
Oh, it opened already? Yeah, it's midnight. Yeah. Right. Well, that's like 0.0 something, no?
Yeah, it's nothing. Go take this pretty quick. And then I'm looking for a flush down into that liquidity and a nice week up.
Yeah.
We'll see what we get.
Market Maker did a good job keeping it within the range this time.
Mm-hmm. Bang up job. On a non-traditional trap too, so.
Markets can only reverse down. They can't reverse up. They're already up.
Looks like they tried.
But no, yeah, I longed ETH 2 days ago. That trade is still open because, well, it didn't stop me out, which is a bit surprising, but cool. Rewriting the hourly 200 EMA on ETH. Well, if you can't go down, you'll have to go up. We tried doing that. couldn't go to really golden of the whole down move, but we did reach golden of the last down move. So that would have been like partial TP, 4,550. And either now, if it cannot put a lower low, then, well, I guess we'll put a high high. It's either patience for a new low below 4,370 or patience for a new high above 4,580 or 560.
Patience, basically.
Yeah, we're in the middle of something, right? We're not at the top, we're not at the bottom, like on the 15-minute or the hourly chart, right? So I'm not sure there's much to do here. I guess probability-wise, probably 50-50 here, no? We're also at a bit of a neckline.
I'll take a bet and say we're going up.
Yeah, it's really 50-50. So I think any bet is 50-50 right now.
You always come in when it's indecisive. You always come in when it's 50-50.
Yeah, I guess that's not true. Wait, no. Really? Maybe, I don't know.
Well, you're always like, it could go this way, it could go that way, but you're always doing it in the middle.
Yeah, but I said the weekly close, so you know we'll have a bit of a hint in 2 hours at the weekly close.
Are you still in your ETH right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
but it's really just a scalp. You know, I don't plan on holding it 6 months.
Trump Media just bought $10 million worth of ETH and some more Bitcoin too.
All I know is that Link has been the best compounding coin since it started going up. I know it retraces hard, but man, it is like the coin.
Yeah, Link is good, man.
I opened the chart, hesitated a bit to act, did nothing in the end. But yeah, I noticed Link pumping like 20% this morning or yesterday.
I still have an open order for ETH at 4,294. So I'm still expecting it to go to the value area low. So
Yeah, my target 2 for ETH is at 41.6. My target 3 for ETH is at 3,900.
Oh, you went deeper than I did.
Yeah, I mean, I think the value area low can hold, right? That would take all of the CME gap from last week for ETH, which is starting to be more important now just because of how much institutional sort of attention ETH is getting on CME. But yeah, worst case scenario would be that breaks and you get a wick down to resistance. This would not be the worst retracement in the world. Right? We haven't, this breakout of this range, we haven't even locked this in as a breakout yet. There's been no retest. Not that it has to, but having it come down and retest and pull away would be super bullish. Obviously, I want more ETH, so I'm kind of biased, but
Yeah, mine is at 4,294. The first one, the second one is at 4,168, and the last one is at 4,012, and with a stop loss at 3,903.
Dbloc, why do you want more ETH? What changed? Other than price?
ETH BTC.
Yeah.
I've never not wanted ETH.
But that's price.
The chart just looked like shit. You know what I mean?
No, but I guess I'm asking that to try to satisfy my my wish to not sell my ETH. And
Remember
I'm not
when I
selling
told
it,
you?
it, but like, fundamentally, has anything changed?
Remember
with
when
ETH?
I told you how when this shit was dead and everybody was talking about how expensive it was and blah blah blah, and I was like, the people that are gonna use ETH don't care about price. Right? What they care about is that there's somewhere safe that they can tokenize their real world assets, whether it's the stock market, whether it's NASDAQ, whether it's real estate, whether it's whatever. We're seeing that now in real time. But if you want catalysts that are specific, the stablecoin bill is really what set it. Right? ETH is the home for stablecoins. I don't care what anybody says. Yes, there's options here and there's options there, but for the most part, ETH is the home for stablecoins. All these banks that are going to have their own stablecoins are doing it on ETH. Right? They're already starting to tokenize stocks. So the catalyst that I've always known was coming for ETH is just now starting to sort of show itself. The reason that I didn't go all in on ETH was because ETH BTC hadn't bottomed out yet. Right? As soon as ETH BTC bottomed out and we were at 13, 14, I went gung ho.
Yeah. Yeah, so no, it's just I'm surprised you say you want more ETH because you know, it's going up right now.
Yeah, good luck getting that cheap ETH, guys.
It's all about like ETH is the defensive play right now. Right? If you're gonna play alts, ETH is the defensive play, meaning ETH is what has to be out. I mean, your alt has to be outperforming ETH, or it doesn't make sense to be in ETH. Right? Just like for the last 2 years, if it wasn't outperforming Bitcoin, it made no sense to be in it. So ETH is the canary in the coal mine. But it's also the safest place, risk adjusted in my opinion, to sit money that isn't necessarily trading money, right? Profits, things like that. So that's why I want to buy more.
Well, you know, when you look at the whole dump on ETH BTC, so you know it dumped from 10,000 to 1,700, right? Now we're reaching 50% of the whole 2-year long dump, 4-year long dump. Sorry, yeah, it started in December 2021. Right?
Yeah. My main thought is
we're halfway up.
My main thought is I'm not ready to buy all the alts that I want right now because they are still bleeding really heavily against ETH. So what do? Right? Do I sit it in stables and wait for them to stop bleeding against ETH when I could just sit it in ETH, take advantage of the fact that they're bleeding, and make more alts by sitting it in ETH rather than sitting it in stables? That's why I say like ETH is like my wallet for the stables, right? I mean for the alts right now. If it's not ready to go into alts, then it's going into ETH. If ETH starts to outperform Bitcoin, then we'll make that flip back to Bitcoin if we have to. For right now, ETH is looking good.
Yeah, but you're thinking in a spot position way.
Yeah, I'm denominating.
Not
I denominate my value in Ethereum so that when it's time to buy alts, I can get more.
Yeah, you're not thinking on a leverage trade position. So that depends.
Guys, if I was trading leverage, I'd already be 50x long with huge margin, having my stop loss way underneath in just levels that there's no possible way we would hit yet, and my feet would be up on the desk.
I'm thinking we might not even be here if Dbloc was trading leverage.
Well,
I
think a lot of us TP'd that trade, you know, like the longs below 2,000, reaching 4,800. A lot of them TP'd. And we're like, that's why there's a bit of doubt now. It's about the next move, right?
Who got doubt?
Well, check this out. What if we go from 120 to 180? That's an increase of 60,000. That would be a 50% increase, right? So is that 50% increase on Bitcoin bring us to our 180 high? I just feel like ETH has more potential than increasing by just 50%, and alt as well. But that's what I'm saying is realistically from 120 to 180, that's only a 50% increase. You see much more potential in a lot of ETH and a lot of its structures below it. So
that's what
ETH is only
rotational
halfway
plays are
up.
for.
It's still dead, you know. It's only halfway up. It's below all the MAs on the week team.
Look at my chart real quick. Look at it. We'll include everything. We won't even cherry pick. Let's just do full total. Right? So this is total here. Go to the weekly. Oh. Right? So this is total. Broke that all-time high. Right? We're stretching out into our next. If the returns are the same, we'd be looking at 5.2 trillion market cap. I think we hit that with no problem. I think we're going to blow that out. But what I really want to show you is this. This is what Bitcoin has done to total. Bitcoin specifically. Right? And we know that because when you go to total 2, it looks quite different. Total 2 is sitting on a big ass freaking cup and handle right
Yeah,
underneath
it's still lower
ATH.
than the previous all-time high, right?
Right underneath
We're
ATH.
right at it.
When this thing pops, we're out of here. Look at total 3. And this is with Ethereum, right? So look at total 3. Same deal. Just
sir.
waiting. Just waiting for that next pop. Look at others.
Where would you put the higher low on these charts?
So this is where it gets interesting, right? Look at total 3.
Nice cup and handle.
And then look at others.
Others is dogging it.
So your mid caps and your low caps haven't even gotten up to where your high caps are. And that's why I said when I sold my shit in December and I started buying back alts, I said I'm only looking at top 10, top 20 projects. Right? They will bleed the least against Bitcoin and they will have the most appreciation. Right? Look at total 2. So now the trick is once these go breaking out, right? Once I'm sitting in ETH and this ETH goes breaking out, and this total 3 divided by Ethereum is still bleeding, then it makes no sense for me to get into any of the projects that are sitting in others right now just yet. If you were playing with USD, if you're playing with USD value, then yes, right? But I'm denominating in ETH. So as ETH breaks out and goes higher, even if these come up, right? Even if price comes up, I know everybody's like, well, you know, time's running out, you're wasting time. Listen, even if price comes up to ATH to where total 3 and total 2 are right now, and total 2 breaks out on Ethereum, if I sell my Ethereum up here, I'm getting way more alts here than if I bought right now. Way more.
This makes so much sense, Dbloc.
What are you going to swap it into, Dbloc?
I've got my little list. I am holding coins that are in this range, but I'm not fully allocated into those positions. Right? The USD or the stables that I had to move with, I did buy them at their lows. Right? And I'm holding on to that. But since the rest of the money is coming out of Bitcoin and Ethereum, right, then I've got to time that move perfectly. The last thing I want to do is move my ETH into some alts, have ETH pump, and then I'm losing Ethereum by sitting in that position.
Did you look at, believe it or not, Doge? It's number 3 or 4 now. Is that right? Is that what I'm seeing?
Your mic's kind of low, bro.
Oh yeah, my bad.
You're good.
I said Doge. You can hear me now?
Yeah.
What do you mean by 3 or 4? Do you mean like market cap size or volume or what?
Yeah, Doge is in 8th place.
No. I'm talking about on the list. On if you click. How you doing, Rick? By the way, if you
Good,
look
bro.
on,
How are you?
I'm hanging in there. I just got back. I was on vacay for like 3 days, putting up with bullshit. Well, not really bullshit. I'm back to bullshit.
If you're on the list, make
So
sure
what were
you're
you
on
saying?
total crypto. All the cryptos.
Hold on, Joe. Hold on, Joe. He's in the middle of a question. What were you saying, bro?
Yeah. Doge like is number 3 on. Let me just pull it up and see where it is now. Because I thought it was Ethereum, Bitcoin, Ethereum,
XRP,
Solana. Yeah, Sol. But now, did Doge take Solana out?
No.
Or am I wrong?
No. Doge is in 8th place right now. If we take if we take away the stables, if we just remove the stables, it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, BNB, Sol, Doge, Tron, Cardano.
And you're looking where are you looking at up on? Because I'm looking
Coin market cap.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on
probably
on the list of
Notice these are
on the list
all.
of market caps.
There's nothing new in that list, right? These are all old alts.
Oh, they're coming though.
They
Doge
didn't.
Doge would have to be pushing $1 to be like up
Well,
number
that's
3. You know what I mean?
yeah. That's the way it was. I
Or
don't know
like
where I
more.
saw that. I'm
So
like, wait a
Solana's
minute.
at 100. Solana's at 100 bill market cap right now. Right. So Doge would need to 3x just to get there, and Solana would have to sit still while that happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
What I was trying to say is when you're in there, make sure you're looking at all cryptos, not just your watch list. A lot of people will be in their watch list and they'll show up as number 3. But if you just got to make sure you're at all cryptos.
Yeah, yeah. I think I was on actually probably my watch list maybe.
That's all I was trying to
Or
say at the
on.
beginning. I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize.
No, it's fine. It's
Yeah,
probably my exchange list
That's
that
what I'm
had
saying.
it
So
up
just go
on.
to coins and then hit top
Yeah.
button. Make sure it's 1, down. And that's all I was trying to say.
Yeah.
you know, I think Dbloc, what worries me is this ETH BTC pumped 50% in a month.
Okay, so okay, so now you're talking my language. I've been wanting to run this by you. I know I've already said it before, though. You probably remember, but so ETH BTC here, right? You know how we waited forever for this thing to come back down to support, right? You remember this? Do you remember this higher low here? When we put in this bull flag after we popped the first time out of the accumulation and we put in that higher low?
You're zoomed in on the June dip, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
this one right here. All right, so when ETH BTC did this, total BTC put in a lower low. It was right at this line, right? So ETH BTC put in a higher low, total BTC put in a lower low, right? And this is the demand that ETH BTC hit. So my argument is this, and it's not just ETH BTC. If you look at total 3 BTC, it did the same thing. As ETH BTC put in a higher low in that flag, total BTC put in a lower low. Total BTC right now is underneath that 50, and we still haven't come back down to range. So my argument is what you were saying. ETH BTC has to retrace here at some point. It's gonna put in a higher low, right? Even if it comes down to test this 50 EMA, it'll come down, test the 50 EMA, and then end up pulling away or whatever. My argument is that that higher low on ETH BTC is going to translate to lower lows on total BTC and on total 3 BTC. And then that is going to take us to the level, that's going to take us to where I'm comfortable entering.
Yeah, basically you're like, it's probably not going to drop below 3,000 too much, and so
But I do think that I do think there's still a shakeout. So what I'm saying is I'm trying not to play with anything in total 3 or others BTC just yet. Because the last time that ETH BTC put in a higher low, they put in a lower low. And if that happens again, then I'm going to get way better entries for my Bitcoin and my ETH. You get what I mean? That's it. But this goes away as soon as ETH puts in that higher low. If ETH puts in that higher
it
low,
could be like just 15% lower.
yeah,
right,
if ETH puts in that higher low and this doesn't break bottoms, then I'm not going to get married to this idea. Right? As soon as ETH puts in that next higher low, I'm entering alts. Now, what I'm hoping is that it puts in a lower low and gives me way better entries.
And it makes a lot of sense to put that higher low while Bitcoin is still continuing up and ETH has reached its all-time high, right? Like it's the last area to.
Yeah, it should cool off here. You would imagine on the next pump up for Bitcoin, ETH BTC should put in that higher low.
Yeah, you remember the question I asked Dbloc last week or whatever about Sol, like which was gonna like run first, and I mean, what does it look like now? What was the percentage on ETH and Sol right now? Like in a whatever that was, a week and a half, or I was away a few days, but
I mean, if we look at the Sol ETH pair, which would be the easiest way to sort of look at it. I've started my Sol position already, right? I have not rotated any Ethereum into Solana yet. All the Sol that I bought with stables off profit. The reason is that I think that we come down to this SR flip on Sol BTC. I mean on Sol ETH. At this point, Sol will start outperforming Ethereum. But for right now, ETH is outperforming Sol, clearly outperforming.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so we got to play this. We have to play this the same way that we would play catching a falling knife.
But why not hold both? I mean, you know, why
because
fight that,
one
you know?
is because one's bleeding against the
Is
other.
it that? Yeah, but is it that far a percentage away,
But
you know, from the other? You know?
what you say is assuming that the current trends will just continue the same, right? The thing is, I'm worried on a trend reversal on ETH BTC, right? Because it pumped too quick and it did like a second up leg, right? Elliott wise, you would say this is its second up move, and
Let me show
the
you.
next dip is still to
Let
buy.
me explain it this way. This is the easiest way to explain it.
In 5 days, it's going down. ETH actually. Right?
So
it's not going up anymore.
this is the chart, right? This is the Sol ETH. This is how Sol is bleeding against ETH. Right? This is what we were just looking at. Now to sort of bring that into something that makes sense, you go 1 over Sol BTC or 1 over Sol ETH. So if I would have done what you said and just gone both, right? I believe in Sol, I believe in Ethereum, right? Let's say I just bought my Sol on Tuesday, April 22nd. Right? I would have had 11 Sol. Right? For each Ethereum, it would have bought me 11 Sol. If I sold my Ethereum right now to buy Solana, I would have 24. So I'm accumulating Sol by sitting in Ethereum while Solana is bleeding against Ethereum. Right? I've almost doubled my stack in Sol just by holding ETH. Now the trick is to buy my Sol.
Yeah.
The trick is to buy my Sol
Unless it just runs
before this turns around, right?
It's the belief that Ethereum is going to blast to 6K, which it will. You know, what's going to move? That's what I said last time. I said, which one?
No.
Remember?
Price
I said,
doesn't
which
matter.
one do you think's? Well,
No,
it does.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Literally, it doesn't. They can all go down to $1. He'll still be able to buy more Sol than ETH if
but
that trend continues.
Yeah, and in other words, when you're looking at you've got to train yourself when you're looking at these pairs to take the idea of fiat value out of your mind. All right, we've already established that both of these are going to go up in dollars, or else we wouldn't even be thinking about doing this pair, right? So the whole dollar appreciation, that's already locked in. Our argument now is how do we get the most of the coin that we want?
Dbloc, and that's what went ding 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 is once I stopped associating a dollar denomination value with it, and once I see like a Sol ETH pair like this, like bro, if I just started playing with this and didn't care about a dollar denomination, this is a really good tricky way, but right in front of us, way to exchange coins for a lot of others.
Look,
at the right times.
let me throw
Most important things.
Sol USD on the chart. Right, I want to show you this because I think this will make it make sense. So this is Sol USD. Obviously, you wanted to buy your Sol right here. Right? That's the bottom. You bought the bottom of Solana. Solana's been doing okay since then. You're good money. But if you bought your Sol here, if you bought your Sol right here with Ethereum, each Ethereum bought you 14 Solana. So cool. You'd have 14 Sol right now, and price would be up here, and you would have made a bunch of USD on your Sol. Right? The 14 Sol that you bought is worth way more USD. My argument is by just holding the Ethereum and not buying the Sol at this point, and just buying the Sol right now, just selling your Ethereum, buying Solana right now, you've got 23 Sol. Those 23, 24 Sol have still appreciated in value the same as if, you know, the difference is that you doubled your coin count, basically.
Almost double your whole coin count. That's the
The
essential part of
move.
this.
Well, you don't even have to look. You just look at the move. Look at the tail. It already ran. Look at the two peaks. It's like the cat. You know, some people claim it. The cat ears, right? And it threw a tail up. That's like a sign of exhaustion. So whatever that coin is, you want to look at the ones that are not at that point and
Yeah,
go
but
from
this
there.
my
But
point is
I
this
mean,
chart will tell you when to do that.
okay.
Like
I
this
agree
chart,
with you,
this
honestly.
chart will tell you exactly when to do it. That's like we're all playing the same game, trying to get the most. This chart will let you know
Hell
when do
yeah.
I sell my ETH for my soul. Now, if you don't have any ETH, then this whole argument is mute, right? If you're using USD, then your job was to buy USD as low as you possibly could. I mean, to buy soul as low as you possibly could. My argument is from this point forward, if this is still in an upward trajectory, it makes more sense for me right now to buy the dip on Sol, I mean on ETH, than it does to buy the dip on Sol until I see weakness here. When I see weakness, then I rotate into Solana.
It's getting close. I mean,
Yeah.
kind of double topping
Yeah, it's getting
there,
close.
but yeah. But like I said, yeah, both are winners. I mean, we could there could be a drastic pullback down to the what are they calling now 115. It depends on
Sol is going to 1000% outperform Ethereum for the rest of this run. The question is, when does it start? And we're already at 4K for ETH. Even if I'm right and we get to 7K, 8K, that's a 2x.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing, Dbloc, that when I traded, there was no Sol. It was all Ethereum, Bitcoin, Doge, Shiba, Link. There was no Sol in that was people were trading. I don't know when that came into effect. So now Sol came out of
2020.
nowhere because it's yeah, and I traded way before that, 2016. So Sol took over about that time, and it didn't even create all these meme coins. The structure is now implemented where Sol, yes, can outperform ETH at some point, maybe if we do go into a parabolic, what do you call it, altcoin move. Everybody's looking at ETH as pushing the alts, but Sol's already tied to a lot of other alts that may be more important.
ETH
The
still
technology,
runs it.
yeah.
The market cap for ETH still it controls it because ETH dominance is what controls
I just
Bitcoin dominance.
Yeah, but it's like, where is Vitalik? Where is his crew? They're all thinking and thinking and trying to develop, and which is cool.
You lost me on the
They're
question. What the train of thought? What do you?
Well,
Are you saying
Ethereum.
Ethereum's going to be good, or are you saying it's not going to be good?
No, it's going to be good, but it's been lacking so much up until this point, and the reason is I think the developers, and I think Rick probably was mentioning something about this maybe earlier, but it's the developers have been quiet about what they're doing and implementing stuff that really matters, because a lot of us are here just scalping and trading hot coins, new, meme coins that have a queer name,
I
right?
remember saying
So,
that. I remember
yeah,
saying about ETH is that they don't care about the phase of the cycle. They just, when they're ready to release an update,
yeah,
it just
Vitalik
because it's
happens
a
doesn't.
real,
whenever.
Vitalik doesn't care about the price of
They're not
Ethereum.
exactly.
right.
They're
It's a real
just
project
doing
they're
it at
working
their own
on.
pace. Yeah.
And when they get landed, like XRP is trying to do actually currently, right? They're trying to take over a lot of finance stuff along with a few other coins. It'll happen, and those are the ones that you want to kind of like be like a stock, hold them, and maybe I don't know if you want to, if it's ability to, like, get any kind of dividends off of them, kind of, where like a stock does.
I'm just trying to
It's the
tie it
same
into
thing.
what we were talking about with Sol. So
Well,
So what are you
Sol,
saying about
yeah,
Sol then?
yeah, because Sol, as far as I heard about a year ago, people talking about Solana, and it blew up out of nowhere. And it was like, I'm coming off of Luna when Luna crashed, and I made money on Luna. And I'm like, all right, well, that was supposed to be well, can I relate that to anything else? No, you can't. Even though Solana was kind of like the structure was all tied together. And Solana is something, I guess they got hacked or something. In fact, I don't know how many years ago was it, where something happened with it. You know, just like a lot of coins get hacked or supposedly shut down, or they
had to shut. They had to.
like
They had to shut down the network because they were getting DDoS.
Yeah. So I'm going
Bitcoin.
from that, and I'm like, well, how can I trust this new coin, Solana, or anything tied to it? And then it all crashed, right? Which a lot of exchanges did at the same time. There was a lot of hacking going on then. It's a whole different time period. Maybe I'm over, estimating the whole move on that.
I
But
think
it
what's
was a
important is
crazy
to try
time.
not to go away from the market too long, because it sounds like you went away for a little bit and came back, and you're trying to sort of make sense of everything, like you're trying to fill the gap.
Well, not really. I mean, I got caught in the Voyager, gave money to Sam Bankman, and they're paying back, but it was like a lot of crap was going on then, and then all of a sudden you got like a new coin coming out that's supposed to be so great, and then it got hacked. So it was like trust. It was all about trust, and and it didn't bother me because I was only trading other coins, but I did jump on some of that was down at the bottom, and I made a nice trade on it. But it's different now. I think Solana is a very good coin. I think their project is driving the alts. So that's the way I'm getting back to now where we were supposed to be. Talking about Sol versus Ethereum is my main
For me, it's a
point.
pretty easy sort
Now,
of calculation. Sol's at $192, right? ETH
right.
is at
Almost
what right
four-
now?
four
Four
something,
four
40
five, right?
40,
I'm
45,
looking for
yeah.
like a $7,000, $8,000 ETH, which means ETH for me
Yeah,
doesn't
I
even have a
agree.
double up left in it. Solana doubling up from here only
So
takes it to $400.
I don't know about that. I think it's going to blow up. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying, listen to what
I
I'm
think
saying. If Sol gets to $400, that's already you're already getting what you would be getting on ETH. So how could it not outperform if we're expecting higher than 4?
well, it all depends on how high the alts run, though, doesn't it? I mean, doesn't Sol feed alts too?
No,
You
Sol
could
is
argue that
not in that
Solana
place
is.
yet.
You could argue that Solana is a much stronger coin this bull run because it found support. It didn't dump as much as ETH did, right? Like it didn't go
Bitcoin
down
is
to
pushing.
$25 or stuff like that. That's where ETH went. By going double bottom, it gave an opportunity that Solana hasn't given. But it's also a stronger coin, yeah. It retraced less than ETH. Way less, actually.
Yeah. But plus, maybe I'm going off the narrative like what they used to say, Dogecoin's going to surpass, something, I don't want to say Bitcoin, but you know what I mean? There's
No, that's
always
IBM.
narratives.
That's another matter
Yeah.
altogether, right?
That's a math
But when you
problem,
look at
bro.
the Bitcoin, when you look at the Bitcoin pairs, Solana is really outperforming ETH.
How much would it take though, Dbloc? Because a lot of the Dubai boys that like I follow, they're heavily invested in Doge, and I don't even have Doge
Are you
right
looking
now.
at my screen?
I was. Yeah.
Look at my
Go
screen
ahead.
for a second.
Yeah, I'm on there.
You see what that says?
Yeah, you're gonna have to. How many X?
You need a 66x with Bitcoin sitting completely still and a $15.59 Doge just to get to the market cap that Bitcoin's at right now.
Is that a website or is that an app?
Market cap of. Anytime anybody comes and tells you some crazy flippening stories, just pull this up.
Yeah, this makes it way easier than actually having to do the math.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
called
we're just trying to
market.
get to $1.
It's called market cap up, bro. We're just trying to get to $1, bro.
Well, it was almost
let me
there.
save you. Let me save you the analysis. This is impossible.
Yeah, well, it's like SHIB going to a penny. I don't know, but my point was that Solana versus ETH is my main point, and I keep bringing this up because I mean they're both, in my opinion. I like ETH, right? It's been around forever. I've been trading it, but I don't hold any of this stuff anymore. I mean, I had all the other coins when Bitcoin started rolling over and going into every. You heard me say this. Polkadot, Uniswap. It was the coins that meant something. Uniswap and Polkadot were coins where you could go on and trade other coins, So it was implemented that way. But now I'm like, there's so many other coins you can do that with. XRP is so freaking fast on most exchanges. I mean, it takes like 2 seconds for me to move something from Coinbase to another exchange. But I was doing Algo. Algo is another one because Coinbase didn't allow XRP or XLM, I think, at a certain point about a year and a half ago. They shut it down. Another bullshit thing that they were doing. But so I did Algo, and Algo was like maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes. But anyhow, I go back to XRP now. It's quick as hell.
Well, we're in 2025. Everything is quick like hell today. Like if it takes a
That's
few
what I'm
minutes for a
saying.
transaction to go, it means you're not.
Guys, we don't. Right now is not the time to be thinking about use case and tech. That's
Yeah,
not
nobody
what's gonna
cares.
move. That's not what's gonna move price.
But it's about finance now, I would think.
Right
So,
now is
you got
where are institutions looking, right? And for that we
They're
look for our
finance.
ETF narratives and stuff like that. And where does retail where is retail interested in? And that's gonna be your memes, your gaming, your AI. Anything, all the tech shit. Nobody right now. Nobody cares. There's not enough time to convince retail that comes in about how amazing your project is. They're not gonna go do research. They're not gonna read the white paper. They're not gonna do any of that shit. They're gonna go on the exchange. They're gonna see what's the cheapest price. What's the name that they recognize the most? What can they buy the most of to have the most coins? And then they're just gonna slap the green button.
I think it's what's moving. Where's the Momo on it? That's what I used to trade. What was moving. So, like even though I'm touting finance, there might be, like you said, gaming coins that are moving quicker this week. It's going to be like a stock. It's going to be like Nvidia,
I think you
Tesla.
had it right earlier. I think if we just boil it down to the beginning of the conversation that you said, well, if I like both of them, why don't I just buy both? Just do
Right.
because you're going to overcomplicate things, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, that's what I do, but I'm sorry.
Nah, you're
I
good.
try
I'm
to
just
like
saying for
find.
you,
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
I'm a utility guy, and I've been frustrated the entire year, but my frustration got mellowed out by what Dbloc was saying with like pairs, et cetera, et cetera. But because I have conviction in Link, it got me to at least look at it to see where it was flipping in the pair. So like at least I knew that, yeah, this is utility, but nobody really cares that it's utility, but you definitely care if the pair is starting to flip.
and they cared when that ETF shit came out too. Like that's these things catch a narrative. If the project is good, then it's just a matter of time, right? If the project just sounds good, then that's a different story. And a lot of this shit is just vaporware with fancy tech that hasn't had to be proved yet. Even with Solana, bro. We've been pricing in this 1 million transactions per second with Dreamcatcher on Solana for the last 2 years. They haven't had to prove a bit of that. Nobody cares. Doesn't matter if it really works. What matters is, do people think it works? For short term. For your long-term bags, it most definitely matters. That's when you want to get into your fundamentals, your tech, and all of that. Make sure if you're going to be holding something through a couple cycles, that it's something that's going to be there, has a use case, is revolutionary, all of that cool shit. To find out what's going to pop between here and the end of the year, is a completely different metric.
Dude, at Microsoft, we literally use render, right? We use it for a lot of AI rendering stuff. Like we're one of the largest market cap companies in the world uses render,
Nobody cares.
and render dumped to $2.5.
Yeah.
It, you know, and it just doesn't matter anymore. I mean, at least doesn't matter right now.
Yeah, everything is pretty much bottom. It's cheap. I mean,
That
from what I
matters
see.
for the long run, though, like I was saying, right? That matters when it comes to make a decision on, am I going to accumulate render and compound for the, you know, when it finally does get revalued to what its true value should be. Because some of these, I mean, render is one specifically that I think is criminally undervalued.
Dude, it's hard. It's a heartbreaking, man. I lost it. Most of my like, you know, fiat that I've lost in getting out of bad trades because it wouldn't stop to the downside was render. And the only thing that saved me was being in other coins. But if I would have let render go at $9, I wouldn't have lost so much. But I just had this thing where it's being used. I'm using it every day at work. Like it's like this, it's the bomb. Like it's not just a story. It's like literally a utility that's used. And I just kept holding on to that while I was losing money.
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
like BlackRock has purposefully pushed all these things down that everybody had so much hope and belief, and they have so much functionality behind these coins. And that's when I think when we're going to see layer 2 transfer, and that's what we're going to do is really see where liquidity starts moving from into these bigger things we've been anticipating for a long time. Render is going to be a big one. There's going to be a lot of things that we've all been focused on that everybody had so much like feelings for. Then they almost have given up now. And I think that's part of the design of what BlackRock and the big guys are doing. It's all those ones they just kept pushing and smushing and hurting everybody's like demeanor on it to try and
Yeah, but
get feelings about it.
Render's been around a long time now. They have a
Exactly,
following.
though.
I don't think they're going. Yeah.
What we're saying
People,
is that
render
doesn't
did
always.
50x up.
Yeah, but we're
It did
saying is
50x
that
up.
doesn't always translate to current price action.
But it does.
No.
It did 50x up.
It was
since
priced, yeah,
2022.
but it hasn't been,
Polkadot,
but it
there's so
hasn't
many
really been
people that are
repriced since then.
convinced. Polkadot, all those things that are just big guys are sitting right on the fence, ready to tip over. And once they do it, I just feel like a lot of money and a lot of those attentions are going to be paid attention to. They're going to come out of the news, all this stuff, and that's when layer
Yeah,
twos
but
and
it could
altcoins
not
will
be,
see
but
shit
it could not be
crazy.
this run, is what I'm saying.
You're right.
I
And
agree
that's what we
with you.
got
I
to pay
think it's
attention to.
undervalued, but that doesn't mean anybody has to notice in the next 3 months, 4 months. Right?
And I think a
Attentions
lot of
have
the
to be
reasons
brought
all
to
this
these coins.
potential.
My non-financial advice, stay long from 3.4, enjoy the ride up. If that doesn't work, get the hell out, because this is 50x up from its bottom during the bear market. You could have bought render at 20 cents, 30 cents, yeah. So currently they're sitting in 10x profit, even at these prices. And Microsoft is probably sitting at 10x profit here, even with this dump. And this dump is nothing compared to the up move. Like, it's still small. We have some coins that are close to new bear market bottoms. Imagine if render was at 30 cents. That's that's where dot is. That's where atom
You're
is.
looking
That's
at
where
2022 though.
yeah, the bottom of the bear market. Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to look back to Dbloc. What you guys are making me think of is like what's going on now. We're experiencing the friggin' past, where you got newbies coming in that know nothing about crypto. They want a fast dollar on pump.fun. You got traders doing that. As soon as they hit an exchange, they're trading the hell out of it, up or down, losing their brains. So I think that has a lot to do with, believe it or not, the whole ecosystem of this crypto platform, because it is, how do you put it? There's different sectors of this platform. There's like I said, it's just like the stock market. You've got, biotech and everything else. That's what's going on in the whole crypto field. They're trying to figure out, okay, well, this coin's going to be finance, this coin's going to be biotech, this coin is going to be something else, gaming, whatever. And you have people, young kids that are coming in trading on pump that are doing this, and it's taken liquidity out of other stuff that is more positive. I don't know. I hear all the time, oh, it's not that much difference. It won't matter. But I don't know if it does. I
All
mean,
those people
it
that
seems
got
to be holding.
All those people that
Go
got
ahead.
rugged back into Sol.
Yeah, well, because it's running with those meme coins
But
that
that's
are
what I'm
coming
saying.
out.
So like it's not like
Yeah.
the liquidity is extracted, right? It goes from
Well,
retail
it
comes
is.
in, retail comes in and loses it in memes, right? Loses it to
Mhm.
either traders with more skill or insider traders or devs. Those devs then take that and cash out into Sol and buy Bitcoin, buy Ethereum, buy all the same shit that we're buying.
Right, but
Right.
what
So
I'm
the
saying is
money
it does
comes in
affect it.
and stays inside. It would only affect it if the coins didn't die. Right. I hear what you're saying. There's 10 million meme coins that weren't here before. How could it not be sucking out some liquidity from what we're trying to do?
Right.
But the thing is that they die within weeks. If you go to some of these coins, and we won't even talk about meme coins, right? Like, okay, just remember for a second when we look at this, that meme coins aren't even on CoinMarketCap. The ones that we're talking about are like 3,000th on the list, whatever. Let's just go down to the bottom here. Right. Let's go to, let's say, the
Another
fifth
one.
page. Let's go to the 5th page. Right. Look at the market caps that we're talking about at this point. Like, and that's these are 500 tokens, right? During the last bull market, we had 4,700. I think was the total number. So let's try to get close to that on the list.
Well, yeah, just look at the ones that matter that affect what I'm talking about is Pepe, I don't know, Bonk. There's a couple there that do, I think, a lot of volatility.
Where is? Hold on, I'm trying to pull up the 24-hour volume. Why isn't it showing?
That support on render at 253 is really nice to hold. Yeah, I think it could reverse upward now. Honestly, it's still going down, of course, since March 2024, but reversing that downtrend would be nice to see, and it put a structure. It took it a whole year to do so, and holding that
Well,
golden at 250 is really nice.
well, Dbloc's looking at that.
Why is this not working?
Yeah, well, I don't know, but I mean, August was supposed to be so great, right? And I mean, we made a killer move up for the last few months, so I don't know what people are complaining about. I mean, we could go all the way down to one. Oh, shit, forget about it. We were talking about this the other week, 95, and still be positive as hell. But
That
112,
extended third wave.
I give up. My point is, the majority of these coins have less than $20,000 in daily trading volume. Like, they're absolutely dead. They do nothing. They're just taking up space on the chain.
They'll
Like,
wake up
it's
once
not
ETH is
about
done, right?
it's not about the meme coins diluting
It's
it. It's about the
weird.
fact that we've been in quantitative tightening for this entire run. Like, the money printer has
Yeah,
been
because
turned
it's
off.
weird. It's like, why does that seem like it affects something? To me,
Market, because there
it's
hasn't.
like,
We just came out of a bull market where everybody had stimulus checks in their pocket. Right, we can't expect
yeah.
this one to be like that, especially when we're in quantitative tightening, right? So the only people that were trading were us degens. Institutions came in, retail came in with memes, right? They saw their memes on social media and stuff. They came in, lost their money to us. We've been trading the money back and forth and taking money from the institutions, selling the institutions our bags at the tops, buying them back down at the bottom. Right, it's been like a really closed circuit. But that's changing now. Check this out on Google Trends. So I use Google Trends to sort of see when retail is starting to show interest. Oh, this is in Can. Oh, my bad. My VPN is screwing this all up. Hold on. All right, worldwide. These are the Google trends for the term altcoin worldwide for the past 5 years. Do you see what just happened this week?
Yeah, all right. So how does that relate to fear and greed?
That has nothing to do with fear and greed. Listen to what I'm saying. This is interest coming in. These are people jumping on Google and saying, what is an altcoin? Where do I get altcoins? What's this altcoin thing I hear about? Is it altcoin
Oh, okay.
season? Has altcoin season started? Did I miss altcoin season? Right? These search terms will pop up. And so that lets you know that at the very least, they're interested.
Yeah,
Right? We look at the
probably
past.
they're
This is the past 30 days, the past 90 days here. Right? July 8th. And we've just had steady tick up. And if we compare that to, let's say, Bitcoin, nothing compared, right? You can't even see that blip on the chart because the interest in Bitcoin is so high. But that being said, they are showing interest.
Yeah, well, they're probably hearing just what I tell. Like anybody asks me, I say, no, screw Bitcoin. Start watching what the alts, and they don't know what that is. I said the coins that are cheaper, start looking at those.
But look, check
'Cause,
this out.
I'll
For the
get
conversation that we were
some
just having, look at Solana versus Ethereum. Similar ticks up, but we can see ETH was well in the lead, right? That's starting to fall off. Eventually, we'll see these take over each other.
curling up.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. See, I don't know. Like I said, Solana. I'm like, okay, what's going to happen there? Is it going to be a cross? I don't know.
Sound like you're stressed out about it, bro. It'll be all right. You're gonna be all right in either.
Yeah.
And it's if those are the risks that you're thinking about taking, you're gonna be fine. It's not like you're sitting here talking about, damn, do I go into poo poo coin one or
Yeah. Well, that's the
I
whole
think you'll be
point.
fine either way.
That's the whole point of this conversation. Is like whoever's listening, just start looking at the coins that matter, like the 4 or 5 leading coins. I mean, I can't even believe Doge is in there, but it's whatever it is. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I used to have a shitload of Doge, but I'm trying to. The market has changed into relativity, where you got some real, coins that are coming to fruition, like XRP and XLM. The finance sector, and I don't even have them anymore. I don't have shit. I'm just telling you. I'm trying to see where I want to go when I get the money to put in, and I'm not late. I mean, I don't. I mean, I still think
You're not
if
late, but you're
Bitcoin
not
dumps.
early, brother.
Yeah, I know, but if Bitcoin dumps one more time, it's going to drag some stuff down and whatever. And I don't care. I mean, I've done this whole trip. I'm kind of getting tired of
Hold
this.
on. Somebody in YouTube wanted me to look at throw XRP on real quick. So the yellow line is XRP mirrors. Right. It looks like XRP and ETH were topping out on searches at the same time. And then ETH sort of took the lead when, it started performing better against Bitcoin. And XRP searches have slowly sort of started falling off here a little bit.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
XRP there.
This is over the 90 days, though. I mean, let's see. Let's check over the last 30. Yeah. I mean, it's still going to look similar.
I got to go back to
12 months. I mean, this was when XRP was killing it right here, right? Like all-time high searches.
when was that? Time wise. I mean,
Or you want me to throw Pulse
I'll-
Chain up there too, Reaper? I'll throw Pulse Chain up there for you.
Oh, dude, we were talking about. I still have some of the Fat Boys coin.
Pulse Chain is the green line.
Well, he's got enough money to throw into to pump it, you know.
Why
That's the
hasn't he
thing.
thrown into nickel yet?
Well, he's pushing the original coin. He was pumping again. I saw a couple weeks
See,
ago.
it didn't bring it. He would take those billions and put it into the real market.
He keeps buying watches and sailboat. You know,
One day
There's
we'll
not
put on
enough
his.
time for me. There's too many. There's too many short bets right now for me to go that far down the risk curve personally.
Let's see. I think. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm expecting a parabolic move here, Dbloc. You know, and we didn't even have a blow off top last cycle, right? That you like the 20, I don't know, what was it, 2016,
Yeah.
2020? Yeah, so it's like what, all right, so now okay, I could understand that maybe we won't anymore because of the ETFs and all this crap, but I mean,
I think we'll
it's
get a
just
blow
like the
off top
new.
this cycle. This cycle to me has mirrored 2016 way closer than 2020. I've been saying it since like the beginning, since we first took up off the bottoms, the way that the structure was building.
But what's gonna like trigger it? Because in the past, all they had, even with the marijuana sector, here they just announced a couple weeks ago, Trump wanted to take off cannabis off of Schedule 1. Some of the coins went, you know, Sundial, Tilray started to pump a little, but nothing like it did in the past. And I had a lot of that sub penny stuff that blew up like crazy. So it's the same thing what happened here with Bitcoin back then, you know. So now I don't know if we're gonna. I hope we do. I hope we get a nice blow off top for people. But you know, what is that? 250 maybe?
Nah,
300?
I'm out of the
300 maybe.
I'm out of the game by then. I'm looking for
Well, that's what I'm
150,
saying.
175, and I'm out.
Yeah.
Ah, 175. We're getting close to 180. Let's go. Let's go.
Did you guys see that JP Morgan just said they expect 4 rate cuts this year now?
Yes, they want you to buy.
How are we gonna
They
get
want
four
you
rate?
to buy.
How are we gonna get 4 rate cuts with only 3 meetings?
I haven't read the
They're
article.
gonna give us an emergency cut. That'd be crazy. Yo,
These articles are only like 3 hours old. I haven't
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
read
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Meetings they didn't. What if one of those meetings they don't move something?
But I mean,
Go
they
ahead,
really
2
said it
out
though.
of
It's not a
3.
rumor.
No, I hear you. I'd be interested to hear the argument.
Me too.
That to me, the only thing that means to me is that they expect an emergency cut somewhere in between these meetings. That would mean a September cut, an October cut, an emergency cut in November, and then a cut in December.
For a cut,
Why
well,
was
we got a
Powell
lot of
cut?
along with it.
They expect it
Why
to
are-
start with a 25 basis point cut, and they expect a total of around 3 to 350 points over the year by the end of the year.
I think they're you know. So there's an argument going. There's 2 camps right now when it comes to that hot PPI that came in. Right. We looked at the hot PPI and we dug into it in here to find out exactly what was going on with that. Right. So we had that 0.9. Wait, where are we? Core inflation year over year. Wait, this wasn't the page I was looking at. But we looked exactly to find where those cuts came from or where the increases came from. And we saw very clearly. Here it is. So these are your months, right? These are your PPI broken down by sector for the month. These were our last numbers, right? We went from a 0.0 in total final demand to a 0.9. One of the biggest jumps that we've ever had. So we're like, okay, well, let's break it down and find out where it was. Right, so when we look across, we see food, we jumped from a 0.1 to a 1.4. We all feel that at the supermarket. Like, that's not a surprise to anybody. Energy stayed the same, which is weird because energy is usually where the pump comes from. So where did it come from? Trade. Tariffs. This was the reason that Powell didn't want to cut before the numbers came out, because nobody could predict how high that jump would be on PPI, or in layman's terms, how hard inflation would come back.
But Dbloc, isn't that number very low compared to what we should have seen with 10% tariffs or 15% tariffs?
Well, some people make the argument that it should have been higher. Some people make the argument that it should have been lower. My argument is that without getting the specific numbers, there was no way anybody could know for sure. But it is the highest that it's been since 2024.
I think you got to give it another quarter though to find out.
Well, that's the issue then, right? The argument that's going on now is that that's a one-time effect, right? And it's going to be transitory, and that you won't even see that on the next data, so that Powell doesn't have to worry. Exactly. Well, so what I think is going to happen. What I think is going to happen is, because remember, we just came off of one of the worst job revisions ever, right? Which almost ensured a 0.5 cut in September. This hot PPI took away that possibility. In my opinion, I think we're at a 0.25. But to his point about having to wait to see the next numbers, I think we're going to be at a 0.25 and then a pause.
Well, that's
when you use the word transitory.
Yeah, it's hard.
That word.
Yeah, I know. He should never be allowed to say it again.
My intuition is that it's just the beginning.
Well, PPI is going to affect CPI. CPI is going to come in hot because the PPI was hot.
No, but just by logic, with 15% tariffs, we should end up eventually, once the impact of those tariffs are fully in the economy, you should end up with 15% higher cost to produce too, right? Because when you import and it costs you 15% more, then it should end up being roughly 15% for all the companies that import from abroad. And because you import a lot from abroad, I guess it's just going to end up being a 50% increase overall.
Well, our president's answer to that was cut big, cut 300 basis points right now. And if inflation really does come back, and if inflation really does come back, then we'll just raise rates.
Yeah, let's.
Can you imagine what that does to the market?
No, I don't think that's
COVID all time high.
That would be a blow off. That's what you call a blow off top. But the drop that comes after that would be
it'll be a blow off bottom.
Oh my God, that would be horrible.
But what about the narrative of the AI industry coming in hard? Because that's what's going to happen too, right? And it already is.
Yeah.
So that's going to cut jobs. So it might even out to, okay, jobs aren't, how do you even do that? How do you rate?
No, it's not going to cut jobs.
DXB is making the point that we don't have another quarter to wait. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, right? So there's two schools of thought on how we're going to approach this next quarter, right? One of them is that it's transitory and we should just keep doing what we're doing, and the other one is that it's the next quarter is going to be even worse, and we need to pump the brakes before things get out of control.
I think. What do you think? Do you think they should cut 25 or?
Man,
50?
just run it. Listen, we're about to be done anyways, right? Just run it. Who cares? We're looking for a blow off top. We've only got 4 months to make this happen. Just run it. Just cut. Just cut it. Cut it. When the shit hits the fan.
How much?
When the shit hits the fan after, it'll just be the catalyst that brings us into the bear market that we're expecting anyways. I would cut 75. I would cut 75 basis points by this year. So 25. I would do 25 each meeting.
Right. I could go with that. I can't see doing a massive.
No, anything more than that. What Trump doesn't understand is that people look at the Fed for stability. As much as they want their backs to pump, if the Fed was to cut 300 basis points, it would show the world that we don't know what it would just scare. Would scare the markets. It would horrify the markets.
That's what they always do anyhow. They they either do over, they're too late, or usually they're too late. As far as I remember, for years they're always too late. And that's, I mean, Trump's been touting that, but
Too late
it'd
is
be
better
fine
than too
now.
late is better than too early.
Yeah, because then you got to
For
go,
our,
like
our
you said,
parents
back
and
and forth.
shit that were dealing with this like in the
Right.
70s when we did do it too early and inflation came roaring back, and then it was entrenched for 10 years of just no progress.
Especially, what the hell? They don't foresee that, like I just said, that the technology, AI. I mean,
Yeah, but
you're
we
going to
can't
lose
bet on
jobs.
we can't. Yeah, well, they
But
look at it. They look at
wait.
it another way. They look at it another way. When they look at the deficit,
Dbloc.
and I've literally heard them say
Mhm.
this, right? They look at technology and say, we'll innovate our way out of this. They don't
Yeah.
look at the jobs lost. They're looking at the fact that the technology will increase GDP, which
Yeah,
means the
they always
economy
get
is
out of it.
good, even though half Americans are out of work. On paper, it would be an amazing
Exactly.
economy. That's why I tell people, like,
They always
the economy being good doesn't have anything to do with your family and your day to
Ex-
day. You could lose your job and the
exactly.
economy would be amazing.
That's what I'm saying. They don't care. It's like we're the ones that suffer anyhow, but we all get through it. We cry a little bit, but we don't like bleed out. I
Well,
mean, come
that's
on.
what crypto's for. The
Like,
reason that I'm so excited about crypto is because this gives
exactly.
everybody a
You got to
way
have a
out of
side
that.
hustle. You got to have a side hustle, whether crypto or gold or silver or whatever the hell you want to do, but or
The boo
real estate.
boos.
But you got to be careful. Real estate's got to be the right time. Like right now, I don't know. I mean, I got a couple places I'm selling, but they want everything perfect, and I'm like, I ain't got money to put in the shit. I might even move there, get out of where I'm at, and move there and fix it up, and then flip it, and move on to a different state, cheaper state. But as far as the whole system, yeah, they always over or underdo it. That's the way they are.
We
It
rejected
never is perfect.
off of that 200. I mean, it's hard to be perfect because it's a lagging indicator, right?
Things change, yeah, yeah, 100%.
Half of
It's
the
just like
decade you
trading,
mentioned of
right? If you catch the top 20% of this bull market to your take profits, you are doing better than 90% of the people around you.
Yeah, if you just do spot trading and flip,
Whatever you're doing, even if it's leverage, if you manage to get out at the top 20%, you're doing way. Most people won't realize this shit is over until they're 50% down on their bags.
I forgot what Trump was going to do though. One of the points that I heard the other day. Oh, no, it wasn't about Trump. It was about Elon. Did you hear about the universal income? We're all going to get, I don't know what it is,
That part
50,000 a
is
year for doing nothing.
that
Yeah.
part's obvious, and it's not for doing nothing. It's for the fact that they're taking your jobs.
Yeah. Well,
They're giving you
I mean,
$50,000 a year for taking your $80,000 a year job.
well, my job right now is just crypto and real estate. So they
Hey,
took
they
my
did a
crypto.
if they want to feed the
They'll cut their
bags,
fingers.
I mean, listen, it happens. It happens in states, right? In Alaska, residents get dividends from the oil, right? So, if AI really does become an American product per se, then those companies will be responsible. If I was president, that's what I would do. Cool. You want to replace workers? Cool. Certain amount of your taxes is going to go to pay these UBIs, these universal basic incomes. Right? Because
Right.
what you're
That's what
not
I'm
going to
saying.
do is come in
UBI.
here. What you're not going to do is come into my country, make all the money, and then destabilize the street. Right? I'm not going to have. You guys ever play those civilization games where you have to build a town and you got to keep everybody happy, and if there's not enough jobs, the people riot, and you got to make sure that there's parks and shit, and it's that sort of thing, right? So cool. You want to come in and make all this money on AI, and they've already made the deal. When the government says we're going to be the manufacturing capital of the world, Do you think that means that they're opening factories and everybody's going back to the assembly line? No, that means companies are going to come in from out of state, from out of the country, open factories, straight AI, straight robotics, 100% from day one, from the time that they start. So those factories will open, but those people aren't going back to work. They're like, we're going to dig for coal, da da da. And they're like, oh, well, you're trying to put Americans back in the coal mines? No, they're not going to give you those jobs. That'll be robotics and, you know, remotely operated machinery and shit like that. So that money has to go somewhere, right? If they're going to make all that money, those taxes that they're going to pay, that's going to have to go into UBI. That's the only, in my opinion, that's the only way to go forward and keep the country from imploding.
Bit of a reality check from me. You know, we're inside what we're gonna end up calling the AI bubble. This can last 4 or 5 years. AI will have its application, its use case, and all eventually, of course. But right now, every company is expecting so much from AI. They're like even firing people, thinking they're gonna be able to replace with AI and all. And slowly, we're starting companies coming back on that thought already and rehiring people, especially where I work, because the quality of people is actually going down because of AI. So there are studies right now, for example, people who graduate from medical school, you know, are they going to be good doctors having used AI as a tool? Are they going to be like better than the current ones who also use AI as a tool, but they haven't been taught with AI? You know, what's going to be the
like
impact
anything, it's like anything
on
else though, right?
productivity?
Like look at what we do in trading. Like you have your original traders that had to learn everything by hand, had to learn to chart by hand, had to learn to draw candles, had to, you know, getting opening and closing prices from the newspaper. And then computers came in. Like we're not even talking about algorithmic trading, just computers. And they probably resisted that,
of course,
you know, but the traders that learned to trade on the computer never learned to do the things that the old school guys learned to do.
What
But
really increases
was
productivity
it?
is when you have both. Right now, we're losing
Yeah, you
one
need
to
both.
gain
You need
another.
both. You need
So
both.
it's not really that good. I just think it's over. You know, people are expecting too much from it.
And it's not even
that's
AI. What
what's
I'm talking
gonna.
about, what I'm talking about happens without AI. I'm just talking about robotics,
That's like analog to
right?
digital.
I'm talking
People used to
about
do it
just
analog.
automated, you know, like gigafactories. That's what a gigafactory is. A
Well, Elon
gigafactory
himself
is a
said that.
large robot that creates things with its inner organs, basically.
No, they went back a lot on the automatization because it was too much, and they failed to have it like as robotic as they wanted it.
So they
That's what
won't.
happened.
So they
There's the
won't
gigafactory.
replace 90%. They'll only replace 80%.
They
Yeah,
have advanced.
but
They
those
have advanced
productivity
their
gains have
technology.
been, you know, they've been constant since 100 years. Since we started building machines to replace human labor,
The real
we have
truth is,
productivity gains.
the real truth is, and we don't want to like admit it, and it sounds like nasty to admit, but people get paid to do a lot in this country that can be done faster, more efficient, cheaper.
Yeah.
It's just low.
Yeah,
there's
but
a lot of low skilled
if
labor.
it's
You know what I mean?
the idea is to have it better too, right?
yeah, they
I'm
just
sure
want to
we'll
go
manage to
into
have it
off.
cheaper with AI. The question is, we also need better.
People don't. When
I
has
want
that
to.
ever? Listen. When has a company? When has a company in your recent history ever chosen better over cheaper? Unless it was like some sort of luxury brand. They always cheaper.
medical sector is a good example because
Yeah,
there's
but I mean,
exams and the
there's certain
failure.
things that stand out, but everything else, cars, clothes,
You know,
electronics, they always go for cheaper over better.
The failure rate is higher than a decade ago at
They don't.
medical
Yeah, but they don't care.
exams.
That's that implied
And
obsolescence. That means you have to buy another one.
The thing with AI though is it's like what do you do when you go to a doctor and he says, "Oh, you're going to die tomorrow," right? What do? Don't you go for a second opinion? So AI is the same thing. They're learning information from one point and maybe searching a couple of others, but
The
there's so
way
many other facets,
the way
you
it
know,
should
where
be done is you should go to AI, you should get an opinion from AI, get a complete layout on all your symptoms, all your conditions, all your possibilities, and you take that to your doctor. Right? The problem with doctors nowadays is they don't do any educating. They don't
No, well,
really.
if you have a younger guy, my older guy died, and he was only like 65. He died of some rare disease. So I got this younger dude, and he's good. I like him.
Bro, I know
But my
specifically because
point
my
is,
mom's been to the hospital a couple times, and she's literally had to go in there and be like, "Hey, is it possible that my knee is this, and that?" And they're like, "Okay, we'll take a look at that." And we're gonna. It's like, it's not proactive like how it used to be, right? I think that the power of AI, is that it puts some of that responsibility back in our hands, where it can sort of arm you with
it could show
information
you,
that you
right,
can come in with.
right,
Like,
right.
I'm not saying
'Cause I
leave your
didn't.
cancer diagnosis up to a damn AI agent, you know? But
No,
what's
I
wrong
I
with a
think you're
third opinion or a fourth opinion, you know?
right, but you're on the right track because my mom was on like 5 machines after she had a heart valve, and she was doing fine. And then a couple days later, we go in and see her and take her out of there, and the nurse is in there playing with the machines, and they tell, her, "Oh, we got it. She's got to go on dialysis," you know. And she raised her hand up. It was like I might have said this so many times, but it was heartbreaking. You know, she was reaching out to me, and I'm like, "What the hell is that nurse doing in there? You know, can we go in there?" And it was terrible. It's like, now if, like you're saying, like if that was hooked up to some kind of AI and sending it to my phone or something, it would say, "Oh no, her brain is good. She's not brain dead." You know, she didn't lose her brain function. For her to lift her arm up, it might have been a um I don't know.
Nerve
Some people
response.
call it a right,
Yeah.
but when she heard my voice or my family, but it was just weird. It's like maybe she would have, but I mean, dude, she was older anyhow, and she didn't want to live that way. But it just shows me that you're susceptible, you know, when you're in that situation. It's like it's kind of out of your hands. No, you know, I could have went in there and just, you know, what would I do? Kick the nurse out and,
Nah, there's
you
nothing you
know,
could do, bro.
whatever.
Don't even do that to
I
yourself.
know.
We're breaking out of this bear flag
Yeah.
now. We're about to take the rest of this CME gap. Let's see if I'm right and we can get this flush out of here.
Yeah, dude.
Well, they have to price in the meeting news, no? Legacy.
You know what's
How
crazy is
do-
I'm not really like, usually that would be a big deal for me. I just feel like we're so desensitized. I'm not worried about anything coming out of that meeting, whether it's peace or war, whether it's an escalation or full out, you know, white flag waving or whatever.
That's
So
tomorrow?
Isn't it what usually happens at tops where we start not caring about potential news?
No, it's just that I've seen,
affecting-
I mean, I don't think that other people won't care. I just don't. It'll get bought up. If it goes
Yeah.
down, I buy it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not stressing out about it.
So how did
Yeah, but
I
it
guess
could take a month
Trump
before it gets bought out.
Nah, you kidding me? World War III was done in 24 hours, bro. We was
Trump
back.
That
We
was
was
the
back to
12-day war.
business.
This is a bit more fundamental, you know. People starting to
Trump I guess
lose
Trump
faith in that
agreed to
president.
I guess Trump agreed to let Zelensky bring in other people. What's that all about?
He's got other people in there.
Zelensky,
Better do
yeah, but
something.
when he was one-on-one with Trump, he was argumentative, and Trump was like his father, like, "All right, now just sit down and listen to what I'm saying."
He's more like his uncle. He's like, sit down, shut up, listen to what you're being told. Like,
I didn't. Yeah,
you got
I
a
didn't think
plan.
that was too good. Yeah,
I don't know. I'm a
I
man
mean,
at the end of the day. You're not just gonna talk to me crazy.
yeah,
I
but
don't care who you
D-Block,
are.
whose land was that? I keep
That's what he
hearing
said.
that was
Go
Russia.
back to your
That was
country.
We're not gonna
that was
we're not gonna re-argue
Right.
the Ukraine war. We've got price action right now.
All right. I'm just saying. It's just like, all right, just flip a coin and give them what they want. Get it over.
None of my
No, but
business.
probability wise, do you think yes is gonna be red or green in the
The stock market will react. Yeah, we'll get reactions
Yeah,
in the stock
I
market.
think it's more likely to be red than green, and you know, oh, maybe it's a bit early still, but
So
back to
trade it.
school season kind of usually
Trade
isn't
it
that
either
good.
way. Yeah. At least it's movement, right? Not stagnant.
Also, a lot of people are longing. We had negative funding rates.
You'll
That
be
was cool.
fine if you're long.
They're
Just buy
they're open.
rest.
They're open, Zuzi. They're open.
All right,
Yeah.
it's open already, right? And it's green. All right.
Well, that's what they do. They pump it and then dump it, or dump it and pump it. It's fine.
I don't know about you guys, but if this plays out, there's decisions that need to be made down at the bottom, so it's time to focus up.
I'm talking about 98, 95.
Wow, it's in half an hour with the weekly close.
Yeah.
What's the thing, Dbloc? What should we be focusing on? What's the main thing you're going to be paying attention to as we go through this?
Total has a pretty ugly candle right now.
So I was just looking at his total. Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's a green candle, but it's not a good one.
That's what I was just looking at, Zuzi.
What's
If we go
Bitcoin?
if we go below 112, then D-Block's got to take his shirt off and turn his camera on.
Hell no.
Why would you even say something like that?
Well, you missed it, Joe. They brought it up earlier, you know.
Well,
Well, how about this? If it goes the other way, you got to take your shirt off.
Oh, don't. I will do it in a heartbeat. I
Can
have
we
no
just have
shame.
everybody keep their shirts on, please? Thank you.
Deal.
At least
I don't know what type of time.
At least he didn't. Yeah.
Some of these coins had amazing weeks, honestly. Like Arbitrum had a pretty good one. Mantle has a crazy one.
Right. Enough.
You see this MYX coin is still alive, man. What the hell? That's another finance, I think.
Yeah, Link does not give two Fs.
Yeah, Link also. I guess
Link.
I'm waiting for that $30 high on Link.
Yeah, what was the high on that? 25, 28 or something?
31. The lower high of the last season, yeah. Last time it was 54. Dead cat bounce high is at 35, and we're still below the dead cat bounce on stuff like Link. But it's because it didn't dump enough. You know, it's a bit like ETH. The bear market dropped it by 90%, but not 95 or 99 like Solana, right? Or like other alts. Yeah. So I guess it's.
Yeah, but
if you drop less, you also pump less, right? So right now,
I think
Link
it dumped.
seems like it seems like there's still potential in it, just because it hasn't given you crazy rewards to the upside. It just did 5x from bear market bottom. Like it's really not a lot compared to Render, who did 50x. See the difference?
Yeah.
Render
Link,
had a very
Link
harsh bear market compared to Link. Yeah.
I would hope Link hit the bottom down there. What did it go to? 15 or less? 12? I don't
No,
remember.
the bottom
I
was
know,
$5.
but when was that? That was a long time ago. I think I traded it higher than that. Yeah. I think that the sweet spot for Link was like the 12 to 15, something like that. But after
Was
that,
that
you know,
37, 36? I'll probably hold till $36, $37 where. Let's see if. Yeah, let's
But
get
that
back
used to.
above the dead cat bounce at least now.
Mm. What do we got? Half hour. Well, market's open tomorrow, stocks, so we'll see what happens there. And we are in the second week of August.
Third.
Where are you from again, Zeus? I forgot.
France.
Oh, oui.
You didn't hear the French music earlier?
No, I came in later. But I've spoke to him before, but I just keep forgetting.
That's Z ends for Zusi.
Yeah. He's got his own meme.
He does. He's got his own theme music. He doesn't hear it though, right? Zusi, you don't ever hear it. It's only us.
No, thanks. That thing scares me. I'm like,
How does he not hear it? Isn't it?
Because he's got Discord, like those things muted on his stream. I think on Dbloc.
Dude, what the hell? I mean, I'm European of Italy, so.
Oh.
I am an immigrant, like all of us.
Mamma
I'd like to travel the world, actually. You know, I'd like to see the pyramids more than Italy or Spain, even though it's beautiful there. But if I want to see old buildings, I'd like to see the pyramids and the Mayans, that kind of thing, where the aliens live. For some reason.
That is too tempting to just not stop at the CME close. It's got to go below that.
I would expect it to retest the break of this bear flag before it continues. So I'd be looking for vector recovery back up to the 50 EMA and then a continuation. Not worth playing for me, my point.
That's when leverage could be a handy tool if you really want to play, but you notice the range is too small. And...
Yeah, but some of these trades are like mental trades. Like what I mean is like when you're looking for a retest or something like that, like there's not a lot of meat on the bone, right? But seeing it play out is like a check mark on the like list of you're on the right track sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like that sort of stuff just adds to your confidence. I do that shit all the time with other people's trades. Like when people ask for a TA and shit, I'll do a TA on a coin that I'm not even paying attention to. But then I get like emotionally invested in that TA playing out, you know, even though I'm not invested in it.
Can you doodle what you think's going to play out here? Like a quick doodle?
Yeah, just a retest. Up to that 50, clear these vectors. And then come down. Clear these liquidations.
Yeah, that's what I meant by tempting. It's too tempting to come down and get them.
Yeah, it's already there. I mean, this is, you might as well just consider this closed, but they'll take it anyways. What I'm looking for is this move down to give me a nice stopping volume candle in this range somewhere.
116. Wait.
I don't think that taking out Thursday's low.
That would be free in the trap
market
shorts.
open on a Monday.
Yeah.
I mean, if they want to get brutal.
Let's see, if we're going to go for this retest, we'll start building some sort of little W structure down here. 13 EMA could stop that fun, though. Super sticker. Appreciate you, Gerald. Man said game over.
So funny because we were just watching Aliens the other day and we were thinking of like that guy who's game over, man. What was that? What was he? Man, he died young. What was his name?
Billy Joe?
No, the guy in Aliens that was freaking out when all the aliens were attacking and he's just being a big baby.
Actually, he's old.
So what's weird about this one though is that in the downward parallel channel of dominance, it's sitting at the top side of the parallel channel. And this is the part that scares me, that it's going to break that channel to the upside right here when it goes down, when Bitcoin goes down.
Dominance?
Yeah, dominance has been holding that parallel channel down for a while now. It's been pretty disciplined in that. But we're at the upside of it before a down move. So if it breaks through it, then I don't know what that means at that point. Does it mean that dominance is going to go up for another pump?
Some of these alts were able to consolidate at micro resistances, whether it's ETH, we're seeing a 10% pullback on ETH. It's nothing. ETH can drop 30% in a single day. Like it's, I still look at this as consolidation below the all-time high. We could drop even to 4K, and I'd still call it consolidation below the all-time high. Losing 4K though would change stuff. Cardano, a bit same stuff. We pumped towards $1 on the hourly. It's doing a bit of a ascending triangle. Now these patterns can all break to the wrong side by going down, which would bring dominance up, right? If BTC, like I think, got temporarily rejected at 100 EMA on the weekly. Maybe at least sideways on if BTC, that wouldn't help dominance go down, right? It would line up with your idea of breaking to the upside that parallel channel on dominance. But they have a chance, honestly, at continuing their up move because they're putting bullish patterns at resistance.
Yeah.
It's the same. ETH is also putting a bullish pattern here. It's building support. It's building support at the all-time high before the all-time high 5 years ago. This 4,400. It's not coincidence we're like trying to hold it here. It's because it's May 2020 high before the final push to the all-time high. We're still below. Right? So finding support here on ETH calls for like a blow-off top. Personally, I know it's a possibility. I'm not going to trade it like that. I will fully TP if we reach golden pocket of this downward ABC, but I won't sell my ETH. I'll just TP, a scalp basically. Maybe I'll hold 20% to just in case we really blow off to the upside. But honestly, I have bearish thoughts all over because there's a lot of bearish potential in these charts. Bitcoin made a new all-time high. It's back below its previous all-time high. Now that was a little bit of a. In the end, it's a swing failure pattern above the previous all-time high. Not on the hourly, but on some. Yeah, it's we just did a wick to all-time high and couldn't. Came back below. So the with Bitcoin being in a potential stay short from 123 for a while, it's a bit undecided.
Well, look.
For me, I'm looking at just real quick. I'm looking at dominance. We broke out of that bear flag. We haven't retested. Sort of looking at the same sort of move I was looking at for Bitcoin. Right, we've already started to build that structure. I think Dom come up a little more. These red lines are support that we need to break on the bottom. Right, alt season lives down here, underneath all of this stuff. And these are the lower highs that we need to break to really break that uptrend. If Bitcoin's gonna, if the alts are really gonna be in danger, we'll start taking out these lower highs. That's when you need to worry. Might take out the first one just on this retest, but we'll see how this plays out.
What I see on the 4-hour
Also,
Bitcoin in general, you take a look at that. We're back down at that triangle point where we had resistance, but that would be fine if we go sideways here at Dbloc, and then the alts can start making a move up if we do this. If we don't break down on that, what is that point of, I don't know what that is, point of interest. If we go sideways now for a couple days, I don't know, but that would be a time for alts to like try to come back up. But if we break that, yeah, then we go into that lower level there.
Hey Zusi, I put the
Honestly, with
parallel.
futures.
Sorry, what a parallel channel I was telling you about. I put it in bubble chat just so you knew what I was talking about. How it's in the upper range.
Okay, thanks. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, it's like it's trying to, it's rating the angle.
Yeah, that's why I think it's scary.
Okay.
I agree with what Dbloc said, but I'm just saying, like, it usually sitting
Well,
in the middle, like
you know,
when it's happening.
There's more leverage volume on ETH, and it's been the case for like 10 days now. So you just watch ETH. It's the answer of dominance. Just watch ETH. If your pattern on ETH plays out to the side you're betting on, then dominance will just follow. Dominance chart just follows what alts do. It's not like it's the result of all the
it's not predictive. It's just it's the fastest way to see it without looking at 30 charts.
If ETH goes to 4,600 while Bitcoin stays here, I know dominance is breaking down that parallel channel. Right? If I see ETH stay here while Bitcoin starts to go to 124 again, then I kind of know dominance is upward. But on Bitcoin, for me, the 1165 could be a decision point because we have 4-hour 200 EMA there. We have golden pocket of this last little up leg from 112 to 120, well, to the new all-time high. So, if we start losing that, then the probability of seeing a double bottom at 112 kind of increases. So, I'm eager to stay long around golden pocket. So around 116.5. I did enter a bit higher, but that's just trade management. Like for me, it's close enough. Yeah, I got 117 or 116 something. Well, let me check what did I
look
get.
Look at that run.
1171, yeah, 1171. So
look at the run that we did on Bitcoin. That spike from what is that?
This is that little move up I was talking about.
Yeah, 110 to 124.
also with ES having gapped up and pumping, when that turns around to the downside, which it will, with Bitcoin already going down, usually the stock market going down can only bring Bitcoin down further. Now, maybe currently, maybe with the bullishness in the market, that's a bit less true than usual, but still, red markets are never good for crypto. But yeah, there's a divergence right now. We're seeing ES up 0.2%, while Bitcoin is like up 0.1%. I'm joking, but yeah, it's just noise. All of this is just noise. It's just one guy who sold or one guy who bought. There's a big whale who bought SPY, and there's a big whale who sold a bit Bitcoin, and that's all.
From that 112 area, it just shot right the hell up and consolidated. They came down, tested it, not for long, and then it just shot up again. So that's why it's testing the resistance here. We're consolidating here on Bitcoin on a 4-hour.
But if we don't hold here that 4-hour, the double bottom idea at 112 is going to take a lot of, the probability of getting that kind of increases a lot, I think.
Well,
and it makes sense, right? Because you have double top at 124. If you want to offset that with a bullish structure, you kind of need a double bottom at 112. Right?
Yeah, if you get any kind of, Russia, Ukraine news that's negative, we could go down there in a heartbeat, really.
Oh, we can go there without any news, but yeah, I'm sure news will expedite it. Well, we like to explain why price did this, and news are helpful for that, right? But in reality, it's just people TPing and not enough people buying.
They get scared, yeah. They say, "I'm getting out."
But World War III scared us. I guess this could scare us too. We saw the markets drop 5% with World War III incoming. Maybe you can drop 5%, but how much is that? Well, that brings us to 112, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, some people claim we already are in World War III. We just don't see it.
Yeah, we are.
I think we could get a spike up to 120 before continuing this down move to make it a bit slower, though. Yeah. Let's touch that 1165, then go up a bit, and then maybe we'll see what happens.
So let's see, where we at? 15 minutes. 16.
I wonder how much ETH would drop if Bitcoin was to put a lower low here. Maybe it wouldn't, right? What's dominance? Well, I mean, what's the pair saying on the small time frames? I don't look at pairs like below the hourly personally.
Well, take a look at like 4-hour daily.
Oh, it's dropping. All right.
Look at daily would be your best look at it. Probably 3,700 something. Not that bad. That's where there's a lot of volume profile. The highest volume trading area on ETH is down there. And actually, here, look at that. No matter what, looks like it wants to go there. Now that I look at it, you mentioned it. On a 4-hour, it looks pretty juicy down there. Huh. See.
Let's give an opportunity at shorts to exit before squeezing them again.
You see that? Look in general there. You see ETH could go easily down there to test that volume profile area. Not a bad buy. A little bit of that's like a double profit.
ETH could go much lower than you think right now, because
yeah. But I'm saying that
it's
not much. It was a double top, and it kind of like blew through it after what maybe one or two tries. It blew right up.
And I asked Dbloc what's the narrative on ETH. His answer was stable coins. How bullish can that be? I want to fed ETH so people short it so we continue upward. But seriously, like that doesn't sound very exciting to me. Like we're bullish because we have stable coins. Great.
I should have stretched this out though, but here, look at. I should have stretched it out a little
Stable
more.
coins that depeg, stable coins that go bankrupt. That USD. What was it? USD. Terra Luna's USD something. But this bull run, I mean, the current alt season is a bit about stable coins because we have like Etana doing kind of good, and it's a stable coin project.
There's a better picture of ETH. Look how many times that were resistant. So if it comes down and makes that support, that would be sweet. You know, if we do go back down there.
We will do both probably. It's been a tight range for the weekend. You know, we tried to break it to the upside.
Yeah, it had a nice.
But usually the initial move is a bit the false move, and we tried to break it to the upside. We're now back at the range high. Range low is like 2% lower.
All right, I'm back, guys. I had to set my orders. I'm about to take off to eat. I kind of expect this to play out while I'm gone. Let's take like let's back up for a little bit and just give you an idea what I'm thinking. We're at CME now. In my opinion, we're about to break out of this bigger flag. Small one, you can either retest or it can't, whatever. That's not important to me. I think we come down and we flush. Right, I'm looking for a stopping volume candle somewhere into this support. This would free our trap shorts, which would make our false move down for the week. Doesn't mean that this is the very bottom. And remember, we have until Monday to really put in a bottom. What I'm really thinking happens, though, is because of the support that's here and the orders that are here, I think this will be our bottom. Maybe we go under a little bit, whatever, as long as our candle closes on higher time frames. And then from there we move up. Tomorrow we might have a situation where we hit the bottom of this weekend trap and have another retracement. But if we make this move tonight, I think the rest of our move for the week is up and we target our vector gaps.
120, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I was saying yesterday.
So for right
Sunday
now,
violence, man.
yeah. So for right now, I've got orders set. Right, my biggest order is set at support. I've got orders set down into the news box just in case they pull anything funny. And I'll be back. I'm just gonna use some food.
News box, I love it.
That's new. I never heard of that.
I got tired of people. I got tired of having my shit play out and people say, "Hey, the news, we dropped because of like." Just we'll insert whatever story you want there. The point of the matter
The trigger.
is that, yeah,
Dude, that's actually big brain.
The moral of the
That's a good idea.
story is that this bear flag will break. And if we come down much further than this, they'll blame it on something.
So you're looking at 120. Let's see.
But right now, until we break that, I don't want to put the measured move for that flag because we haven't broken. But we did break that top one, so, and we just took the rest of the CME gap.
That's funny though, Dbloc. You've been in crypto so long that you have to start writing things in abstract terms and agnostic boxes. Insert whatever excuse you have.
It's just, it gets frustrating, bro. Like, I'll be talking about a damn target for 3 weeks. And then Trump gets all the credit.
Yeah,
a lot of those people are, all right. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, a lot of people are using boxes there for, the time frames. You can box it out. It's the same thing as fibs, I guess. But I don't use them, but I see people use them.
I mean, I get that box is there. It's like it's another version of you don't F it up zone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, that's like a high and a low and
macro
a medium,
support.
It's kind of, yeah.
High levels of FUD at macro support. There's always a goal.
Macro support at 115? You serious?
Well, for our range, yeah.
Damn, Bitcoin went up a lot.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Goddamn Zelensky.
Yeah, it's always when I'm about to step away from the screen that it wants to do the thing.
Right.
Well, 5 minutes to the weekly close. I guess we're trying to close it as low as possible.
I got a light laptop. I just bring it on my dinner table, Dbloc.
That's something that we don't talk about a lot is how Bitcoin. I know we've been through some volatile stuff lately, but the fact that how nothing stops a bull market, like all of this crazy news and tariffs is pretty new. The level of tariffs were new to us, and wars and all this other crap and the dollar fall, all this crap that happens, and it still manages to make several new all-time highs. I love it. And if you're like an anti-Bitcoin person, I know none of us are, but for the people who are, if they can't see that, man, they're absolutely blind or deliberately, what is that, cognitive?
No, they get scared. They get
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, or you're deliberately not looking because you're scared to see the boogeyman in the closet because you know what I'm saying? It's just like people deliberately avoiding looking at something they don't want to be wrong on.
If it was only Bitcoin managing that, I would fully agree with you. The problem is it's the whole world. Every asset in the world is doing that. So, I want Bitcoin to now outperform everything, or crypto in general, and it's starting to do it.
Dude, there's certain sectors people are getting owned
Bitcoin
in right
outperformed everything. What didn't Bitcoin outperform except for like MicroStrategy?
No, but
like the only legacy plays that outperform Bitcoin are also crypto plays.
No, you're right, but I'd love to see a downtrend in the stock market while Bitcoin continues,
Oh, you want like a
sideways.
yeah. Bitcoin
Decoupling a
only.
bit, a real, because
I
last week
think
we had a new
remember that
all-time
was
high
always
on
our
Bitcoin, but we also had it on SPY. So
that was
like,
always our argument for the blow off top though. You remember when we used to talk about that?
yeah, and it's not happening right now because
Hitting
they're
well, they
very
are hitting their
aggressive.
all-time highs before we are, right? So we would assume that they should top out before we do, and then that opens that rotational play.
Nasdaq topped on Wednesday last week. Bitcoin. Same
Give me
time.
1 second. I think
There's
my
no
food's here.
there's no rate news, right? We had that last week, I think. I don't think there's any rate news this week.
Yeah, but the news there is that because inflation ticked up, there will be less rate cuts and smaller rate cuts.
Rate
But
cuts
they still might do one in September, supposedly. That was their long play. If they delay that, man, it's gonna screw things up. I think people are really gonna get fed up.
But especially because rate cuts are not necessarily a bullish catalyst. Depends on the chart. So for some charts, it could be a good
could
thing.
mean
For small caps,
right.
it's a good thing for small cap companies because they don't have the cash flow that the big giants have. It's a good thing for Russell. But for
housing.
Nvidia doesn't care about the rate. Bitcoin probably doesn't care too much either.
No, it's all about
Actually,
housing.
Bitcoin needs to pump less if the government gives you less APY, right? If you get if Powell cuts, then Bitcoin doesn't need to perform as good as it needs to. Like if there's less inflation, it's not good for Bitcoin. Right? Bitcoin thrives on inflation, so you don't like.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer, but people are expecting bullish outcome from rate cuts. I'm not sure.
That's what. Yeah, I mean, people that don't understand it always think, "Oh yeah, I could see it." Like for if you wanted to buy a house, you get your mortgage a little bit cheaper, but I don't know. It's not that big of a deal. I don't think, unless you cut 50, maybe. But
No,
if they're
that's
going to be
bad. Cutting 50 means something is broken. It's very
right,
bearish. It means that
it's going
the
to.
Fed had to intervene, that they were wrong on not having cut already, and that they're like acting in an emergency. It means something is wrong, right? It means something bad is happening if the Fed does aggressive
Yeah,
moves.
and that's usually what the case is. They're always late,
Yeah,
and
but
then
when you look
Trump's
at
going to
the,
Oh,
when you
well,
look
that's usually.
when you look
Trump
at
is going
this,
to listen. Trump's going to fluff his collar and say, "See, I was right." Hey, quiet.
I think what Dbloc said
Right.
makes sense. Just a 25% rate cut to make people who want a rate cut happy without impacting too much the current rates, while keeping them high while the indices are high in order to safeguard your tool for in case there's an issue. Because look, you're gonna cut rates with SPY in price discovery, with Nasdaq in price discovery, with gold at all-time highs, with the dollar having collapsed, and like.
Yeah. So let's get back to like if you're trading Bitcoin, like my brother always used to say, "Oh, it's dumping. Shouldn't I sell and buy it cheaper?" And I go, "It's moving so fast, you're gonna miss it." And he's like, "Screw it, I'm gonna sell it." And then he's chasing it. So it's like, what do you guys do? I mean, I chased it too at some points, but if you can catch it where it drops, Jesus, 2 grand, 4 grand. I'm talking about spot. You see it, the next you get lucky and you wake up the next morning and you're 4 grand down. What do? You buy it if it looks like it's stabilizing. Yeah, I do. So you're grabbing. That's a money grab, right? But he would sell it right away instead of just holding it because after that move is done. You know what I mean? You're not going to get that big a move right away unless things are really crazy. But usually you'll drop that, a nice move down. Not $500. I mean, you're lucky if you can catch a $500 move on spot and play it out. I mean, it's happened, but it's like you're chasing it. And I told them, I
What?
go ahead. You're going to end up with less coin. You're going to end up with less Bitcoin if you start doing that. You should be adding some, Try to do it once or twice. and then see how you do. But you can't do that all the time. You're going to lose what you built up for. You know, he had like 5
Well,
coins.
some people are amazing at scalping, others are less good, and you gotta find a bit what works for you. I
Yeah,
guess.
but he was new.
Yeah.
I introduced him. Yeah, he was new to it, and he was really freaking out. And I'm like, dude, it didn't drop. If it dropped $500, it's moving. This is during a parabolic move. You know, back in 2019, 20, I guess. I don't know when I got him into it, but it was crazy to catch those moves. I mean, I did it with Link. Link was moving every 20 minutes. It went. It was crazy. 50 cents every 20 minutes for like 3, 4 days in a row. Kind of like what it's about to do, I think. Chain Link, if it starts getting up there again. But the narrative I hear now on all those coins, you know, what I'm hearing is all those coins are never going to perform like they did in the past. But I don't know if I really believe that because the technology now is developing more. So you got XRP, XLM, Chainlink. You know, you got some good coins that are really proving out and you know actually performing, or supposedly they are a real thing, right?
The weekly
So
candle is in, and well,
it's 8:02. My bad. I'm sorry I ranted on that, but
weekly SFPs
yeah,
all over the place.
it's kind of like almost double bottom on a. What am I on? 1 minute?
No,
Let's go to
double
5.
top, not bottom, top. Weekly.
Oh, you're talking about weekly, yeah. Want to see if it.
Well, yeah, it's the weekly close.
If it holds, yeah.
But it's over. The candle closed.
So we held it.
Now we started a
117.
new
Yeah.
weekly.
I'd like to see it get over this 117.4, but it's not even doing that.
I was like, it's a bearish candle. It's gotta be a trap candle just to make bears sell, so the bulls absorb those sells. But that's not a good way of thinking. A candle is a candle. It's either a bullish or a bearish one.
Alright.
This one is a bearish one, at least on Bitcoin. Only if it's not as bad, of course, because yeah, it's not as bad, but it's still a bigger wick than body, so I think you can call it.
Let's look
Actually, I
at.
don't know if that candle pattern has a name on ETH Weekly, but it's a big wick.
Total 3. Look at total 3. It's got a green starting to.
Total lost 4 trillion on the weekly close, and yeah, Total has a ugly candle here.
Yeah, but it's got to break
You know,
through.
it's just a candle pattern. It's a probability game, right? I guess there's like 30% chance of continuation upward.
On a daily, yeah, it's got to break
Maybe.
free. It's got to break
But
free.
look at the look at some similar weekly candles on ETH on the left, and oh boy.
Yeah.
For example, well, the dead cat bounce candle was like this one.
Hey, let's give it credit. I mean,
January
total 3 is up.
2025.
Yeah, total 3's up there. You know what I mean? It ain't lagging now anymore. It's getting up to the top area where it could break out. It already wicked up to the 1.2 trillion. It's going to break that. It's going to break that probably in the next week or two. I mean, unless we
Yeah,
totally.
there's still 2 weeks before September, right? So I guess we can hold on.
Yeah, but August was supposed to be so bullish.
No, actually, no.
I never look at it that way. I never look at it that way. Everybody else, you know, the shit you hear online. I
I
mean,
was
we've been
expecting all
bullish.
season this summer, like I expect all season every summer. Last summer it was very wrong. This summer it kind of worked better. Well, yeah, it worked way better than last year.
We've been bullish all along, really. You know, we're in an uptrend overall. I mean, shit. You got to go wait. What do you got to go down to?
Well, it depends on the coins, right? Some of them are still in a downtrend. They're showing
You
signs of
gotta.
life, but they're still like in a downtrend. If you take something like Cardano, which has done amazing this week, right? Let me check what I'm
Yeah, but
seeing.
I'm looking.
I think overall it's still in a downtrend, no?
I'm looking at alts though. Look at the what am I on?
Yeah,
Weekly on alts. Look at the weekly on alts. It was 268. Yeah, 288. When was that we broke out of there? That was in July of last year. Oh wow, wait. July of 23. What? Holy shit.
we need something above 130 on Cardano so I don't call it a downtrend.
Cardano.
2 years alt's been fighting to come up here. You think it's gonna give up? No way.
Yet it's what it did 3 times. I mean, look at it, right? We pumped too early, right? That 4,000 initial pump during the bear almost. Well, not during the bear, but towards. Well, anyway, yeah. You know, it did triple top at 4,000, right? So every time it came close to the all-time high, you start to see, people who are calling you for 7-8K, people becoming very bullish. Yet, every time it gave you a nice drop, at least like 30%. The last one was 75% drop, pretty big. Now here we are managing to break above 4K. So as long as we're above 4K, I'm not worried of a huge dump on ETH. Overall, I think if it's going up, and maybe it topped here, maybe it didn't, I don't know. But as long as we're above 4K, I'm assuming it's just going to continue up. But if we lose 4K again, then 2,800 could come pretty quick on this chart on the weekly. Just in a few months, you could end up at 2,800. I'm sure the news will explain it through rate cuts or rate hikes or just having done nothing. Although for me, that's the most bullish. If Powell just does nothing, then there's no change. We can just continue the current trends. Every trend is upward. Even gold is still upward. Everything is upward. Let's just continue. Any change in that is a bit dangerous because it means something changed. Powell cuts aggressively. Something changed. We could react by having a blow off top and then start a recession. We could also just react by going down. And we could also just go sideways after a rate cut. Europe already cut, Maybe we overestimate the strength of that tool also. Cutting, hiking. Does it really impact markets?
Maybe we overestimate the big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Look at general. That total 3 is ready to break that freaking pattern. Then you're printing.
Yeah, but then you'll have false move up on a Monday, and you'd expect more of a bearish week, right? So, do you really want to break it on a Monday?
Yes.
Which Drew's gonna say, "Oh, I should have held my Doge."
Oh, no push-ups for me, sir. No push-ups for me. No regrets. 100% locked and loaded.
Oh, the more it drops, the more P&L we might have on a dip buy, right? And there will come a time where we shouldn't buy the next dip.
Yeah, maybe in like 3 years. Wait for 3 years, and that's going to be the big dip you got to wait for.
Maybe it's already the case on these alts.
Some alts, yeah. Some alts are dead. Goodbye.
On Bitcoin, though, I wouldn't doubt buying 112 here.
I mean, 100K could be the new floor. Why not?
Now, if you lose 112, 90K could come after that, but I still buy.
Yeah,
If you imagine 100K to be the floor and you hit 90K, if you get chicken out, it's your fault.
Well, that's what I heard. If your alts aren't moving now, just jump on the ones that are. Trade out.
Well, you got to be careful with that too,
That's
because you don't
dangerous.
want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dangerous also because you don't want to jump on things that are already traded.
I mean, I'm not doing it, but that's what I heard somebody say
Yeah.
the other day, and I'm like, I can't let go of my shit, but I'm
Well, I mean, if there's
looking
things
for
that you,
something.
yeah, if there's things you stop believing in, it's good. I'd say to rotate in things you believe in.
And I did. I mean, I did sell a shitload of Shibarium and whatever, but it's like I should have really
But
put that on some kind of
that sounds like
where
you should do some push-ups too.
locked it. Yeah, I should have locked it up in something.
Oh, sounds like that sounds like 20 push-ups.
I was about to say that's more.
This guy's just racking them up.
Well, you got to do some kind of exercise when you get up there in age.
Yeah, it's good for you.
If you ain't having sex, you got to have some other exercise. Just
Remember
go
the
out
higher
more.
low, the triple bottom with the lowest point in the midpoint. That's what Bitcoin did on the Adam Eve part, right? On the left. Maybe we could just do the same thing but bigger.
On
And
what? What are you talking about? Ethereum versus what?
Well, if we just follow, yeah. No, on Bitcoin.
They're all doing the same thing. Look at they're all looking the same. Like they're coming up to a move. It's like accumulation up to a bigger move. Whether it drops a couple thousand again, who cares? It's gonna bounce heavy. in my
This is
opinion.
it's a choppy area, right? Should wait for an opportunity, either low to buy or high to sell.
Yeah, it's like if I'm not awake during the Momo movement, I don't care. But as long as you have something in the market, is what they say. Don't just sleep on anything.
Was that crypto dick?
Dance on it.
Yeah, you got to have.
Get down on it.
You got to be in something. I mean, come on.
Well, it depends.
You're on this.
There's no set rules. That's the whole thing. You don't got to do anything. It's like you got to go with the flow. I think, but there are good things. That maybe if you have your own set rules to stick by the plan. Of course, but things change up so quick these days, especially with fundamental changes in the real world. It's like you got to know how to pivot quick.
Yeah, but some people just say you hold a bag of something and then you trade that same bag on leverage or something. I've done that. Or trade on different coins, but hold that other bag for years. And I'm sure a lot of people are doing that.
Oh,
And
hell
that's
yeah.
why they're definitely up. I mean, shit, just 6 months ago. I mean, look what we did.
It's the time. I mean, time is. I mean, the whole thing with timing the market is not as valuable as time in the market is true.
Mm. Yeah.
Chilling.
Is that Stefan? Stefan? What up, Stefan? Steven. I'm still
You think
afraid to take
Paul?
that plane trip to Costa Rica. I don't know about that. Yeah, I mean, every day I hear these planes freaking crashing or delayed, and I'm like, what the hell? We're gonna have some wave action here in a couple days with this storm coming up through Caribbean, man. We're gonna have like 10-foot, 15-foot waves. My buddies in the Bahamas, they're probably right now out there. What time would it be there? I don't even know. but yeah. But they're pros. Well, we'll find out tomorrow what stocks open up at, you know. See what we see right now. Yeah. I think I gotta grab something to munch on myself. Dbloc went for dinner or something. I don't know. A crusty submarine. yellow submarine. Oh, dude, I got some sausage and peppers, and I cooked up a steak over my brother's. So I actually got some food, but anywho, what time? See what happens in a little bit.
I'm looking for a chart of Matic that goes back all the way in time to see if it's a coin that dropped a lot during the bear or not, because I don't remember how low it went. And this renaming of Matic into Pole erased all the charts. So it's a bit. It's because they were not trading Pole 3 years ago. So by renaming the coin, it's made it a bit harder to retrace its history, right? Like you don't even see that it went to $3 when you open a Pole chart. And I thought about Pole because last cycle it pumped very late in the cycle. So I'm like, well, even if I'm wrong on alt season and it has already happened, maybe it can do the same stuff as last time. And it's at resistance here. It's not a good buy, but we're still below 2nd of February. Hmm? No, it's Bitcoin. But it wasn't supposed to be, but it became. No, even at first, I was like more heavy Bitcoin than anything else. No, man, alts, it's just to diversify leverage plays a bit. That's all. It's just to have fun. But it's Bitcoin, ETH, and mental. Those are the 3 ones I care about, I guess. Nah, I don't. Nah, so that I know. Mental, MNT. That's good. But yeah, originally it was that, yeah, Bitcoin, ETH, and mental. More or less nothing else. Yeah, that was years ago, though. Things have changed since. Nah, it's nothing but simple. Between stocks, crypto, this, that, I need to refocus on a few stuff. problem is they go up and down together, right? It's a coincidence Tesla is sitting around $300, $400 close to its all-time high. Yeah. There's no point of diversifying in correlated assets. So now the idea is to geographically diversify. Maybe that'll work. Probably not. But if you go, no, it won't, because America pulls everything up and down. So Europe usually goes down while America is going down. So you got to think a bit more for your geographic diversification. So I betted on China a few years ago. I'm still like adding to a Chinese ETF, I guess. But now it's going to India. It's India that performed really amazing recently. It's not China. China is done. Right? They had their pump in the 2000s, and now it's becoming a mature economy and all. Right? But India had amazing run. It's retracing that run, by the way, and I think it's still too high. But yeah, Indian stock market. India is right now at COVID all-time highs. Actually, wait a second. Yeah. They're close to their COVID all-time high right now. Like they are close to the tariff scare level. But actually, yeah, I mentioned it because I'm starting to pay attention to that chart a bit. No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm enough diversified. No forex for me. No, but instead of holding only American or French stocks, I'm like, why not bet that when America goes into a recession, China will go into a bull run? That doesn't seem likely, but at least I'll be hedged a little bit more. Eh? I'll just hold longs everywhere, but not in the same country. Oh, we'll see. It's more like 10 years ahead, We'll see in 10 years if China is able to pump while America dumps. But then what I lose in America, I'll make back in China a bit of it at least. So yeah, it'll be a bit more secure. That dollar? Dixie? So Dixie is really interesting here because this summer, the dollar index started to threaten its up move that started in 2008. So I don't know what the answer of this parallel upward is going to be, but it's a bearish channel on dollar index, right? Since 2008, it's going up and down in a bit of an upward parallel channel. And we're back at the support line. So the same way Jacket said, I'm worried dominance is going to break this downward channel. Well, Dixie is doing the same thing, but with the support, right? And if the dollar stops going up, it means that whatever they were doing since 2008 has stopped or changed, right? Like, well, yeah, if BRICS takes a bit of it's well, it could be BRICS could be the answer, right? We could see in well, you can't see it in Dixie chart, but dollar losing dominance could end up in these charts. That's good for Bitcoin, if Dixie breaks this uptrend since 2008, it could explain the super cycle idea, or less bad of a bear market than typical. Like, you know, if in the coming 5-10 years Dixie continues downward, and you know, it took it 20, it took it 20 years to give us this double top. So when the trend changes on dollar, it can last a long time. Yeah, like it goes up 10 years, down 10 years, up 10 years, down 10 years. It's like a 10-year cycle more than a 4-year cycle. You don't think the 4-year cycle applies? Oh, come on. Well, yeah, the thing with crypto is you only have 3 examples. So it's not a lot to really prove the 4-year cycle. It's just 3 examples. Well, we're working on the 4th, right? But on the stock market, you have plenty much more data, and you can line up a 4-year cycle on that chart too. How not to trust crypto when Bitcoin is at 120K? Well, 170. Oh, yeah, big money people then all around. Brooks is not
Big
new, you
sales
know.
coming in. Big sales coming in.
They tried plenty times to make. Notice how ETH is still higher than where Bitcoin is. Interesting.
Whoa.
It's trying to hold and then it's gonna give it up all in one go. It's typically what happens, right? But yeah, a lot of countries have tried to make, you know, to undermine the dollar's dominance, and they all failed. Most likely, BRICS will fail too. Well, in case they don't fail, a bit of exposure there, a few percent isn't maybe a bad idea, right? Because their market went down a lot while European and American markets went up a lot. So just makes sense that whenever we get a decade of downward move, they actually get a decade of upward move, and they actually become the dominating power. Maybe in the 2030s that'll happen. It could take another decade before it happens, right? Maybe we'll remove a few zeros from our currencies. Make a new dollar and remove. It's the same. Euro inflates too. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, euro is a bit too high right now. No, 120, a bit less. 118, I think. But it's politics, right? Like, we agreed to buy American weapons, so you guys are allowing our currency to go a bit higher so that we can buy your weapons, right? So that it's not as expensive for us to spend our money buying your weapons. Because it's the Trump deal with Europe. I think that helping euro maintain its value here. Macron?
Oh, they chose to be the world leaders.
But you mentioned forex. Forex probably gives some hints at what's happening on other markets. Right? So it's important to watch forex stuff a bit too, no? Because seeing euro break that downtrend, that's 2008. Like, oh well, that's the financial crisis. Can currencies be used as a sign of an incoming doom? Probably not, no. But it's not govern you can't govern France right now because if they attempt to do anything courageous, the government would fall. So this is very good because we're in an uptrend and they can do nothing. So we're just continuing the uptrend. We're trying to buy social peace. Still, it's making us bankrupt slowly, but I guess it's holding. No, no, no. No, no, because Macron cannot do anything because the government would fall. So there's not a lot to protest about because they're doing nothing. So no, that's probably no, but there are some protests going on. We had the aircraft. No, you have the typical protests going on, but that's just typical. That's just normal. There's no like yellow jacket or there's no huge protest wave right now. But you have yeah. It's summertime, so people went on vacation. So we had trains go on strike. We had airplanes go on strike. But that's that's just to piss off the boss. Yeah. Public buildings, yeah.
Hey, real quick. This might be a stopping volume on candle on the 15-minute for Bitcoin. Just keep an eye on that. It's a blue vector right now. Might end up being a
Nice.
stopping volume candle.
But it's not a low. But yeah, why not?
So what? It could be a higher low for a
W, yeah.
bigger W.
Yeah. It's just, for ABCs. A low is always a better opportunity because you're getting it cheaper.
Yeah, but the fact that that's your criteria, like that criteria must be met for you to enter a trade, though. Like I mean, you close yourself off to a lot of other opportunities.
Yeah, that's true. But
Not to say that there's anything wrong with it, or that you should, like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But
no, you're
I'm
right.
just saying the opposite is true as well.
You could go long here for many reasons. We also yeah, you could also go short for many reasons, actually. Short support. Yeah, that's a good idea. Sometimes it works. Short golden pocket. So did ES take a downturn a bit? No? Oh no, it didn't. Well, on these time frames, we're a bit too zoomed in.
Yeah, trust me, though, Zeusy, I get you, because my favorite thing to look for is bullish divergence. You need a lower low for that.
Yeah, while your indicator doesn't, for example, right? No, but still, like for if you're the previous trade, for me, in my case right now, the previous trade has not been stopped out, so I really don't have any reason to do anything. But if I wasn't in a trade, I would just patiently wait for a low and see the reaction there. It lines up with the 4-hour 200, the golden pocket. There's a few reasons to go long, but not here. Just $100 lower. Well, $500 lower. Yeah. And maybe it won't react, right? It could just go straight down too. But it's odd that Bitcoin is pulling back 0.1%. I mean, when you look at 24 hours, we're down 0.1%, right? While the stock market is actually green. So that's a divergence too. We have ES going up. It's more giving us a bullish bias, and Bitcoin is going down, at least on the hourly. That's also well, maybe that's an argument for long, yeah. Oliver Burrow says, "What about 18-year cycle?" I have no clue. I wasn't trading more than 5 years ago, so 4 years ago, so never lived through an 18-year cycle. But it's supposed to come to an end, and the fact that so you see, we're starting to see it on forex charts, the end of the 18-year cycle, because you have Dixie threatening a trend that started in 2008. Now that's roughly 18 years ago. That's what I see in my technical analysis on Dixie. It's just a parallel upward since 2008, roughly. And that support angle on the dollar index, well, it's not broken, but that's the question mark here for the dollar index. Are we gonna find support around 97, 96, 98 to start to go back up and maybe reverse the downtrend that started at 115, so eventually even go to like 125? Or are we gonna break this this angular trend? If we start to close weekly, monthly candles below 96, that means that the trend has shifted. What started in 2008 is not true anymore. It means that at 115, Dixie started a downtrend. Well, a trend that's stronger than the one that brought us up, right? So then betting on a reversal upward for Dixie starts to become interesting, huh? Because you have confirmation it's like going down. Well, it is going down anyway, but so yeah, maybe that's a sign of the 18-year cycle starting to act on things, because we have currencies that are breaking 18-year long uptrends. It's also true for Euro, but that's because it's the same chart as Dixie. You know, Euro started going down in 2008. That's roughly 18 years ago. I mean, in 1 year it'll be 18, right? Question is, what's the error rate on your 18-year cycle, right? It's like plus or minus 2 years, with like 30% chance that it's in a plus or minus 2 years around 18 years, or what's the? It's not like a definitive exactly 18 year, right? There's a bit of error around that number too. But we'll see if Dixie finds support here, starts to climb back, reclaims 100 as support, then we're still in the same trend since 2008, and I guess 18-year cycle is not. Well, maybe it's going to work on real estate, but not on currencies. And let's not look at SPY's uptrend since 2008, because breaking that, confirmation you've broken your uptrend since 2008 on SPY means turning the 200 MA on the weekly into resistance. So we need to go below tariff dump and flip it into resistance. It's too late to sell at that point. Like I'm buying below the 200 MA on the weekly. And we never went. SPY never went below the 200 MA on the weekly. It wicked a bit below it a few times. Opportunities to buy. In the last 20 years, you had a few opportunities to buy at the 200 MA on the weekly, but you never really went below it. Always found support, except COVID, where you had like 2 weeks, 3 weeks below the 200 MA, something like that. And then recently, October 2022 low, it's a touch on the 200 MA. So, you know, if I see SPY touch the 200 MA, it's just, even though I know we can turn it into resistance and have a much bigger bear market, I'll still buy. Too risky not to. Tariffs give us amazing buys, especially on crypto. We tested COVID all-time high. Like there was no doubt in those buys. 80K, and well, for me it was 85. So you know, anything below 85K was just look for longs. No shorting below 85K. I guess that number is a bit higher now. It's like no shorting below 100K. Wow. Yeah, I'd probably just attempt to catch along once we lose 100K. Yeah, it'll bounce eventually, even if it's for a dead cat bounce. But yeah, I don't know. The answer is I don't know. I don't have experience of trading that 18-year cycle, well, living through the 18-year cycle. I was too young back in 2007, 8. Didn't care about trading or assets or this or that. But it must have been harsh, huh? Oh boy, like 50, 60% down. Oh, yeah, we just lived through that on these alts, though. We saw 50, 60% down isn't that much. The question is the impact on crypto of if something like that was to play out. What's going to happen to Bitcoin if SPY loses 60%? To go double bottom at COVID dip, for example. Oh, that's a doomsday scenario. In the meantime, can we pump? Let's pump another 2-3 years. Have it like the 1980s, high inflation, everything going up, all good. Then blow off top in 2000. I guess we'll get the same blow off top too pretty soon. And then the downturn. That maybe could be a bit longer than the previous ones. Maybe less in percentage, but longer in time. Because of the 18-year real estate cycle, the recovery could take a more time. If you have a real estate having issues, people aren't gonna have money to buy Bitcoin, right? So sell your Bitcoin at the top of the bull to buy a house at the bottom of the housing crisis. Imagine if that happened. Imagine Bitcoin pumping while housing is going down. It's impossible, right? Imagine so much FOMO that people are actually selling their houses to buy Bitcoin, which would create the downturn on the housing market. Because of AI and robotics building houses cheaper, maybe that's going to happen one day. Oh. Nobody knows, Oliver. No, nobody knows. Because crypto didn't exist in 2008, right? So nobody knows. But don't bother. Like, we shouldn't bother with stuff we don't have any examples of, right? We'll see. We're gonna know pretty soon. Like in 2 years, we'll know, right? We'll know if the 18-year cycle holds true for real estate, which it might not, right? And we'll also know what kind of impact it has on crypto. You know, Dbloc said that now we know what quantitative tightening has, what kind of effect it has on crypto. Well, it brings down. You know, your shitcoins pump less basically because of high interest rates. Because people, to be honest, I'm not sure if that's really valid, but let's assume it is. Because of high interest rates, people have less money, so they buy less alts, I guess. In the real stock market, it makes sense because the small companies usually go bankrupt with high interest rates because they don't have as much money to work with, and they can more easily go bankrupt than the big players. You know? So the current state of the stock market,
It's that it's just that it's easier to borrow money. Like it's cheaper to borrow money. Like when
yeah,
there's low interest rates, so people, and then if there's also inflation on the rise of company with it, people are going to go risk on because they're trying to like double their returns. So they're getting cheaper money. Like it's cheaper for them to borrow the money than put it into a risk asset so that it can hopefully like going risk on so it can hopefully appreciate in value so that they can exceed the inflation hurdle.
Well, you know, people
That's
are
the whole idea of
complaining
risk
that it's only the Magnificent Seven that keep the SPY up right now, but it's normal. It's because of high interest rates, right? Because those
Yeah,
are the
it is. It's
companies
true.
who really have so much profit margin that they're like sitting on so much cash. They can buy up all the small companies anyway, but they don't do that because they're not profitable. The other companies are not as profitable, and so they have a higher risk of going bankrupt, and they can't expand because money is too expensive too. So you end up with the companies that are already big becoming even bigger, even more powerful, and it's not good for diversification of the economy. Yeah? It just all stacks up in the
Yeah.
Magnificent Seven. Yeah.
It just ends up being a heavy concentration into those
So the
specific companies because they're too big to fail.
so the Powell cutting should help a chart like Russell, right? Well, Russell is fine too, you know, to be honest. It hasn't performed, but it's settled. You know, it's close to all-time highs right here. It's not like it's in a bear market. No, it's just that it hasn't given you the returns SPY or Nasdaq gave you. But
Let's just
it's
say
fine.
it's looking better. Like it doesn't look great, but it's looking better than it did.
But it's looking like the medals chart. Now you have a bit of a double top and an Adam now. Instead of Adam and Eve, this is Eve and Adam. You know, from since COVID all-time high, you did a Eve, and here you did a quick dump and pump. But it hasn't broken into price discovery, like the Magnificent Seven and Dow and everything else did. Yeah. Well, like the top companies did, the stronger companies. So on the stock market, it makes sense that rate cuts have a maybe not a bullish impact, but risk on, like you said, and smaller cap alt stocks could perform better in a low interest rate environment. But on crypto, I don't know, like it's a bit hard to make the link, no? Like, I think memes are gonna do better because borrowing money is cheaper. Do people actually borrow money to buy alts? I mean, not on leverage, but like on more. Well, yeah, actually, they do that a lot, right? Margin trading and all. Yeah, at least it's the idea, right? It's alts performed less good this cycle because of high interest rates, and so in a few years we're gonna know how crypto reacts to potential housing market crisis. We saw how it reacted to banking crisis. And that was amazing. And we saw Bitcoin just pump. Thanks to Elon, by the way. Like I'm pretty sure Elon influenced a lot of players that day. When that bank went bankrupt, when USDC depegged, Bitcoin was at 30K, it started dipping, accelerating down, accelerating, and we're all looking like at 15.5 a bit. I was looking at 15.5, but it bounced at 20K. With Elon tweeting, you want to trust banks or you want to trust crypto? Everybody saw that tweet and it cleared the doubts in those who had doubts. I didn't have any doubts. I just was scared I'd get stopped out again and would have to re-enter a long that it took me a whole year to catch. So it was a bit depressing, I guess, seeing it do that, but it didn't. It found support at 20K, and so we know how crypto reacts. Well, we know how Bitcoin reacts to a banking crisis. It just pumps. It's a flight to safety for crypto traders. Like if you have your dollar having an issue, well, just trust Bitcoin. Just sell your dollars into Bitcoin. It worked last time. And people saw their Bitcoin pump to like 30, 40K in USDC. All you had to do was like go long on Bitcoin and you wouldn't have lost any money when USDC depegged. Thankfully, it was close to the bottom of the bear, so even people who lost money, they probably recouped it after because things went just up from there. Well, on Bitcoin. Like even if you sold your Bitcoin because of the fear and panic of banking crisis. Yeah, you probably bought back after that tweet. And now with Bitcoin being 5x, 6x higher, everybody's in profit on Bitcoin. Very interesting times ahead, as always. At that point, Bitcoin will be like 20 years old. Money will probably go into other stuff, no? Like these alts. Maybe we'll live through Juice flipping. A bit like IBM stock, right? If you go back in the 1980s, IT was all about IBM. And then Microsoft came and well, they end up being partners today, I think. Oh, we also know one thing. Elon has less effect on crypto than before. Those days are a bit over. It's been a while. I think political narrative is over now. Stuff like Trump, Melania, and all. Because Melania dropped a lot. Trump didn't as much, but maybe technically, if it puts a low below $7 in the coming weeks, I hesitate to put an alarm to buy more. I wanted to buy $4, but yeah, I'm running out of patience. I bought 8. Yeah, like powers of 2 was the idea on this chart originally, but things changed a bit. But yeah, if it puts a low below that 7, I guess we'll end up with a bit of a downward ABC and a sign of strength from 8 to 16. So maybe it could go back to 16 again after sweeping the liquidity there or stopping out everybody. And with midterms coming, maybe there's going to be new political coins. But yeah, Trump is pretty stable. Like it's kind of, it should be much lower now, no? Looks like it's stuck between 8 and 16. You know. A full retrace of that opening candle is not a bad bet either, right? Back down to $4. You know, Maxi has a chart of Trump that even goes all the way down to like cents, $1, I think. I don't know. I'm looking at smaller cap alts personally, seeing if there's anything to do. Couldn't find anything on it. Maybe stuff like, oh, that AI 16Z, for example, but you need conviction, yeah. But I'd like to ask Dbloc what if he still thinks it's AI bot stuff, hype is gonna come back, or if it's dead. Because yeah, stuff like AI 16Z is close to bear market bottom here, so like, you know, technically they're okay for a buy. I just need to do the fundamental work a bit, I guess, but you're gonna find plenty of charts like that, right? He'll probably say it's too early to go into the smaller cap coins, which is true, but especially with ETH not having broken in price discovery, we're still in phase 2. ETH starts to outperform Bitcoin. Haven't switched to phase 3. Aptos are already bought a bit, so I'm not gonna do anything, but it's same stuff. It's at support, threatening to break the support that's, well, it did break it actually. Came back above, came back above here, this $4 area. Seems like support. If it can't reverse into an uptrend, you'll probably see $3 or $3.50, $3. Yeah. I think it's gonna reverse though. As long as it's above 4.69, yeah. Or 4.3, 4.6. IOTX, altcoin, HBAR. What's HBAR up to? Bah, is it probably? Oh, well, yeah, it's high up there still. Well, it's a bit like if, no, HBAR. Let's see if we can break into price discovery. Not that far. Just the 2x and you're there. LTC. Back at resistance, that 120, 130 area. It's the dead cat bounce. Trade the range, but eventually that stay long from 105 could give big returns, yeah. Stay long from 105, but stay short from 115. You know, Elliott-wise, when you look at Litecoin, then you look at what happens is all-time highs. We're still like in wave 3 down. We're doing a retrace of that upward, roughly staying below wave 1 down, which bottomed at 105. Plus or minus 20%. We're still below that, right? And you could expect a last wave down that would put a low below $40. It's funny because if that lines up with next bear market, then you'll end up having Litecoin having kind of skipped a bit the cycle, but being ready for probably a much better bull run next cycle. Unless it breaks above for good 120 and turns that into support, then you're violating your wave 4 rule, has to stay below wave 1 stuff, and you wouldn't expect a low below $40. You just count differently after that. Oh, so I think it's not that hard of a ride to towards 200 on LTC. But that's barely a 2x. You can get that on ETH or on Bitcoin. Yeah, even on Bitcoin you can get it. Arbitrum had a nice week. But you need to look at market cap chart on Arbitrum, not dollars. It's a different story. But yeah, Arbitrum, it's probably gonna continue a bit here. Well, depending on ETH, right? It's ETH layer 2, so I guess follows ETH. No, someone mentioned DOT earlier, right? He mentioned DOT. Yeah, technically, this is cheap, yeah. It pumped a bit recently, though, going from $3 to $4, but overall, you're down there. Altcoin. Sitting at its floor, roughly. Uh, 200 MA is at $9. We're at 4. It's a bear market on that. So do you want to fight the trend and attempt to long, or play with the trend and, or just don't do anything? That's probably the best move.
What's up, beautiful people? How you guys holding up?
Yeah, Dbloc's measured move just played out perfectly. It literally just went all the way down there.
That's a crazy candle.
Anybody gonna try to buy the day?
Lower.
Might not go lower tonight. Especially if we have a false week up. This could just be the deviation below the bottom of the range.
Evening. I'm coming back to, well, everything getting cold.
Good morning.
Yeah, I know, right?
Go, Biddy. You know the score. Let's do it. There we go.
Okay.
Damn, already? Let's go
Good
further.
call on good call on Dbloc. From Dbloc there. I heard his little summary before he went to go and eat. I was a bit confused earlier about ETH sort of getting chopping around, but also like rallying. Is there any reason for that one? Does anyone know?
I thought we were going into phase 3. That's what I thought it would. But
I mean, it's just intraday fluctuations, right, Joe? You know, like there's nothing probably behind it. It's just
I think I say that because, and maybe I wasn't there for all the price action, but I saw ETH at like, I don't know, like 2% or something like that, and like I saw some others at like 8 to 15% like rallies. Do you know what I mean? Like normally I feel like I would see like maybe double, right? But it was all like sort of triple and quadruple the sort of PA of ETH, which I found quite odd. I mean, maybe I'm just overthinking it, but it was enough for me to look forward. Like Link had sort of rallied super hard. Do you know what I'm saying?
okay. I got you.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it's a rotation at play. That's all, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Some kind of rotation.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, yeah.
it could be just some short-term rotation. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I missed the Man U match today, but I saw the.
Oh
Yeah, what the hell
man,
happened, man?
dude, I was disappointed how that went down, but it is what it is. we
Yeah,
play good. We play good.
'cause
Just
you know,
good
you
score.
don't usually I mean, they've beaten it twice there in the last like however long, right? Well, now 3 times, but like it's quite rare for them to beat you there at Old Trafford. So I thought at most they'd get a draw, and they sort of got some
Yeah,
1-0.
I was anticipating a draw on that one.
Yeah.
That was, but yeah, just bozo moment from the goalkeeper, man.
Oh
Goalkeeper
shit,
being a bozo, and that was it.
that's a shame.
Arsenal, parked the bus a little bit after that, get out of Trafford with that 1-0, get that scam victory and get on to the next week.
Oh, that's a damn shame.
Yeah, we played good too. I mean, we bossed them up the whole day. Just couldn't put it back in the net, man. Which has been our
Yeah.
problem. It's been our problem the last couple of years here.
So nothing from Mbeumo. Did he play?
No, Brian played good.
Okay.
Cunha played, dude. Cunha has several like gut busting like 60-yard runs, like just yeah, he played good, man. It's just
All right, let me check those highlights and I'll have a look.
yeah. It's one of them things, man.
I hear it.
We'll look on to it's over and look on to next week.
Yeah.
We got two teams we should beat. We need to beat. Let me say that before we go play City.
Who you got before that?
Was it Fulham and Burnley?
I think Burnley should turn them over. Fulham, I've not seen how they play.
I need them to come out and just pop 3-1, 4-1 or something. 3-0, 4-0. Just get some goals going into that City game. That's all I need. Get 6 points. Boom. You see, you all right.
That momentum, right?
Yeah, man.
Because City absolutely killed whoever they who did they play? Oh, Wolves.
Yeah,
Murdered. Yeah, they murdered them like 4-0 or something.
Yeah, they bust them boys up, man.
So, and I know a lot of people were sort of saying, I listen. I'm not saying Wolves are the best team in the world or anything like that, but I heard a lot of like they've made too many changes. I think they'll struggle. Not really sure, but then now people talk about Arthur Johnny Randers. He's,
Nah,
Listen, now,
Ronder's legit. Yeah, he's legit. He's gonna be good. He's good, man. Ronder's
yeah,
legit.
yeah.
Wolves is they might be getting relegated this year because they got picked off. You know, City got 8 Nori and we got Cunha. They're two best
Right.
by far the two best players last year. We just
Yeah.
both teams just picked off the two best players.
Well, hopefully West Ham, because
Yeah, they might.
F West Ham.
Hey, yeah, they might they might get relegated.
They need to hold that, bro. They need. I want to see that. That's what I want to see. Some relegation.
Come on, man. We get some vector candles on the 5 minute here, so
You get it
get
popping.
some volatility.
Oh, is that red? Oh shit.
There you go.
Damn.
See what's happening with Eve. Bouncing already. Oof.
Try to get this false move down. Come on.
I need some.
Big bounce from Eve.
Yeah. All things felt right though. Season back up this week.
Yep. And
Life is normal again.
Tottenham still got a well, we've been waiting for ages for Eze and Savinho. We'll have to see how that one goes.
Yeah. They talking hard just trying to get rid of Savinho and that as they did, I don't know, man. I just apparently Palace looked decent today against Chelsea. As you know, 0-0.
Okay. I mean,
I didn't watch the game, but I heard they played solid. They look good against them. So I don't know. As they might stay, they're in Champions League, aren't they? Yeah. No.
no, they would have been in Europa, but
There's something with their owner in another club, I think.
yeah, Nottingham Forest owner like snitched because he was saying something about how they shouldn't have been in there, and then they ended up not. They're getting booted out of Europa and into conference. So yeah, I'm not too sure actually. For the Eze thing, I mean, we desperately need a 10. So that one, and plus we've been chasing this guy for years at this point. So I really do hope that one that's done. But Savinho, I'm not sure if that will happen. But I mean, he would be, in terms of how he creates, he would be really, really, really useful for us.
Sure, he's a good player.
Yeah.
He's a good player.
Yeah. It's just he doesn't really give goals. That's his only real problem. So to me, Eze and Savinho, like you kind of get
I'm
goal
telling you,
scoring out
dude.
there.
Hey, no, Pep just ain't using him right, man.
Yeah, he's got him on the wrong side first and foremost, right? We're going to use him on his actual position, which is left wing. Pep's using one on the right.
Same thing with Jack Grealish. Jack's a 10. Everybody know
Yeah.
this. He ain't no left. He ain't no.
Put
Just
him on the wing, right?
touchline winger. Like, man, nah, man. He's a 10. He needs to be in the middle. He needs to be roaming around in the middle. Because
Exactly.
Jack can pop 1-2, pop. And it's just, but yeah.
Yo, Bitcoin is dropping. What's the deal?
False move down apparently, or what kind of play is?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not really able to look at the chart too deep right now because I'm not home. I'm just on my phone. I noticed it kept dropping.
ETH seems to be holding though.
Dominance ain't running too crazy or nothing right now. Nope.
It's
So
holding that support that's been building all weekend.
Dominance is trying to give back a little bit too.
Well, I hope what Dbloc drew out on Dominance chart plays out because that'll be really nice.
Right. This could be the. I can see another little swipe down, but let's see how this 5-minute ends here.
So I guess we're going to attempt to clear the rest of those liquidations where the stop and volume candle text is.
Yeah, I mean, which we're kind of right up in the. We've already kind of went down into the zone a little bit, so
yeah,
it could come a little bit more. Still kind of chilling down here. Ain't making too much of a movement up.
Oh, would you look at that? What's going on, everybody?
Why are you acting like you called it?
I know, right?
Trump said you're welcome, by the way. He called up.
Just getting back from the gym now.
Yeah,
Nice to see that market maker took advantage of that time. Right inside our bubble where I'm looking for a nice stopping volume candle.
Yeah, it's pretty perfect. I'm not going to lie.
So what are we blaming this on?
You for calling
it.
Nah, I'm sure there's something. There's got to be some news story I can put in here.
China bans Bitcoin. How about that? That's a good one every year.
Now, we haven't gotten into that zone yet, so not a big.
They already pulled that one out a couple weeks ago.
There you go. A couple of weeks have passed. That's like, it's quite a long time, isn't it?
So we've officially triggered our false move week beginning to the downside by freeing our trap shorts. We've seen this movie before. 24-hour expiration date on this drop. And then I'm longing into those vector gaps.
So what the hell? We gotta wait 24 hours before we even go long.
No. You've got to be careful for 24 hours while you're long. And be aware that you can make a lower low still. So maybe that means somebody who wanted to get involved wouldn't ape in and just DCA into a position in these ranges. But
Well, that's
a
definitely what I'm
decision,
doing.
a decision for each individual.
That is absolutely 100% what I'm doing. I don't know about anybody else.
My first order hasn't been hit yet. I'll be right back.
Come on, just a little bit more. Let's get into the 115s. What we tip right there, 116088.
All right, that hit my first order. Dom is starting to push up through that higher low fractal that we were looking at.
Oh, we're looking on this red candle.
Not a lot of volume. We need to see people step in there.
Yeah, because I just a few hours ago I sold my Doge bag. And I
Yeah, I thought you weren't gonna do that.
Dbloc was right though. Hey, there is a dip.
A little bit of a dip. The trick is, the part that gets people in trouble isn't selling. It's just not buying back in time. Usually you can tell when price is going to retrace for a bit, But then greed kicks in and you're like, well, damn, I just made 200 more Doge on that dip. Let's try to get 300 or 400. When the real point is just to end up with more Doge than you did before you took profit. And then you just do it again and you do it again. And you count up all your little Doges at the top of the bull market.
Do you have a minute to look at it?
As soon as this cools down.
Okay.
Yeah,
If
like
Bitcoin's going to continue to drop, so is Bitcoin. I mean, if Bitcoin's going to continue to drop, so is Doge. And dominance is going up, so you can expect that to be accentuated.
That's the thing. I don't want to buy in right now, and then tomorrow it keeps going down.
I hear you, brother.
So that green circle is your target?
I'm looking for a stopping volume candle, a nice high volume node to come in right in that range, yeah. That I can long into. I'm okay with coming down underneath as long as we just wick above that support on higher time frames.
So insert news story here. You're waiting for some bad news soon?
No, I'm waiting for somebody to blame price going under there on some bullshit. Just trying to get in front of the FUD.
Still good to be back in Florida, Dbloc.
Yeah. Hot as hell, though.
And it's more expensive too. Like compared to Texas, like the gas is more expensive. Everything here is a little more expensive.
Keep an eye on the hurricane, Dbloc.
Oh shit! No, you did tell me about that the other day, didn't you? Hold on, let me Google this hurricane.
Yeah.
What's the?
It's getting bad, bro.
What's the name of it?
I think it's Aaron.
Aaron.
ERIN.
All right, I'll take a look at it.
It's not gonna hit the coast as of right now, but it's building up though.
Oh, it's getting bigger. Yeah.
But let me tell you how crazy Florida is. None of my neighbors are doing shit. Yeah, usually I could tell when there's a hurricane because people are making, preparations and, bro, everybody's just chilling.
Yeah. I have had times when it's raining. I'm at this four-way stop, and one side it's pouring, or on my side it's not. And then I realized how Florida weather can be crazy and wild. And
That's definitely a Florida thing. In New York, when it rains in Brooklyn, it's raining in Queens, it's raining in the Bronx, it's raining in Manhattan, and it's raining all day. You don't have these like quick showers that come in and just like target little neighborhoods. Yeah, I know, Monster. I know. Priorities and shit, right? As soon as I catch this dip on Bitcoin, I'll go check out the Weather Channel.
Yeah, you good, bro.
Yeah, it's not dangerous yet.
We live down the south and the east coast, man. Like we get hurricanes. Check a rip right up through Florida and through the Carolinas.
Don't put that news in the news box, the hurricane news.
do you ever go to Clearwater, Dbloc?
Not on purpose. Like I've been through it.
That's real pretty there, and they keep building big hotels. Last few years, it's changed a lot, but it's expensive. Like regular people can't afford it.
Let's go, market maker. It's not gonna work like this. I need a nice big red vector into that support. And this volume has to pick up.
And turn that into green. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a little touristy when you get up around that way, Magnum, for sure. He's got to be like Miami. We scared away all our tourists in like 2003. Now they just fly in, go to the beach, and fly out.
Just a little bit more. Just
All right, come on here, pick up the pace. Thing is, for a nice, hard, stopping volume candle, you need a big red vector, right? You want it to be very aggressive down, and then you want it to correct itself. This slow trickle down isn't going to do it.
Bring some news, dude.
you should just rip it down to the low 115s to do it.
Was there any news about channeling? Because it's holding up pretty well and it's been doing pretty good last few days.
People are just catching on to how undervalued it was. Anytime it gets a dip, everybody's jumping on it because they missed it. When you see that on coins, that's what that tends to mean, right? It's like they're like, oh shit, it's pumping, and then anytime it dips, you see it gets bought up instantly. Like those are people who are like willing to buy any dip, right? They just don't want to chase, but they're trying to fill their bags. Sui did that for a long time, remember? If you missed Sui and you were waiting for a retracement on Sui, good luck. That shit would give you like a 5%, 6% dip and then just take back off again.
Wait, did it just happen? I just went to the toilet.
I know that feel, boy. There's no vector yet. Oh wait, no, that's in the 5. Oh yeah, no vector in the 5. Yeah.
Got some buys coming in on Bitcoin right now.
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah, but little stopping volume candle on the 1 minute, right in our SVC zone, but that 5 minute isn't sharing the. We'll give it a couple candles to play out.
Yo, but the 5-second stopping can't. It's like, no.
It's got to start somewhere, right?
We got a little blue one on the 2 minute.
Looks like it's gonna be one of these nights.
My barber's supposed to be on the way to give me a haircut, but he's also supposed to have been on the way since 8 o'clock already.
Oh, that's your barber, right?
Telling
just
you,
come out
I'm paying this dude too much money, bro. Too rich.
Yo, fade yourself, man. It's easy. I'm
I don't
telling
know.
you. Dude, it's so easy. You don't even know.
That's the craziest shit you said, Drew.
Yo, I fade myself. I'm telling
I
you.
know people that have. I know a couple. Some of my barber homies just do their own shit, but
Yeah,
nah.
I do it myself.
All right, here we go. This is the type of aggression I want to see. Red vector. Turn red. Turn red. Turn red. Turn red. Damn it. Pink. We're getting there. 15 seconds. Come on. I'll take a pink one. There we go. All right. Boom. Let's hit that support. And let's stop out. Damn it. Let's see. 5 minute. Yeah, 5 minute never turned.
Nope, ain't playing. Hey.
Yo, and anyone out there got long hair, just get the Flowbee, man.
The Flowbee.
The Flowbee, yeah. Hook it up to your vacuum cleaner. Yeah, I used to get beat up because my parents gave me a Flowbee haircut back in the day.
Yeah, every time I think about that, Flowbee, I think about my homeboy's sister. We're in this house and I hear her scream bloody murder, and we run into her room, and she had sucked all her hair in the back of the blow dryer. She was all tangled in a knot. Anytime I think about the Flowbee, I think about that. I'm like, I don't know, bro. That thing just looks like an accident waiting to happen.
It was pretty vicious, yo. I had one.
Yeah, the only place to get them now is on eBay, and they're going for like $400 or $500.
That shit is retro, bro. It's like a vibe now.
They used to clown me. That was like my middle name, Flowbee.
Those Flowbee cuts always look like bushy. You know what I mean?
Or like those preppy bowl cuts, kind of. But yeah, man, I just like got some clippers and a few spacers. I just did it myself. And I didn't even tell my girlfriend. She's like, "Oh, where'd you go do it?" You know, and I was just like, not saying nothing for a while. I was like, "Yeah, I did it myself." She's like, "Nah." I'm nice with mirrors, though.
There's something about walking out with a fresh cut, though. Like,
Yo, I had hair down on my back, like straight up long, really long. And I just shaved it all off. I was like, yo, it's getting too hot for this.
If you're trying to knife catch here, Dbloc, what would your stop loss be?
there's no stop losses on knife catches until you make the trade. Then your stop loss is a couple of ATRs underneath the wick that you caught. But I've got orders set all the way down into this range in case we wick. Remember, when you're catching a falling knife, patterns don't matter. SRs don't. The only thing that matters is that candle. You were either right about that candle being the bottom or you weren't. If you're right, you're in. If you're wrong, you're out. Problem is people catch falling knives and they fall in love with it. And then they lose that candle and then they start making excuses and hoping and, well, there's a support right there. And if you pull a fib and before you know it, you know, you're down 15% on the position.
It's like your first love.
I dare you guys to come to the light side.
Hey, yo.
I've honestly been doing it more, Drew. I've been trading on spot more.
Nice.
I've been building bigger spot positions, even though with just a few coins. Like even at these prices, like I've still been dipping in.
Isn't it less
Welcome back,
stressful?
brother.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Feels good to be safe in spot.
Serbo, I look for it on the 5 minute for strength. I'll watch to see if you've got one developing on the one. Right, I sort of watch it build out, but the 5 minute is what I really want to see. A nice 5 minute stopping volume candle. I won't sneeze at a 15-minute one, but you know how I feel about those positions still work out, but it's a lot stronger if you also have support on the 5.
Yo, Kwai, if you relapse, let me know. I could be your sponsor, man.
Thanks, man. I'm still trading I still trade leverage like a little bit, like if I'm hedging or like if I'm using a bot, but besides that, I've been taking it easy.
Yeah,
On
sometimes when you
leverage.
stop doing crack, it helps if you just do a little bit of crack, like on the weekends. Just makes it easier to stop.
Instead of
You
going
just
cold turkey, just like wean yourself off of it.
you just gotta eat a little bit. You know what I mean?
Just a little bump. A little bump, yeah.
Yeah, what's the worst that could happen?
You gotta put a little bit in your mouth and get your mouth high, and then that should fix it.
That works with cocaine too, no?
Yep.
You guys got to stop snitching on yourselves.
For real.
I never tried. I always wanted to though.
I don't know how you guys
It's
stay up
like-
all night.
like, I just never got around to it.
That's a crazy thing.
It's on the list. It's just whatever.
Yeah, but these days, man, you don't want to mess around these days because you don't know
Nah,
what's
it's a wrap, man.
Yeah,
If you
I
got
actually-
this far without dabbling in any of that type of shit, consider yourself lucky and go look for a hobby, yo.
Let's
It's
be honest.
completely
Pee-wee
different
Herman-
right now. You don't know what the hell you're doing anymore.
I actually hate doing cocaine. Like I just really like the way that it smells.
Well, you just get some like diesel gas, sprinkle it in a tissue, and every time you're feeling, just smell that diesel. Non-financial advice.
Well, I don't do any cocaine, but like women in my life at some points have done it, and it seems to be a common occurrence.
Stay away from those snow bunnies; they're dangerous.
I try to stay away from anybody who does cocaine just as a general life rule.
For real.
I can agree with that.
Have you never been to a strip club?
And I found out my librarian does coke. I was like, man, we're done for.
Yeah.
When I trade on cocaine, I have better results, guys.
Better what?
Better results.
It's a
100% hit
joke.
rate on all your trades. 101%.
But isn't that crazy that
It
Coca-Cola
just
is
feels
the
like
only...
the trades are better, bro. You're getting liquidated. It just feels like a win, but
It's the adrenaline.
Isn't that...
nah, the amount of shit that I've seen people do to people they love because of coke, that's just enough to tell me love. That shit's strong enough to make you do something like that to somebody, to blood. You know what I mean? Like, what would you do to me? Anything. What wouldn't you take?
So what's going on? UK selling their bag?
I don't know, but they're
Nah, we
filling
wait,
mine.
yeah.
Keep it coming.
Yeah. We wait until 8 a.m. until we start dumping everything.
No, but sometimes I know you guys like to dump like off hours, and don't you guys want to get rid of like what was that, 80,000 Bitcoin or something like that, or I forget how many.
I haven't seen
That
that.
was done.
Oh, they already got rid of it?
Let me see.
That's what I heard. I could be wrong.
Oh, you talking about the thing from how long ago was that?
That was like 2 weeks ago.
Excuse me.
Oh, is this a stopping volume? Is this a stopping volume? I see before me.
Big buys coming in.
Hey, Joe, are they trying to arrest like dudes like catcalling over in the UK right now?
No, I've not heard about that one, but I can take a look. I mean,
For catcalling.
we
You Americans come up with some next level stuff for the UK.
listen. Every time I always hear like the most outlandish stuff from people, like because they'll hear like that written some dystopian like Big Brother 1984 style place. Yeah, they're like, oh man, I heard like there's like no-go zones where it's full of like X amount, like insert ethnicity here, or like I heard you just get stabbed as soon as you step out on the street. I'm like, man, listen, it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
It's the same as when you
That's
talk to
legit
people
what they
about New
think.
York City.
Except it's true. That's the only difference.
Yeah, New York's getting pretty
It's
ground.
bad,
You
but
tell
it's still
somebody
out
you're
there.
from New York, they're like, "How'd you make it out alive?"
Yeah, I was just in New York last week. I got some crazy footage.
Crazy footage.
Yeah, it's like World Star.
Treating that shit like Al Jazeera or something.
A lot of people, bro. A lot of people in one place. Come on, baby, sweep it.
So
In
you
my
really think there's a chance to get up to 130 before the end of the month?
Possible.
Okay, come on. Should we get a little reaction here?
We're about to enter our news box. So keep your eyes focused on Twitter.
news box? What is that?
It's the box where everybody on Twitter is going to start blaming it on some freaking news event. When we've been talking about this dip forever.
No, Twitter. I mean, yeah, obviously there will be some who do that, but they'll usually go some sort of they'll attempt to do some sort of TA on it. But the TA will be like more of a narrative-driven TA than sort of PA-driven TA.
Hey, yo, is it
Or
really
like
true?
structural stuff.
My bad.
No, go. I'm good.
Is it really true in the UK someone just got arrested for saying we love bacon?
Oh my god.
Drew, man.
Remember we were talking about this pattern the other day. I inverted the chart, by the way, before anybody freaks out. But when you pump and you go into a channel, right? This will break down.
Yeah.
Means that this will pop up at some time. Will you be on board is a different question.
I'm possibly on board. Potentially underwater.
Oh no, we know the outcome. We can wait here for ages. Don't worry about that.
Don't worry, I'm waiting for this to be the one time it doesn't do it, and then we get a reverse moon.
Yeah, no, right.
Practice my juggling.
So you gotta get good. You gotta get good at catching spinning knives.
Let's take a look at this liquidity. We would have swept all of this by now. I'm gonna update it right now in a second, but yeah, so we just swept
Oh
that.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
Nice little sweep. Now if we look at 24-hour,
Look at underneath, it's nothing.
Right. Now let's go
It's
look
like
at
a
our
deep,
buy
deep
orders.
ocean.
These were the buy orders that we were looking to get close to, our bigger buy orders at the bottom. This was the grid that was set up underneath to catch price. So what do we got?
Some insert
338,
news here.
439, somewhere at 14, 310 at 15.1. These are all the orders that we've filled on the way down.
So you said insert news
Yeah, a
story
couple of
here.
thousand, yeah.
Yeah, what's going on?
We might have a news story, something that might be a little bearish, just because Trump is basically saying that Zelensky posted Zelensky can end Russia war almost immediately, or he can continue to fight. And then he said, remember, he started going off, no getting back, Obama giving Crimea 12 years ago, but it didn't seem too bullish. You know, it seems like that the meeting didn't go too good.
Yeah. So these are all our buy orders underneath us with more than 150 Bitcoin. 184 at 156, 164 at 155.
And how many of those are yours?
Of none. I'm buying 150 Bitcoin on one shot. Mama didn't raise no fool.
Oh, you said that's where your buy orders are.
Yeah, yeah. Great minds, I guess. Like,
Why you don't just short and wait for a structure?
that shit drives people crazy, bro. I wish I could show you guys my DMs, the amount of messages that I get that are like, bro,
For real.
bro, like like, why?
And especially coming from him, he just started leverage a couple days ago.
Think
Yeah,
about this, my man. So when the price goes down, and if your trade is armed, and the price is populating, and the coin's populating there, you're going to see that your coin count's actually going up. So you're actually in a short as long as you press that button at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, I get the argument though. I understand it. White is like that too. White gets on me. He's like, bro, you're like the world's best leverage trader that doesn't trade leverage.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely get away with 1x shorts if you just
Or I could get
use the
away with a
same stop
20x.
loss mentality.
It's not about fear. That's not the thing. I'm not. It's
Yeah.
not that I don't know a safe way to do it.
But that's you never really need to do. That's like saying you need to do crack.
I mean, that's
Nah, if there was more clear regulations, I'd still be trading leverage. I traded leverage long enough to see the downfalls of it, and none of those have gone away. So it's just unnecessary risk. I still
Not me,
take
man.
advantage of it. So
Yeah, I'll drink a few ciders, a few brandies, and I'll see that leverage button, and nah, I ain't doing it. You guys ain't never gonna convince me to do it. No way, Jose. Yeah. Even when I wasn't, though, you know, I still didn't resort to it.
Like the Trump speech yesterday, Putin might give him a Russian vodka.
Trump gave him a big old eagle. Oh, you think that was just a fist pump, huh?
Dom is always up, almost up to that retest.
Oh, they got a new COVID variant named Stratus. They're calling it XFG or something like that.
Ticker.
That might be the ticker, Stratus, right there.
All right. Post the CA. Let's do it.
XFG. I used to do that, man. Get me in the bear market. We'll have some fun. I played on Pump Fund yesterday, and I made a few coins just to kind of like, you know, grease the joints a little bit. It's crazy. Like they'll let you just, you know, make a coin with no liquidity, just contract after contract after contract. You don't have to put money in anymore. They're just like, yeah, make a coin, make a coin, make a coin.
Yeah. These men are just auto rugging coins. Like they just set that shit.
But there's nothing to
Fire
rug.
and forget.
So they're like, we suggest you buy your first share, or else someone's going to snipe your contract. And, you know, if you don't buy any of your own, you know, your own contract, there's just like, you know, $0 in it. It says it has 5.4 market cap, but that's kind of a pre-bonded market cap, I guess. So they automatically give you that imaginary $5.4 thousand worth of liquidity if somebody wants to jump in and buy, which is cool, you know. So they're giving you that to you for free. Basically, you just pay the Solana wallet address, and you can just mint anything you want. It's crazy, and it costs nothing. And the only requirements are a title and a picture. That's all. The name, the title of it, the ticker, and a picture. 3 things is all you need. They won't let you do it without a picture, and it could be a picture of anything.
I remember one potential top signal at the end of last year is that in a group chat of mine, one guy is kind of a newer guy, but he was supposed to be a friend of one of theirs. He like posted a pump fund coin. We were actively like sort of buying pump fund coins in there, but he created a pump fund coin in there and was shilling it, and then it rugged, and then we were just like, wow. So we're rugging our boys now. That's what we're doing, yeah. Rugging the mandem. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Some people, that's all they need, bro. Some people, all they need is one quick lick, and they're out. You
Don't
know?
matter where it come from. Yeah.
There's a lot of coins that made it, man. Past the billions out of pump fund.
Yeah, but
If you look at the percentage, like if we we have to be real about it though. If we look at the percentage of the ones that failed versus the ones that made it.
Well, yeah, but still, it's good that some
percentage.
made it. I think that's what matters, because it's like there's so much crap that nobody put any effort into, too. You know, 95% of it's no effort anyway. So
I still think that there needs to be a barrier to entry.
Yeah,
I think there should be like even if it's a financial cost. Right, we already took away the need for devs. Right? We already took away the need for a team, and then made it free. And it's like, look, if you're not gonna get a team, because the thing is, back in the day, there's always been shitcoins, right? But shitcoins had to hire a team, they had to hire a dev, they had to hire marketing, they had to, you know. But now it's like they don't, and there's no barrier. So if we can replace that, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's a good thing that it's democratized now, right? That like you can do it without needing an entire team, but I don't know, maybe maybe a 10K, you know, 10K
that's the thing.
to open your coiners. There has to be some value there, because if not, nothing stops you from rugging for $1,000, $2,000, $5,000.
But there kind of is a barrier, because the barrier is like once you do the first bonding curves, you go to the next level. So it's like you got to get people to throw in the money to get like at least a little bit of money to get to that next stage. So
yeah, but what I'm saying
whether
is,
it's your own money,
what I'm saying is these dudes can open one project every day and take it for 15K. They don't have to get to bonding.
That's what they're doing. I mean,
that's what I mean. So it's like, that's for some people, that's enough. Shit, 10K, 15K a day. I'll do this until I'm not allowed to do it no more.
And if they do it automated too, it's crazy because a lot of them are
Yeah.
starting to figure it out to automate that shit. But that's like, it's the nature of the beast. But I don't think even if they did do like some barrier, it's not going to solve that kind of problem.
People will still rug, right? But at the very least, you know that you're not going to get rugged under 10K. Like, in other words, there's a certain amount that needs to be recouped. These coins are being dropped with no sort of recoup cost at all. Any dollar that I make above what it costs me to put it in is a win. So there's no incentive to actually build the project out to last.
But still, I mean, at least you have that incentive to know it's like, all right, I have a locked liquidity. If I go hustle my project, I have that chance to make it. And people do. And some of these, like they popped off. I know barely whatever 1%, 2%, 3%. But like I said, the other ones were no effort. But the ones that the guys put in effort in the community, were like sitting there hustling for a while, like they made it.
It's good for the little guy. I mean, it's good for the little guy that creates the coin.
Yep.
Bro, if I had a way when I was a kid to make $5,000 in a couple minutes, I would have done that shit once a week.
Yep.
And been living life like a king. Thanks for the 20 bandos. Remember the little fat kid? Thanks for the 20 bandos. Oh, that was.
You guys see what happened to that kid after?
Yeah, they ran the coin up. They ran the coin up after he sold out. Kid made 20 bands. He doesn't care. He doesn't understand the difference between 20,000 and 200,000 in his mind.
If you got 20 racks at 15 years old, you're a millionaire. Like in your mind.
You can't tell me shit.
Yeah, but looking back, like even if you're 15, 16, looking back after that, it's like, that could have been 300, 400, a milli right there. And
Crazy thing is, we don't even really know his story, right? We don't know if he's continued to make them.
True.
Maybe he just kept it low key. Now he's just pulling, 5K here, 10K here. I'm not mad at it, bro. I don't shit on nobody's hustle. Get your money. I'm gonna say, like, if you're willing to throw your money at something like that, then you know the risks.
Yeah,
we can't cry too much.
Yeah, we've been rugged enough time, man, and I don't like. There's only really a handful of them where I'm like, oh yeah, that was like nefarious, right? But like some of them, are just like in that, and it's like, yeah, come on, you accepted the contract when you do something like that.
Yeah, streaming it was a little crazy, James, but to be real, no laws were broken. Which is the craziest part of the whole thing. Like, he live streamed the robbery and there's no laws broken at all. Which is why I loved his response. I loved his response because it's exactly what it feels like. It's like, thanks for the money, dummies. Stupid.
The fear and greed index went back to 57%.
Is it? Yeah.
No, the crypto is for different, I guess. I don't know exactly, but for crypto is different. For stock market, it's different.
Well, yeah, I can't just come up with a fake company and sell some shares. Nobody will buy it, right? They do things on legacy side that we don't do here, like ask questions about revenue and liabilities and assets. Like, we don't do any of that shit here. We're like, it cures cancer? Sounds dope. I'm in.
Overpromise, underdeliver. The crypto special.
Like I said earlier, it doesn't matter what actually works, just what people think works. And the amount of time that you have to, to trade.
Probably why I'm the most jaded I've ever been, like, of all the cycles in this cycle.
If someone got a monster with them, there.
Who is snoring?
I don't know, but I'm a little worried. I feel like they might have inhaled the microphone on that last snore. That's a
Yo,
choking hazard.
What was that?
that sounds
Snoring?
spooky.
It's side edge. I think he's got a dog.
Yeah, that sounds like death.
Guy's got like Dolby 7.1 surround sound 8D spatial audio. Like, what is happening? This is high definition. Is that slight edged?
Yeah,
I think so.
Out you go.
Yeah.
You got to be careful, guys. 1 minute you're snoring, the next minute you sucked in the comforter, and now you're fighting for your life.
Wait, what?
What?
Guys, if that happens, if that has happened, I'm sneaking in, right? I'm not even waking you up, and if that's that easy to find on the computer, a couple percent will keep it keep.
I just think it's funny that we're so numb as crypto traders that we could fall asleep on dips like this.
Sleeping through the dip.
Hey, Block, get me pregnant.
Hey, yo, pause. Raphael, what type of time are you on, bro? I will not. Appreciate the super chat, though. It hasn't even taken me out to dinner or anything yet.
Dbloc, I showed the YouTube channel and the Discord to. Well, I didn't actually send the link, but showed to my Uber driver. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
He had bought Safe Moon before and did well on that. Then he threw it into Doge, and then that didn't do so well. But he sounded like he was definitely trying to learn a whole bunch of stuff from different places. So I just said this is basically the best place I've ever had in terms of like learning. So hopefully he does follow up on it. Hopefully he's even listening. You know what I mean?
Uber drivers are hardcore traders, bro. There's so many Uber drivers that are, and understandably so.
Yeah.
You got expendable cash coming in on a daily, like that's a DCA dream.
100%. Oh, and also, which you might find kind of entertaining, is so went on a coffee day yesterday. Well, Saturday, say, because Monday for me now. And so this girl, she asked her what she does, right? And she was like, "Oh, do cross-border payments." She got a new job recently, cross-border payments across Africa, like different currencies, etc. Right? And I was like, "Okay, yeah. So what? So fintech. So like, what's your role like in the company?" She said, "Oh, you're part of the OTC desk." I'm like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah. We so after you could say we're like a market maker." As soon as I heard the term market maker, I actually just burst out laughing like next to her, right? And he's like, "Wait, what's so funny?" I was like, "Listen, if you knew the type of stress that you cause people like us, yeah, on a daily basis, you wouldn't believe." Because I had told her initially that I was like, trading and investing in cryptocurrencies.
What do you think is the range?
And I was like, "Yeah, that shit is." I can't believe I actually found one out in the wild. An actual market maker.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Super chat. Thoughts on ADA? I'm hella bullish on ADA. You think this range? I got you, bro. Yeah, I'm ADA's looking really good, bro. ADA's on my list. On my ETF list. Alright, so ADA. Big chunky W fractal popped us up. Triple bottom off of that support into a higher low. About halfway through the measured move right now. So we haven't retested the top of that accumulation. Let me go lower time frames real quick. Right. So we were trying to break out of this symmetrical. It's fallen back into the range. Right. That small W pattern we had broke out, but it didn't go enough to give us that full measured move. Let me get rid of this W now that it's already played out. All right, so if we retrace here, I'm looking for the top of our W, right? This white line. That's where I'd want to catch support. But so far, we're still uptrending. Right, you can just get rid of the symmetrical and drop. Drop your trend line. That's what you're looking for to break. Right, if that breaks, you're talking about 800 EMA or your SR flip at 8.7. I like it at 8.7 personally. Let's pull a fib real fast, because I want to see where the 0.5 is. Yeah, so for the most part, your 0.5 is right at that support. Right, so your 382 would be a retest of that 50 on the 4 hour. If that breaks, you'd be looking at that 864. And then golden pocket, in case things go wrong, is sitting at 80 cents. Golden pocket is interesting because if they go after golden pocket, it'll be vector reclamation. Right, so you've got this vector gap down here. And the target for that vector gap would be 50% just because of how bullish ADA is. So if we check to see where that's at, puts us right into that golden pocket. Right, so I would be looking at most bullish, the 50 EMA holds here and your uptrend sort of stays intact. That would be my first level of retracement. And this would be my second. That's sort of what I'm looking at. If it holds the 50, it's bullish and there is no retracement, it's just going to keep going. What's going on?
I just got 2,124 more Doge.
Let's go. See?
Right? That's it.
All that matters. Even if price keeps going down, you still locked in those Doge. So it doesn't really matter about catching the very bottom, right? It just matters that you didn't ride it down and just sitting on the same amount of Doge you had at the top, crying about the fiat value. More coins, man. More coins.
Because I was always fixed on a dollar sign.
It's hard not to. I mean, come on. That's how we live. You know what I mean? It's not a natural thing to ignore a negative fiat value. Right? You have to train yourself to sort of look at it a different way.
In my opinion, don't get too greedy and wait exactly for that dollar. Maybe cut it short. Maybe even be happy with 90 cents.
Oh yeah, no. I'm gonna try to build the market, and
Maybe
I
even
can't.
80. But like right now, if you said it like me right now, if I was, and I'm gonna be back in position, I'll say it out loud. It's gonna be 87 cents would be like where I would really start taking the meat of the bone off. 87 cents, between 84 and 87 cents.
The good news about compounding is usually when you look at a dollar, like you say, okay, I want Doge to get to $1. What you're really saying is I want to make 100K on Doge, whatever that percentage is in your mind, right? That takes for it to get to $1 to get to. if you just do what you did right now and you keep compounding those coins, then you'll get to the point where you have enough coins where you hit that target at 90 cents and at 80 cents. You might only have to go up to 75 cents to hit the target that you initially thought you would have to go to $1 to get. And what that gets you is the ability to get out before everybody else. You've already hit your target. You made the money you want to make. Don't let greed take over. Let everybody worry about sniping the top. You've already hit your target. You're gone. You're on to the next position.
Speaking of which, is this a head and shoulders on Doge 1 hour?
I don't know. I'm not looking at it right now. But we're watching Bitcoin sweep this liquidity right now.
I like that there's still some nice size buys coming in while it sweeps. Are they crying I'm buying? What kind of cry can you use? Like a sad cry, a happy cry, a pain cry?
Bit of a retracement. Possibly.
Possibly.
Retracement.
A little something, something.
Oh, what the
Big
hell?
sauce. Big
What the
sauce
helly?
coming in.
What the Halle Berry?
What the Halle Berry? What the Halle Burton?
Oh yeah.
Come on.
Oh yeah.
Nope.
Okay, you guys can stop selling now.
Almost.
No, no,
My
continue,
last,
guys.
my last
Continue.
buy order isn't filled yet. Hold on.
We're about to hit the weekend trap.
Just
from last
sell
week.
everything, guys.
No way, Jose. None.
All right, here we go. Nice green volume coming in. Aggressive buyers.
Okay, here goes the 5-minute now.
1 minute volume candle. I'm all in.
Je fume les shit ce soir.
Got a red on the 5-minute.
Les shit with some shit coin.
I'm all in. Let's go.
Let's go.
Patience,
Well, wait a minute.
patience, guys, patience.
Wait, I didn't even sell around. I've been in position, so I can't do nothing, guys. I'm just gonna cheer you on, because I'm all in. No begging.
I took a couple swipes at this, and like a good friend of mine said, 100x or rug, no in between.
Stopping volume candle on the 1 minute. Looking for a bullish engulfing. We'd like to see some volume pick up here. No stopping volume candle yet. No bullish engulfing. That stopping volume wasn't invalidated. We are on the way, I believe, to a 5-minute stop volume candle here. Yeah.
Yep.
If we keep pumping, let's watch that 1 minute. We get that nice bullish engulfing here. We should get that stopping volume candle on the 5.
Robotic cops.
Robocop. I got legit Robocops.
Yeah, that's Robot cops.
Stopping volume candles invalidated on the 1.
Eesh.
Patience, young Padawans. Patience.
But I want to get rich now.
Then you need to tell your bear buddies to stop. I mean, your bull buddies to stop 100xing right underneath the wick.
Yeah, I probably know a couple of them, to be honest with you.
Big
Full of
soul coming
people
in.
that got involved in crypto for like 2 or 3 months and then made a whole bunch of money and then walked away. You know what
There
I
you
mean? Like they
go.
just got lucky. They hit it at the right time, the right strength, and they're out.
I wish that for all. Right. You take a random swipe at it, you make every one of the money you ever wanted, and then you just leave.
And then you're smart enough
Yeah,
to
just
leave. That's the important part.
Yeah, quit while
Yeah.
you're ahead. Exactly.
Yeah,
Quit
yeah.
while you're ahead.
Well, the thing is, if they've when they make like a significant amount of money and leave, let's say it is a significant amount of money. Obviously, significant is relative, but let's say it's enough to then study the importance of other things other than just having a lot of it, right? Like then it's like, oh, outpacing inflation. Oh, like you know what I mean? How do I compound it into something else? Oh, like you know, just borrowing again. You know what I mean? Like just different things.
That's
I
the
didn't
thing
really
though,
know
like
any of it like before crypto. Do you know what I'm saying?
yeah. Dude, if the fast and incredible success that you would have from playing it like that, that's gonna hook you. You're gonna be hooked, no doubt. I doubt you would walk away from something that has provided you with that level.
Yeah, I opened up Twitter, and the first message I see on Twitter is, "I've been here long enough to not get
Very hard to
emotional
walk
over
away from
short-term price action. BTC is fine, Sol is fine, ETH is fine. Patience, child." That's crazy. It was literally the first tweet I see.
What was that shit I saw on Twitter? Wait, let me see if I can find it. It was
Yeah, so everything is wrong, quoi.
well. Listen. Oh, wait, where is it? Oh, so it was if consciousness survives after death and you remember your seed phrase, then Bitcoin is the only asset you can take into the afterlife. And one response was, "Wish you luck bridging."
Dude, I can feel that coming on as a future narrative.
Oh, yeah.
Afterlife on ramping and off ramping to the
Oh.
afterlife.
Let them deal with the on ramping and off ramping. That's just
Off ramp and on ramp.
Yeah.
To the next
Yep.
dimension.
Well,
Interdimensional ramp.
They say you can't take it with you, right? Well, maybe now you can.
Afterlife finance. Yeah.
Yeah,
DeFi, afterfi. I don't know.
Oh,
What would
Yeah,
you call
except
it?
except when you get to heaven, you got to pay your karmic debt with whatever Bitcoin you have.
Uh-oh.
How many of you guys are gonna have any money left?
Yeah, the transfer fee's 50%. You imagine? Only virtual assets will transfer, not physical.
They're gonna take a look at the pump fund and meme coins that you invested in and some of the tickets, and they're gonna like, yeah, you're not getting in here.
They're gonna look at the ones you created and turn your ass around.
Yep.
What's that old school Christmas movie where the ghosts come in and they're like, "This is what happened to your employees because you're such an asshole." You know what I'm talking about?
A Christmas Carol.
Yeah, that's how it's
Like,
gonna be. You created meme coins. They're gonna be like, "Sit you down, sir." So, Dbloc coin, huh? Take a look at what happened to everybody that got involved. I'm like, oh shit, I'm screwed.
Oh, gee, you know what? Oh my God,
Scrooge.
You know yep, Scrooge, exactly. You know, it reminds me of actually one boss in Metal Gear Solid 3 called the Sorrow, and it's like literally he shows you every enemy you've killed in the game so far. So it's like if you've killed like all of them instead of sneaking past them, it goes on for ages. And if you kill like none of them, then it just ends instantly. It's like insane. Like so there's like times that people were like, "Man, that thing went on for ages." I'm like, "Man, you must have just murdered everybody in that game." It's gonna be like that.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
yeah.
at the point where Dom should start to get some reaction here. If it's not gonna just continue to pump. We took out our first lower high. We don't want to take out our second lower high.
I think we need to just find a definitive top for that thing. I mean, I guess that's what you're looking for. But I don't think his BTC is gonna bring it.
John, it's not the end of the world if we take out that second lower high. It's just gonna make the alts bleed a little bit harder. If Bitcoin reverses here and starts popping up and we take out that lower high, it won't be as bad. Right? But if Bitcoin drops another level and we take out that lower high, your alts are gonna drop another 5%.
Never tried to kill this clock that I have on Doge. Start getting ugly pretty soon.
This measured
I
move.
thought I closed this launch position.
This measured move does have us taking out that lower high though. So it's gonna be what's, you know, what's stronger here, the mean reversion or the Livermore pivot or the actual pattern that we're in. Reports that MetaPlanet just bought another 775 more Bitcoin. That's Japan's MicroStrategy. I'm sure when those guys buy the dip, it's nothing to look at, right? It's nothing to see.
Ooh, we broke golden. All right.
We broke golden. What does that mean?
Yes. Well, the previous low, 1165-ish, was golden pocket on Bitcoin. It's below it now. Well, fib-wise, I guess. Well, if we go to 112, that could be a nice long. Or if we get back above 165, yeah.
1156.
Or
In which time
114.7
frame?
also. Well, it went up from 112 to 124, did a double top there. So, a double bottom at 112 seems a bit likely now, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Eve stopped me out, but I'll probably revenge trade if I'm able to when price goes back above 4,366. Or if we develop a bit of a reversal pattern here and then come put a low below 4,300.
Max, you got an open mic, brother.
Hey, D, you're here, cool. I
Sorry,
wanted to ask you, AI 16Z, is it dead fundamentally, or you
No.
think it's still... No, it's not dead. Okay,
No,
cool.
I still think
'Cause
it
I was looking
holds
at
weight with the AI agents.
I was looking at alts and, between stuff that's still pumped up and stuff that's like putting new bear market bottoms like AI 16Z. I mean, it's not there, but it's going to do it. At this point, would be kind of silly to put a lower low. Well, maybe it won't, of course, but if it does, then I'll put an alarm on that if it's not a dead coin.
Sounds like a plan.
I'll just put an alarm on the setup, and it's like two options, right? Either a new low, or if it pumps above 12.5. I can always find a plan to buy when the price goes down or up. Breakout trading. Actually, waiting for 15 cents on AI 16Z to buy it isn't that stupid, because at least you'll have a bit of well, yeah, it'll be a breakout long. Yeah, either 15 or a new low below 10. Yeah. It's the more volatile coins, I think. AI 16Z. Like right now in my watch list, everything is down 2-3%, which honestly is a small move for now. Although I am worried. We could, well, not worried, but I'm kind of anticipating like 2-3 weeks of a bit downward, with expectation of, well, I guess just technical down move a bit, cooling off, and then having that huge rally start again. Just a random guess.
People just post anything on Twitter, bro.
What's
look
up?
At, look at this guy. $1.2 billion. But he wasn't smart enough to take away. He wasn't smart enough to take away the watermark.
What's that?
Wherever the hell he got the picture from. One of these, I'm officially a Bitcoin billionaire. As promised, I want to change somebody's life by giving away 1 Bitcoin. Yeah, I'm sure.
If you send me a bit.
I'm sure, buddy.
Send me one Bitcoin.
Send me 1 Bitcoin.
I will double it.
Send me Satoshis. I'll send you 1 Bitcoin.
Give me 1 Bitcoin, I give you 2 or 3, if you are nice.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is the coin stats logo.
All I can look, all I think about when I look at that is this idiot has $1.2 billion on exchange. Even if it was true.
Maybe it's James Wynn on a burner account.
And then, yeah, Matic, you know how last cycle Matic ran very late with that Facebook news? I think they could play it a bit the same. It is currently running very late, right? Like,
Wait, is it still called? I thought they changed the name.
Poll.
yeah, it's Paul, but I just still call it
Nobody
Matic.
likes calling it poll. This just sounds weird.
Hey,
Like, not
yo.
even on some AO shit. It just doesn't roll off the tongue. Pause.
I think in 6 months they're gonna rename it back to Matic again. Acknowledging the failure of Paul.
No one cares about.
I've never
Matic
understood
anymore.
of like it. I mean, did I miss something, or did Matic really have that much stink on it? Because like,
It had
why would
nothing
you
but the
give
name.
up the name recognition?
That's all it had, man. The name.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so
Yeah.
that people forget about it, so that it dumps. Maybe, you know. I don't know.
I guess.
Crypto is very racist.
And then like, why
also,
not call it Poly?
yeah.
Like, how did you
That
make the short for Polygon Pole?
I mean, it worked for it though, right? I mean, it had the rebrand, and then
Yeah.
next thing that thing went from whatever it was, like 3 cents to like $3 or whatever. 30
What
cents
it
to
what
$4.
it does is it removes the people that traded it during the last session that remember it as Matic.
Yeah.
It's probably insignificant. I'm sure they made that calculation before they changed the name.
Wait, so it went to It went after they changed the name to $3.
Yeah, I think the name's been changed for a while now. At least a year, right? Going on like a year.
Yeah, probably about a year.
But since the chart exists, so since
Yeah,
September
that's another thing.
2024.
They screwed up the old Matic charts. I don't like that.
Yeah, me neither, because this has price action well before Paul.
I don't like
right?
it.
So,
Yeah, it's like it just screws up the
Uh,
whole
well, it's on
macro
purpose, yeah.
analysis is impossible.
They don't want people to see how much it dropped.
It probably has something to do with it. They
But
did
it's
it
what
like
I
a
wanted to
etch a
look at.
sketch. They just shook the chart and cleared it.
But you know, the good thing is, I think Coinbase forgot to. Well, Coinbase didn't do the switch, right? So you can still find the old chart on Coinbase. The problem is Coinbase didn't have Matic at the start, so.
Nope.
But basically, I think it's around bear market bottom, roughly speaking. Well, it's below it actually. Yeah, it's below. Yeah, it's below. Yeah. Anyway.
It's like with Phantom as well, right? Like I think once I had sort of sold, and I'd sort of got from like VC stage. It was like I didn't look at it for years, and then I came back and I saw people was trading Sonic, and I was like, oh, okay, let's look into Sonic. I was like, oh, wait, this is just Phantom. They just rebranded. I didn't even realize, like, if I was to just start trading it, right, as just a random instrument, I would have no clue.
They lost that war to Phantom Wallet. The popularity of Phantom Wallet, I think, just overshadowed everything to where they were like, all right, let's get
That
from
makes
under
sense.
this shadow.
That actually does make a lot of sense. They used to pivot a lot as a team and as a entity anyway. So it's kind of on brand, really. Always reinventing themselves in some kind of way.
Did this many people really have like high hopes for this peace talk?
No.
I didn't think so either, but Twitter is like, this was our last hope. Blah blah blah. They're starting to. People are starting to make opium on the news feed.
Europe is gonna price it in a few hours. It's not necessarily bearish, but
maybe they're bored.
I love
it can only be, but it can only have negative impact, right? It can't have positive impact. So.
I love these charts, bro. Look when people put charts like this on Twitter.
Oh,
Like,
I'm telling you.
like, what am I supposed to do with this?
Well, you got
A
a
box
cup.
of some sort,
Yeah.
and then because it came down into the box, that shouldn't even really be a box unless it's just a support resistance, maybe a fair value gap. I don't know.
He wants an Eve for an next bear market bottom and thinks that the bear market has started.
And this shit has 416 likes. It's crazy. One of these days, man, I'll jump on Twitter and post some charts and shit.
It's a wild world on there, to be honest with you, because their only concern is like perfect hit rate, right? So
Yeah. Yeah, what was your last call?
Yeah, exactly. So they'll go from glazing you to roasting you. Yeah, you could even show, and the thing as well, if you're gonna go against their bias, it's gonna be a lot of like, oh, remind me in 1 month, right? So they can like cook you if it's wrong.
You know what the thing is to me? Like, I don't really have anything to prove to anybody. Like, I don't have nothing to sell you, so therefore I don't have anything to prove to you. Like, the amount of effort that goes into running one of those accounts and reposting and then posting your TA and then posting how it played out. I can make a nasty little clip for the. I mean, I could pick any one of these streams and just clip out a bunch of shit and start dropping it on Twitter. But
Yep.
the benefit, like, I don't really see the plus. The plus is what? The channel blows up and a bunch of people that come in that just want to hear what the next call is. That don't really care about learning how to do it, right? They're just there because now you're the guy that has all the calls and they're here for signals. Like, how does that benefit us? You know? It's just gonna make a mess in here. The subs would be nice though. But I want quality subs. Yeah, I don't really care about all that HT. I like when it's recognized by my peers, right? Just like anybody else, obviously. But like outside notoriety and all of that other shit, that doesn't really move me. Trust me, if we do this for long enough, they won't be able to ignore it. But going out of my way to sort of like play the game, the whole influencer game. I'm not an influencer. A trader with a channel. Driz, I appreciate the sub, fam. Damn right. Speaking of subs, man, we're about to hit that 6K. And the analytics are saying about 45% of the people that watch all the time aren't subbed. So if you've just forgotten to sub or let it slip by, or if you're like me and watch channel for years and just never subbed, hit that subscribe button. It'd be nice to see that thing click to 6.
I'm gonna go make a new YouTube account right now. No, I already have like 5.
People that
But I'm
bought
subscribed with all-
their subs and bought their views and shit like that for numbers, like, I mean, I guess I get it, right? Because if you're taking sponsorships, then they probably pay you more depending on your numbers, right? Depending on how many subs you have. So they'll go in and they'll get a bunch of botted subs from, Korea or some shit. But
Yeah, it's just to get off the ground.
the problem is that the
So you can start
engagement is
getting
shit.
monetized.
Your engagement numbers are shit because, okay, you've got 10,000 subs, but you got only a certain amount of people in the chat all the time. The chat volume is at a certain. It's it's obvious when people do that shit. You know what I mean? Like when people are like padding their numbers. I go in some people's chat and it says there's like 3,000-4,000 people in the chat. And it's like, bro, my chat moves 10 times faster than this with 100-200 people in it. Like all of these people really just sitting here and like not saying anything. On Kick is where people are really getting money doing that shit though. Because Kick pays you per hour. Great, and I appreciate that, bro. I feel you. I was like that too. Yeah, Rajesh, I could start doing that. I could start doing that. Just send a message on Discord when I'm jumping on.
The hell's even left for this market maker to go for?
Not a lot. Little bit of liquidations. We got some 50Xs down here. But
you think we're just going that down there
looking
that
for
fast in
some
one?
relief at this point. I don't think they go after him, honestly.
Yeah.
There's always someone to sell after you sold. Don't worry.
All right, let's fill up our news story before Twitter does it for us. All right, so first we gotta throw Powell down there.
Yo, you guys got to see my new setup. Posted in bubble chat.
All right, though.
Oh yeah, let me see that.
You gotta put
Really,
Michael
dude?
Saylor down there.
I'm sick of standing, so I was like, all right, I'm just gonna put it on top of my bed.
Oh,
So Bitcoin,
what'd you
When
do?
you wake up like that with Bitcoin all around you.
I mean, hear me out now. It's not hard. First of all, I can't with the cables. Like the cable management is complete
Yeah, I
shit.
gotta clean this up.
Aside from that, that could work, bro. Not gonna hold
Yeah,
you.
my
That
girl,
could
she
work.
don't like it. She said I could do that on my own, but she said we ain't sleeping together no more.
It's wide enough for the both of us.
I told her she could look at her. That left screen could be all hers. All I need is 3. She said she could have one of them. But yeah, we good. We good.
All right, I don't have a damn Zelensky cutout, but I need one.
Yo, he wore a half. He kind of wore a suit.
All right,
It's
so
funny there. They forced him to make.
So far, they're blaming this on Twitter on those PPI numbers, us getting no cuts, Trump and Zelensky, and MicroStrategy trade unwinding. That's what we're playing with right now. They're struggling. All horrible ideas, all horrible reasons. Like hardcore copium in real time. I expect that box to fill up the lower we go.
These buy orders are not stopping the price.
Nah, they're filling. This dump is being bought into. Yeah, I gotta add Zelensky right now, y'all. My bad. I didn't just have a Zelensky emo in the cut.
Maybe Powell needs to start getting faded out a little bit, like give him transparency or something.
He got his hard hat, bro. He's already ready.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I feel like BNB could dump from this level like pretty hard. I was thinking that could have been a cup and handle, but I don't know. If it goes back to the bottom of this channel, that's 30% drop. You might have to put it in stables.
Yo, Walt, that bought some ETH on ICO for $104. Just moved 1.5 million of it yesterday. If they decide to sell, they get a 14,269x.
Damn. Think they'll hodl?
On a $104 investment. They have not touched it. That wallet has not touched it since the network's ICO. That's crazy. So yeah, today or no, yesterday it sent 334.7 ETH to Fresh Wallet. So they had the ICO 1 year before they officially launched. They had the ICO in July 2014, and then the network launched in July 2015.
There we go. That works. I handled it, YouTube.
He's like, now you just shut your mouth. He's like, but.
Yeah, body language expert would have a field day with that picture.
But they tried to get the drugs quick enough to Biden, but Biden just wouldn't let me do it. And so now I'm stuck here asking you for money.
Lucid, I'm just saving you from having to go to Twitter, bro. We're going to give you the TA and the excuse. All right, so let's take our measured move for this bear flag. Now that I think it's safe to say we've broken it.
Yo, isn't that crazy? That's the first time he's wore a suit in like, I don't know how many years, like 5 years or something, 6 years.
The man's been at war for 6 years.
I mean, technically he's not been at war, but he's trying to look like he's been at war.
You know, he was driving them tanks on the weekends, bro. Stop playing. All right, so let's see what we got. My buy orders only go down about 2 ATRs underneath this target. Then my entire grid will be filled. My last buy order's at 114.6.
Got to be careful with all those white lines around Zelensky. He might relapse.
Hey, Dbloc, on the daily for Bitcoin, do you see a ascending wedge?
I'll take a look right now. Dominance is trying to take out the second lower high now. Careful.
That picture's not from today, though.
No, that's the original, their little kerfluffle that they had. All right, so real quick on Bitcoin, right? That move down that we were looking for. This is where we're at. Wanted to switch to the macro chart real quick. We were waiting for it. We planned it out. Execute. All right, you were saying on the daily.
Yeah, we just broke out of that ascending wedge to the downward side.
You want to show your chart so I can see how you have it drawn?
Yeah, give me a second.
You're talking about this range here. You drew it out like this, across and under?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. When we come out to this time frame, when we come out to the daily, just remember our range strategy, right? We popped out, had a deviation above. Price deviates and comes back into the range. It tests the bottom of the range. Eventually, if you range long enough, you will get another deviation out of the bottom of the range, which we got here. This deviation will come and test the inside of the range and move towards the top, which we got here. We got another deviation here that came back into the range and came to the bottom of the range. Right. That's what we're looking at. Question now is, do we hold the bottom of the range? Do we have another bottom side deviation? We're at our 50 on the daily though, which is the macro target. If we just take all this shit off the chart.
They shit too.
Right? This has been what's held us up since 85K.
Damn good to go. Trade safe, everybody.
Get easy, Zusi.
Thanks, you too.
Ciao.
Yeah, so I have it drawn like this.
Okay.
What would the measured move for this be?
You would take the lowest part of the wedge, from where the lowest part of the wedge is to the top, straight line up, and then placed where the price breaks. Like you had a large part of that wedge that didn't have topside confirmation. So I don't think it's necessarily the strongest. But more importantly, if we break that 50 on a daily, right, then we do have room to go.
Okay. Because it does look like a scary drop if we do.
Mm-hmm.
This plays out.
Let me go to a naked chart so I can show you something here. So we're putting in, depending on where this comes in, as long as it comes in as a higher low, we're just putting in another higher low structure here. So it can go from looking very bearish to very bullish pretty quick. Right, depending on where we hold. If we hold that 50, then that will be a higher low, yet another higher low. If it doesn't, then we'll be looking at a situation like this. Sort of similar, right? We were looking for that higher low to come in, and then they swept, and then went. Right, so if that, oh, what did I do there? Put that back. What that would mean here, excuse me, is price coming down. Isn't that working? Oh. Price coming down, maybe coming up a bit, rolling over, and sweeping this bit of vector range that's here. Quick wick down, and then that's also possible. But I'm just trying not to jump the gun yet, right? We haven't lost that 50 on a daily.
Got it.
So far, it's been a good trade, you know, a good compound, taking profit and then coming back for that retest. And now we see, does the trade continue, or was that it? Yeah, let me show you something too. Where is, oh, it's on my other chart. Hold on. Yo, seriously, what chart was it on? There we go. So our uptrend here. This uptrend from when we came down to 74 or 73, whatever it was. That's where I think we catch. So we're looking at like 114.4. Right? As long as this uptrend holds, then, you know, the trend is your friend.
Okay. So we haven't actually broken that uptrend yet.
Not yet. We're really close to it though. Hold on, because I was on log. Yeah, we're really close to it. On log it hasn't, but on linear, I think we're just now at it. Yeah, on linear it's a little bit higher than the 50. But it's this whole cluster here. That support resistance, the 50 EMA, the uptrend. Not to mention the wall of orders that we just went through on the way down. Right, just because it doesn't stop on a dime doesn't mean that all of these buy orders didn't have an effect. And we've already seen what it looks like on liquidity. And we came and swept
What would it
all of
mean
that
to you?
already.
What would it mean to you if it accepts below the uptrend?
That we're having a deeper correction, but this range here is truly the only range that still matters. I just don't think we have to worry about it anymore. Remember, I said as long as we don't close any weekly candles underneath this range, then our uptrend is solid. And I still feel that way. I'm telling you, it will take news to do that. We're not gonna just fall through that just because. That's why our news box is down there. And we're leaving a nice vector on the 4-hour here. Almost done recovering. Let me switch back to the other chart. Go to the 4-hour. Alright. It was fun for a second, but you guys gotta go. So on the 4-hour, we're leaving a vector all the way down, right? But we're also recovering this vector here. That brings us down to that 14.7. But this is going to get paid for. So even in this situation, right, we had relief rally and then it ended up rolling over. But market maker will come back for some of this vector. We've got 18 minutes until this candle closes though. I still have about 3, let me check. Yeah, I still have 3 buy orders left to hit.
First red Sunday in a while, huh?
We've had a lot of false moves up lately, yeah. Which is good. That means we don't, I mean, for me, I have conviction in the model. I don't have to worry about a 3-day down now, right? Unless something horrible happens. In which case, it should be the flush that brings our fear and greed back down.
They gotta get people excited and crush their hopes again.
Man, if they're not on board by now, let's just go.
Dude, it's a crazy cycle, man. I don't know. Like, it's so hard to call it at this point. Like, because I was saying even last year, I'm like, we should be going by Q1. Like, the altcoins should be starting to go. And that didn't happen. I was like, all right, well, surely by Q2. And they did pick up a little bit, but towards that. But not parabolic. No price discovery. Maybe for a few things, but nothing that I'm holding, and certainly nothing that I've been holding for more than 2 years.
Yeah. Let me get rid of this pattern since it's already played out. Trying to keep these charts a little bit cleaner. Come on, fill my orders, but do it like you mean it. Like, sweep that shit.
Yeah, do it like that's the end. Like that's the last order left.
It's just going down like it's bored. Like there's no real mission. It's just, you know, bored.
Yeah. So people just getting stopped out.
Did we clear CME already, or?
What? Yeah,
Floating
that's,
market
yeah.
guys.
Oh wait, you know what? Did we do it on ETH though? We're coming into that CME gap on ETH now. This is last week's gap, by the way. Not this week. Target 2 for ETH is sitting at 4.1. Target 3 is at about 4K. We're at point of control right now, though, for the range. Let me get rid of our top range here because it's confusing. So this is our visible range, and we're at point of control right now.
Would you say 4,100 is a do or die level for Ethereum?
Do or die? No. No, because I'd be more than happy to pick it up at 39 and still have no fear that it's going into any more of like a long-term sort of macro correction. Right, what we're gonna need now to determine this, right, is as we pop up on our next sort of correction or retracement here, do we put in a lower high or are we gonna take these highs out? If we come down into this CME gap, and then recover but put in a lower high, then we can talk about more of a macro correction, in my opinion. That'll be something to worry about. But this will also be an opportunity to cash out if it does get to that point. Let's go, Biddy. Almost at that measured move now. Dom is trying to decide whether it wants to be back in this range or not. We need Dom to fall out here. It's not going to look good for the alts if Dom keeps pushing. This purple box is like my line in the sand. If Dom pops back over that purple box, those mid caps and low caps are going to have to wait. All right.
Yeah, Lincoln Ether holding the line.
Yeah, somebody's going to pay for this trip. Last time we dropped like this, with this many vectors in a row, was right here.
There's one on the top as well.
We ended up popping up, you know, all the way to clear most of it. Yeah, and the one above it as well.
So it's gonna be a super juicy ride.
Especially when you look at these shorts. Look at these guys. They're getting excited.
Yeah.
I'm so excited, guys.
You're always excited, man. I love it.
Yeah, this is nasty. All right, let's go. One more order to go. Two more. Shit. Two more to go.
$114,800, and then there's not much of a chance to go down.
Yeah, that bounce from ETH off the lows is shaking dominance a little bit here. Good. Let's cook, baby.
What?
I'll be right back.
Damn.
Stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing.
Yeah, on 15 it's turning into stopping volume green. Not a vector, but we still have some time, about 6 minutes remaining.
Dude, Prime is below $2. Come on. What the hell is going on with that?
You
I
said
guess I'm gonna
Prime.
buy it. Prime,
Prime.
Echelon Prime, yes.
Everything is on sale, bro.
Prime. Ah, yes.
Fire sale.
Phoenix.
What's good, YouTube?
Only 35 million coin in circulation. It's only $1. Crazy. It should be 500.
Ugh, I wish if that happened, they'll be rich. I probably wouldn't even be in here right now if I'm at $500.
You're talking about Prime?
Yeah,
I
it's
made
at
so much
freaking
money on Prime the
$1.94.
first half of the
Yeah, see, I didn't get into the second
bull
half, so
market.
I got screwed.
Catching. Prime even.
I started buying above $10 in December.
D, check at the 30-minute candle. It's a perfect stopping volume candle on 30 minutes.
30?
Yeah. There you go.
It's strange on Prime because there is. They said that there is 42. Oh.
The market,
42.
the circulating supply is ridiculous. Like there's nothing.
Yeah, it should be right.
42 untracked coins, and it's like 40% of the supply.
I'm out though. I made my money on Prime already. Whatever it does from here on is cool, but it's not. I'm not gonna get what I got out of the first run. It's 3 of them, CM.
I was shorting Link. I just get stopped. Looks like Link wants more. He wants more.
How much did Link drop?
Sorry?
How much did Link go down?
It didn't.
6.44%.
Yeah, he was at 26.30 and he went to 24.62.
Yeah, Gabriel's a denim tears said, you guys are always exposing my gear, yo. Someone the other day was like, is that a Griselda hoodie you have on? And I was like, literally, like, the cam was like this. You couldn't see shit. Oh, you know what? He probably saw the scorpion on the hoodie. That's what it was. That's just been bothering me for days.
Looking at gold. Soul had a stopping volume on the 5 minute. Not on the 15.
That's what it was, parabolic. What happened on the 15?
Well, Solana had a 5 minute stopping volume, but nothing on the 15 yet. to find my liquidations and not. Yeah, there's not too much to go get at. Once the one, there's not too much more down below. This 180 level.
Nah, I like to get fly, Gabriel. It's a sickness. One of the few parts of my past I haven't been able to shake yet. Spending too much money on gear. I mean, look good, feel good, right?
Ooh la la, that's nice.
Don't forget to blink, y'all. Hold on, okay, man.
Okay.
Inspector Gadget better watch, new man and share.
All right, I'm back. My bad. Certain things YouTube will and will not allow on camera. So.
I don't even want to ask.
Just got back from the gym, Cole. Don't judge me. Like every time I turn my camera off now, YouTube chat just thinks I'm moving an arsenal around the room. They're playing games with the stopping volume candle. It hasn't invalidated yet, but they're sure cutting it close. I mean, I guess technically it has by like one tick. Yeah, DJ, the lights are my market maker orders going out to the coming out from the PC into the market.
Dbloc, if you're free right now, can you kind of go through your knife catching strategy again? So it's like, do you catch it right when you see the stopping volume candle?
Right now,
Or
I've set a grid, right? So I'm just gridding into this. But if I was trying to catch the stopping, I mean, if I was trying to catch a falling knife here, then yeah, my first trade would have been taken on this bullish engulfing, and my take profit would have been 1 or 2 ATRs, not underneath the wick, underneath the body of the stopping volume candle. So depending on, I don't even know what the ATR is right now currently because I'm just gridding in, but it would have probably been somewhere around there, or maybe a little bit underneath the wick, depending on what the current ATR is. Now I'm curious. Hold on. Anybody know what the ATR is on? I got it. 199 bucks. Yeah, so it would have been a little bit lower, about 148. And then if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. Right, swing again. The reason I went for a grid strategy instead was because we still had some liquidity below, and it didn't seem like our buy orders were stopping price quick enough. Right? So I was like, you know what? Let me just join the group. Everybody wants to set a grid, then let's set a grid. I have one order that hasn't filled yet. The reason why I like catching falling knives, and it's weird because most people will tell you don't catch a falling knife, da da da. And if you don't know what to look for, then I agree, you know. But if you know what to look for, your invalidation is so close to price. You know, like
What does the so the next candle over, if it's a bullish engulfing, that's just a more of a confirmation? Or
yeah, that's I mean for me that's what I want to see. For a real, like if I really wanted to print this out to be the perfect setup, I would have a red vector that came straight down. And then your stopping volume candle would be right there. And then a bullish engulfing. That's the setup. Right? That's what I like to look for. Here we're missing some, right? We didn't come straight down off of a vector. We do have some vectors, but you know, it was like a really lazy sort of drop. We got our stopping volume candle. It's nice if your bullish engulfing is also a vector, right? All of these things speak to volume. So you see we had a nice big spike here for our stopping volume candle. But you really want to see something that stands out, right? Something that's higher than the rest of them. So it checks some, but not all of the boxes that I would swing at. And all that means is I would still swing, but my position wouldn't be as heavy. Had it come off a nice hard vector, big stopping volume candle, big wick, bullish engulfing green, then my entry is way heavier at that point, right? Because I have a lot more. You can see visibly on the chart that buyers have stepped in at this area. And then you check your volume, make sure it's a bigger volume spike than everything around it is. And you take a look at the tape. See how the tape is acting. Are we getting aggressive buys across the tape? And that's it. If you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're out and you do it again. This is spot. You can play this on features too. You got to be a little trickier. Right, you're going to have a little bit more, less wiggle room, I should say. But it's doable. The more asymmetric of a trade you can take, the better. Right, and that's what stopping volume candles give you. Or that's what catching falling knives gives you. It gives you the opportunity for an asymmetric trade. Right, so if your idea is that price is going to pop up and clear these vectors, right, you could wait. You could wait to come down, put in a nice W, something that makes you feel warm and safe inside, right? And then you can jump into a long position up to the top of those vectors. Where do you put your stop loss? You got to come down at least underneath this wick. And then you're going to have to come down a couple of ATRs underneath that wick. By that time, you're looking at a 6-to-1, which isn't bad. I'll take a 6-to-1 risk reward all day, right? But there's a big difference between that and that 10-to-1. Right? It's more of an asymmetric trade. You know where your downside is. You're as close to your downside as you could possibly get. And if it works, you're good money. If it doesn't, you risked what? 0.16% of the trade.
Thanks.
Yeah. But it's definitely a that's for when you're actively trading, when you're sitting in front of the computer and you're like, all right, we're gonna trade for a couple hours, you know what I mean? You don't want to really play that game if you've got shit to do during the day. And I mean, I guess you can. You could always, you know, when your stop loss is set, it's set. You set a TP at the top, you go on about your business. But when you're catching falling knives, you have to be prepared to catch 2 or 3 of them. The same way as when you're trying to short a top, right? Probably going to get taken out maybe once or twice, depending on how aggressive you are. Connor with the 10 gifties. Banshee with the big Patreon sponsorship. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate both of y'all. Robin?
Yeah, so you said you set a grid buy down.
Yeah.
What made you think of that like ahead of time instead of saying I'm going to catch falling knives for this
Well,
for this.
so one, I had to go to the gym. Right. Remember,
Okay.
I left to the gym and I was like, okay, let me set this up. So the grid I set up was sort of defensive, just in case price ripped through by the time I got back. When I got back, we hadn't gotten there yet. Right. We were still above the stopping volume candles, but my orders were already set. So seeing the lack of sort of aggression down, right? We stopped getting big stopping volume candles down at about 116, and then it was just sort of retail selling off. I don't like to see that, right? I like to see big aggression to the downside to catch a falling knife. I was like, you know what? I'll just leave the grid set and then let it feel how it feels. It was a defensive play that just I ended up calling an audible on, basically. Could I just have gone full port when we hit the measured move? Yeah. Man, like we hit the measured move to the dot. Even if I wasn't catching a falling knife, even if I just wanted to trust the pattern and just go full gorilla scalp all in. But I like to hedge against myself. It's always important to hedge against yourself.
This is kind of looking more like it's not just gonna be like a knife and then bounce for like V-shape recovery. Like it's probably gonna do a W or something, right? If it is
Yeah,
done
yeah,
going
yeah,
down.
yeah. This is gonna have to build out from here.
But that it hit the top of the weekend trap from last week perfectly. Like pretty much the range from last week. Well, I don't know. This is the range that I had anyway. You probably had it jumped different. But from 112, 740 to 115, 130, let's say. That's pretty much the range I had drawn it. We had deviation below it and then above it. But like it came down and held the bottom of it. The second time it touched bottom. And then the third time it deviated above and then put it a higher low and broke out. So we're at that range. There's a big W. I remember you drew the big W on the chart back. Oh, this was more than a week ago. Was it August 2nd to August 5th? I can't believe how close that was to the 48K drop in date wise. Last year at the exact same time, there was a big drop. But anyway, Dbloc, I remember you had the big W drawn on there from August 2nd to August 5th. And I was saying that overbalance the time of price, it's probably going to put in a higher low and then go. So that W, the top of that W, we're retesting the top of that. And we've also got a trend line here that, well, there was two that I would have thought that it would have caught on, but yeah, I don't know. People keep getting stopped, I guess. I think it's pretty oversold.
Remember the last time you said that? We went all the way down to 112.
Yeah. Yeah, but we were already close to 112 when I said that.
I remember that night.
Well, the 1 hour is at 15. 4 hour, it could go lower. It's at 29. It takes the daily a little while to reset. The 15-minute is at 15. So the 15 and the 1 hour, they're both at 15. You got bullish divergence on the 5-minute. And the stopping volume candle put in the right side of the divergence. On the 5. Man, yeah, these bleeds have just been vicious though lately. It kind of reminds me of 2021, the first top, 65K top, 5-headed Hydra. Which now looking back, it really was like, it was a huge rising wedge that was just staring me in the face and I didn't realize it.
Let's hope it's not the same.
Well,
Bitcoin is
65K, so
Bitcoin
go
is
ahead.
like me. He don't like Mondays.
No, Bitcoin hates Mondays. So the first drop was from 59 to 42. So that was a 26% drop. And the second one was from 62.2 down to 50,500. Big swing, 18.5%. And then the third one was a little bit more vicious. This was after making a higher high. We put in a really pretty savage drop that took out the second higher low. So that was a drop from 64.9, so basically 65K down to 47. Sorry, 46.8. Yeah. So that was a 27% drop. And then there was the last little dead cat bounce putting in a lower high, and it dropped from basically 60K down to like 28K. That was a 57% drop. So I don't think that's gonna happen. Probably not. Again, this cycle, I don't think it's. We haven't even gotten 150% correction. But yeah, I don't think it's. We probably have to have a black swan event to see a 50+% correction right now, or it is the start of the bear market. That's not what happened last time, but we're a lot later in the cycle than we were back then.
I think the things that we expect interest cuts, I think, and the probability is around like 80%. I think there is a lot of people they are bullish, and I think they will be trapped. So I think the price will go down for the end of August. It's my expectation until middle of September, and then when they cut, we go possibly to the moon together. That's my plan.
It's kind of weird how the United States and our monetary policy has an effect on other people's economies, like globally, and in turn that affects crypto because sort of like some shit that's going on in our country is affecting every other country and messing with their money. So they're not as apt to buy crypto either.
I can't agree. When you see the dollar pair with like the currencies in Africa or in America, the dollar is destroying everybody.
That's what I'm saying.
Ah, okay. I think it was saying the inverse.
No, I'm saying like we do some, our monetary policy affects other countries negatively. and then they don't have the funds to be investing in crypto. You know, 'cause it's like, oh well, I need the funds to be able to invest, or like, you know, people talk about using it to make money or to protect the wealth that you have by using Bitcoin as a store of value. But it's, I mean, if you don't have any money, then you don't have any money to invest. Like if everything is so expensive that you have just enough for the bare necessities, then it's like that's what you got. You don't get crypto. You can't protect what you have if you don't really have anything. But yeah, other countries definitely feel it harder. You feel the effects harder. Like of our monetary policy, it's like it screws us when they do something that basically caters to the whole money system, the whole fiat system, which is like inherently flawed. Like it's already flawed, but they keep doing things. Basically, they're like, okay, flawed system. Well, yeah, let's just keep rolling with it. Like let's just keep going with it. Like we already know how it works, so like we've got this thing rigged. Let's just keep it rolling instead of actually trying to fix it. So it's like a third party of people deciding to create magic internet money, and they decided, hey, okay, if nobody else is gonna do it, we're gonna do it.
Hey,
Bitcoin.
Time to go
Magic
up.
Internet Money was good. Good project, man.
I'm just talking about crypto in general, like Bitcoin. Nobody knew what the hell it was. Nobody understood it, so everyone's afraid of it.
Where's my 1,000 APY? They promised me.
Who the hell promised you 1,000 APY on Bitcoin?
No, that's what Magic Internet Money was with.
Oh, yeah, that thing was a total scam, dude.
Oh, totally.
Oh shit.
I guess this is kind of like, I mean, it's not the world reserve currency, but Bitcoin is a global currency. If you really think about it, it's the medium for all the other fiat currencies that want to invest in something that has a finite supply. It's like digital and liquid, and it doesn't like, you don't have to physically, like people are like, oh, you can't physically, like people say, like one of the things that sucks about Bitcoin is you can't physically hold it. It's like you don't have to physically hold it. Like, I mean, it's like kind of part of the beauty of it is you don't have to physically hold it. It fits like in a database that you can access from your phone. Like, so it's not like you're carrying around anything extra. Just as long as you have your phone, you pretty much have access to it. It's not really any different from it. You take your phone and add cards to the wallet app on your phone. You can just pay with your phone. Like when you go into places now, you just like tap it with your phone and it pays. But you know, I mean, that's I think I think you can do that with crypto already, pretty much. Like I'm sure there's going to be a way to pay directly from your crypto wallet at some point in the future, but if you have a card, like a debit card from a major exchange, like Coinbase or something, and you add that card to your wallet on your phone, and basically when you make a transaction, if you buy something with this card, it transacts in crypto, like it settles it in real time. So you can pull, like you know, you can pull money out of that account whenever you pay for something with the card, right? If you what I was getting at is if you have the card connected to your phone, like if you have the card from that's connected to your exchange that draws crypto to spend to make transactions, you have that card attached to the wallet app in your phone. And so when you go to buy something at the register, you touch the thing with your phone. You're paying with your phone and you're paying in crypto. So we're basically like there.
Yo, do I have somebody muted?
What do you mean? Can you hear me?
No, I hear you. Are you talking to somebody or?
I'm kind of talking to myself. I was talking to
Yeah, I was listening to
Sean.
you
I think it's his
actually.
name.
I thought I had somebody muted.
I talk to myself sometimes, dude. Or sometimes I just go on these long
I'm
freaking
listening.
explanations.
I
I'm
was
listening.
listening to you actually, and
Yeah.
I actually use the Bybit card as a debit card, and it attached to my phone. I live in Pakistan, and I buy grocery with it. I do my other things with the card. I mean, shopping, the gas, the fuel, everything I pay for from that card, and it detects from my crypto wallet, and it worked perfectly fine wherever
What
I go, even in Dubai, in Pakistan, in UK, wherever I go, I use that card. Never, nothing never happened to me. Never.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah.
so you can so basically wait, can you go to another country? You can use it, doesn't matter what their country's currency is.
Yeah, yeah,
You can
yeah.
just
Doesn't
use the
doesn't
card.
yeah. It will convert automatically because I travel to Dubai frequently, and I use the same card. I never had a problem with that. Sometime I do with the Apple Pay, with the Google Pay, or with a debit card. Nothing never stopped me from anything. Yeah, it all yeah. Yeah, even if I have to buy a pack of cigarettes for myself from here, from the normal petrol station or any tuck shop, I just tap my mobile phone with the machine, and that's it. That work all the time.
Nah, dude, because it's not a bank, it's an exchange. Like you don't need to let them know anything. Like you just that's your money. It's in the exchange when you pay for stuff. When he pays for stuff, he's paying for it in crypto. Which do you have a specific crypto that you have deducted from? Is it stablecoin or is it like Bitcoin or what?
It's USDT always. I always keep the USDT. I never hold any other coin. I do the leverage trading, future trading. So end of the day, it's just the USDT. So always in my because I use the Bybit, so it's always in my funding wallet. There's a significant amount that I need. It's always there. Or if it's less, I can transfer that anytime from any wallet into that funding account. So
Yeah,
no
or
problem.
wait, so but do you have other coins in there?
No, 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 no. I don't keep any coins.
You
Only
don't hold any
USDT.
coins on the
No,
exchange.
no, 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 no. I only do trading, and end of the day, it's just USDT in my account. So, but now from last 2 months, I guess, yeah, 2.5 months, I start accumulating the Dogecoin, but that's the other exchange that I use that has nothing to do with my Bybit account.
Yeah, so your Bybit account, the one that you pay for stuff. Do
Yeah,
you
yeah,
trade
but
on that with futures? Like, do you trade leverage or do you just
yeah,
trade spot?
no, no, no. I trade leverage. I trade leverage
All right,
on
so
BitGet, and all my savings goes into my Bybit account.
you take that money, right, and you trade on leverage with it to make more money, and then you spend that money right from the card. Like,
Look, the way I do, I have a certain limit for my trading account, yeah, that I can do the leverage trading on. Let's say I have a $10,000 that I can do the leverage trading on. Whatever the profit I can get from that account or from that trade, that goes straight into my Bybit account, and the original money will stay uh, in my Bitget account. So whatever the profit I'm earning, that goes into my as a saving account into my Bybit account. Yeah, and I'm spending from that account whatever whenever I need to withdraw. I mean, if I need cash, I just need to go to the ATM cash machine. I can simply withdraw with the same Bybit account or Bybit debit card. Yeah, yeah. No, no, nothing never happens to me. Nothing. Never. Yeah, exactly. It's very simple. You just go to the Bybit, open an account, just put the $100 in it and into your funding wallet, and they will give you the virtual card so you can attach that to your Google Pay or your Apple Pay account. So you can use
I
it
can't
anywhere.
use Bybit. I can't use Bybit because we can't use it in the States.
Oh yeah, yeah, there are certain limitations, I know that. Yeah, but the country who are allowed to use that, they are using it, and it's really helpful, yeah. But Coinbase, I think they provide the card as well.
Yeah, Coinbase. I mean, Robinhood has a card, but it's a little different. You have to switch it from. It used to just be that you could withdraw money straight from your brokerage account. Now you have to transfer
Yeah,
it from your brokerage account to your spending account, and then you can withdraw the cash so you can buy stuff, but it's not crypto, so it's not
yeah,
really the same. I think yeah. So crypto.com definitely has cards that you can use, and trying to think what other Gemini has a card, but I don't use Gemini anymore. But Gemini has a card, I'm pretty sure. Even Soulflare. So the Soulflare wallet, they're coming out with a card that you can use. Well, it's just transacting whatever currency they're asking for. Like he swipes his card and it just deducts the amount of tether that would be by the exchange rate of the currency.
yeah, yeah, exactly. If uh,
No, yeah,
look,
look,
look, I have,
it's their
let's say,
currency.
let's say I have USDT in my account, 100 USDT in my account, yeah, and I need cash in Pakistan in my local currency. So whatever the official exchange rate is, they're gonna charge 1% on top of it, and they're gonna exchange that money to me. It's that simple. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's very convenient actually. That's very convenient. Bro, wherever I go, I use the same card. I mean, I travel to Dubai a lot. I pay with that card. I go to UK a lot. I pay with that card. I never had any problems. Even in Pakistan, I pay with that card. I put gas in my car with that card. I buy grocery with that card. Not never had a problem. It's just like a normal debit card, credit card.
Definitely the price. Going
Let's
down.
go.
And then still not doing much. Still not showing much here. It's probably gonna have to build out like Dbloc was saying. Build out some sort of pattern. There's a lot of factors on a 15-minute. It's like all just one of the big factors. Okay.
Yeah.
So that means these 1 hour vectors, once they should get taken back. At the very least.
Yeah, and normally the drops like this, I mean the straight fall, you'll see no vector on towards the upside. It's going to be a pure retail buy. You'll see that because people will see that as an opportunity to buy the in a cheap.
I think if it's gonna react, it's gotta react to it here. So if we lose the level we're at right now, we're gonna probably go at least down to
Yeah,
112 again.
yeah.
Or not. Maybe 108. Yeah, it's gotta do something now. Like if it goes sideways and then does something tomorrow, it's probably alright too, but it's gotta do something at this level, in my opinion. If we start to lose this level, I think it's gonna get ugly quick, I think.
I mean, it took almost most of the liquidity, so now it has more gas to go to the upside, but it's taken some time. Letting people decide either we should short or long.
The thing is, we don't have too many liquidations. Up.
Yeah,
There's, I mean, there is some higher up, but there's not a lot. It doesn't look like a lot of people FOMOed into shorts. It's look like people got stopped up. And like it looked like a lot of people just stopping out of positions, like maybe on spot or whatever. And then people, like there's like a shot for that liquidity to liquidate some longs.
so I'm right now looking at the CoinGlass future liquidity heat map, and we are sitting in the middle of the range, and I can see more liquidity toward the upside rather than toward the downside. The nearest we have that is 28 million to the downside, and toward the upside we have 36 million, just right above us. And all the way up to the 123,000, we have a bunch of liquidations, a lot of them, almost 1 billion. And toward the downside, we have only around 600 millions.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a tweet about 1 hour for Bitcoin. Almost. No, I don't know if I tweet about it might be kind of a stretch, but it'd be cool if this candle engulfed. So that'd be a higher low and a bullish engulfing candle. And I think this technically counts as a stopping volume on the 1 hour. So I'm hoping that this 1 hour candle can engulf the previous one. Yeah, it looks like there's a ton of people shorting Solana.
Yeah.
Like,
They're all gonna be get wrecked. I just posted the picture in the bubble
yeah.
chat so you can see the liquidation and of all the exchanges. So there is nothing much left toward the downside, but there's 2.5 billion worth of liquidation toward the upside.
The bubble chat, you said?
Yeah, and on the
All
bubble
right.
chat, yeah.
I don't see where you posted. What? How long ago was it? Jess.
Yeah, just stack, yeah.
Yeah, how long ago was it that you posted it? Because I don't see it.
Just posted. It was
Oh,
there.
okay.
It was
Coming up
there when
now.
you.
All right.
It was there when you said I can't see it. I said I haven't pressed the enter yet, so it was sitting
Oh.
there.
So wait, are the people on the left longs and the people on the short, or the people on the right are short, or is it the opposite?
On the left, they are all shorts.
Yeah.
Underneath us, yeah. They are not. I think not more than 100 million. You can say that. And on the right side, we have the long liquidation toward the upside, which is around 2.5 billion. So let these guys chill underneath us for a little while, and we have a good bunch of liquidation toward the upside. Probably we're gonna go towards 119.11 because that has the most amount of liquidity, and then we might gradually build the new liquidity toward the downside. So it's always up and down. We can't go straight up all the way up to the 127, but it's gonna take some time up and down. Couple of 100,000 up, couple thousand down, couple thousand up. Is gonna build the more liquidity toward the up and down side.
Dude, Sol is kind of looking pretty good. I'm actually in a spot trade on this one. I don't want to say it looks good. It's but it doesn't look bad.
Yeah, Soul looks good as well. Yeah. I mean, shorting here, any coin. I mean, even if it's Doge, Solana, XRP, Ethereum, Bitcoin, whatever coin it is, you're just touching the ground. You don't know. It has to go up from here. There's not enough juice down there.
Yeah, like, no juice down there. Like it up there. It's pretty far past the lower band on the mean reversion channel, up to the 15 minute. The 1 hour, it hasn't touched it yet. Talking about Solana. What the hell?
If you look at the Dbloc chart, it has retested the channel, and now it's coming down slowly, slowly. So hopefully all these alts gonna pump a little bit.
The dominance. I just looked at Dbloc chart. It looks like he
Yeah, he already drawn the
where he
pattern
drew
there. Yeah,
where he drew that line, it seemed to have reacted to that line so far.
yeah, exactly.
Well, let's go. Let's a bunch of the money that I would be using on leverage trading, I have it on Solana and spot, so safe enough. It's not as safe as cash, but it's safe enough, I suppose. If dominance goes down. If Bitcoin goes up and dominance goes down, or smooth sailing.
Yeah.
All the longest time. Dude, I don't know why you had to disappear when like it was pumping the hardest. It was pumping wicked hard and nobody had heard from you in like weeks. Like no, no, like a couple person. It was like at least a year, maybe two ago. Well, are you going somewhere? Are you going? Dude, yeah, this thing went parabolic to like 2 cents, like 2.2 cents or something. It was in February of 24, so it wasn't even a year ago. No, it was more than a year ago. Hold on. Yeah. No, February. Of 2024. Dude, this thing has had some crazy ass runs. Like, that's for sure. But no, I don't think it's gonna do 3,000%. And like it did like 3,000% on the first round, or 30,000%, I think. Three thousand. Oh, well, it's spelled like the singer Sia. It's the way that it's spelled is like the singer Sia. Dude, how was this? I don't know. So the bottom of the last round, it did 7,400%. In it. No, in a year. 399 days, 400 days it did that. Now, no. Yeah, I think once they get too old, they delete them. But yo, on this run, I did 874%. But see, that's the thing. This February and 24, so at the beginning of 2024, basically. So more than a year ago. Like a year and a half ago almost. No. 0.2 of a cent. 0.00236603. Dude, literally almost did like a 10x, and then we were like, where the hell's Steven? Because it was more than a year ago. Dude, if somebody actually starts using this thing again, then maybe it'll get another really big pump. But it's just getting smaller pumps every time. Sorry, I can't look at the chart anymore. Look at my chart. Nah, dude, I've checked. They don't. They delete it if it gets too old. I mean, it still shows that in your portfolio, just like does you, all the records of all your transactions. You can only go back so far. Like I've tried to find the first orders that I made on Dogecoin, and I couldn't find them. It didn't go back far enough. So I remember I took screenshots of them at one point, but God only knows. Yeah, I feel like I could have done better, but I think we always do it way in so. Did you say let's cut our hair? What was? What are you talking about? Thanks, man. What $32? I don't recall. Well, dominance bounced off a descending angular as well. So see you rolling, the hating, the trolling, they're trying to catch you riding dirty. Trying to catch me riding dirty, trying to be riding dirty. Thank you,
Tomorrow is Tuesday.
Not for us. Maybe for you guys, but not for us.
I'm on Monday today, guys. It's crazy to run that. It, it's 7 o'clock here in France. Aye, aye. So, sorry, guys. At the same time, the the exchange is gling ling 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 ling. So sometimes I can't hear. I'm longing everything. Yes. Actually, it's only Link, I'm not sure it's a good idea to long it. Well, en fait, I was longing, but I just add more to my position. But Link, I was shorting it. I was good. I was stopped, and now I don't know. Everything is going up, so I think Link will continue up. I think in the daily it didn't reach the top of his move. We'll see.
I'm gonna see some higher lows here, boys.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
This does seem kind of weak though. I hope it doesn't turn into like just a big push up or something. But yeah,
What is weak?
Bitcoin a little bit. But if there's enough liquidations above to push it back up above the value area low, the range that I have on, I think.
Personally, I
should
think
continue its recovery.
it can go up until midday, quoi. Midday. I expect for the Wall Street Open that it will destroy Bitcoin, quoi.
When the US opens?
Yes. So
Why?
in 7 hours. Because of the thing of the big meeting of Zelensky, Trump, all the European guys. So I think uncertainty.
Futures is still green, I think. Yeah, still technically a little bit green, just barely.
And also there is the big storm who's coming from USA. So maybe there is some panic in Florida. Normally it will not hit the USA. But for me, I observe that en fait, between August, September, there is the season of, I don't know in English, cyclone or ouragan. Yeah, hurricane. In this, yeah, the market goes down on this season. It's just the seasonality, so I bet on it. But it's just short term, quoi.
kind of changed just a little bit for me from what I used to do, like airlines, then and cruise lines. Let's say when they're not sailing for a couple months or something, or they have issues. That's every year. You can guarantee. So like, you know, a lot of different ways. Excuse me. Sorry. I can barely talk. I don't know what would be the biggest thing that could happen to affect the U.S. market as rapidly. I can't come up with it. I don't know yet, but it'll happen.
But for me, there is a lot of crypto that they are very cheap, quoi. I can see them crash more, quoi. So yeah, maybe we are. Yeah, it's always possible, but there is a moment they need to go up, quoi. It's not possible to stay at this level.
Right. Only always has to then you have to turn around to go up, or else it'll be chaos here, right?
Yeah, we need the stock market definitely needs a correction. At least the S&P does.
Yeah, quite a bit.
It's already decent height above its previous all-time high. Kind of scary.
Wow.
Shoot, if you see in chat Jer's new setup, if that's real, that's hilarious.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
My neck would hurt. I bet that's real. I bet that's him.
No, it's, I think, AI generated.
115,
Oh, he just
285.
photoshopped it. It can't be real.
What, birds?
What? Who? Who? Television.
Birds.
Oh, burp.
Bird. Bird.
Burp.
Birds. Birds aren't real.
Birds are real. Birds are real.
Bird. No, birds are not real. Yeah. Nobody's ever told you that.
What about Santa Claus? What the?
Oh, they're so cheap. Hate to break it to you.
Leprechaun?
That remains to be seen.
Yeah, right. I caught one. I definitely did.
Yeah, it's all it's about your trap.
And it sounded interesting.
Can someone buy 34 Bitcoin on Binance? Like right now?
Said buy 34 Bitcoin on Binance.
Yeah, just right now, please. And we go to 160 6400. Like we take $600. You can't?
No.
Sorry? Yes, I have one.
I guess I ought to be going to sleep soon. Where are you going? Where do you go?
Actually, the French president is always is lying. He said that Zelensky don't want the peace, but the truth it's Macron don't want the peace. He prefer the French factory continue to make weapons. It's crazy how everyone is accusing each other and don't assume they are just crazy guys, quoi.
Well, those are some nasty candles. Maybe it's not done. Maybe it needs to tap this 114.5 area. Or perhaps a double button.
Hopefully, yes.
Well, if it stopped right here, it would actually be a higher low. Might have a chance here, boys. We might have a chance to build a W. Come on, people, buy this flipping coin.
Yay! Good morning. Good morning.
What's up, Ghost?
Good morning. What's going on, buddy?
All good. All good. Happy with the dip. Happy with the dip. Let it dip some more. I don't like the fact that we're in neutral. Neutral makes me nervous. When fear and greed is just like right in the middle. Just need this
Because every
thing.
time it dumps is like in the middle of the daily candle, and then by the time the candle closes, it's like freaking up again.
Yeah, it just needs to choose a side, man.
Well, I'm saying like once the daily closes, it's like we'll have a big dump like this, and it's like halfway through the daily candle, and then the whole rest of the daily candle will be up, and it recovers the whole drop, and then that's why it never, like the fear and greed never drops because it updates every daily
Right?
candle close.
I just don't
It's
like
just
being in
ridiculous.
neutral. Neutral means it's just gonna be a rangy market.
I'm okay with trading ranges, honestly. It has been a rangy market ever since the
Ever since
all-time high.
July. I mean, July has been a range. I mean, like brutal range. So yeah, let's see.
Right, 'cause this daily candle could end up looking a lot different than it looks right now. It's got 18 hours left. So by the time it closes, like, fear and greed might have just
The
not
question is,
registered it.
what's the magic trick for false move Monday? Is the false move up or down? Right? I think is that what you mean? Like it
No,
hasn't resolved.
no, like I mean, Dbloc saying that we have until tomorrow to find a low. I mean, not to say that the low is not already in, but We have until tomorrow to find it, and he's saying that it's a false move down. So that would mean that we should have 3 days up, following the low that's made here.
Got you.
I guess is the idea behind that. But what I was trying to say is the fear and greed, because the candle closes. If the candle closes green, and that's when the fear and greed updates, then there's going to be more optimism, and like fear and greed won't ever go down into the fear section unless it resets on a day where we just had a huge like liquidation and capitulation event.
So the false move is not considered. Okay. No, that makes sense. That's correct. That's correct. Well, time to buy. Okay.
But yeah, if this is a false move down, I'm hoping that this is kind of the low that we make, because I don't think that it can afford to go much lower at the moment.
I'm checking the
Else
charts
it's going
now.
to be breaking some things.
Make some coffee and see if this is a retest. It looks like a retest. Excuse me.
Hi, y'all.
Hello.
Hello.
How's everybody doing?
Doing all right, BJ. How
Doing
are you?
great, BJ.
I'm okay.
Doing good until Ghost made me yawn.
Well, so I'm going to give you a couple things. Just give me a second, though. I got to do something real quick, and I'll be right back.
Damn, I was actually just about to go to sleep right before you guys all just jumped on. Come on, Bitcoin. Come on, Bitcoin. Did it? Oh, it took out that low. Yeah, it took out the low it made earlier, so no
Yeah.
higher low. That's the stopping volume on the 1 minute, but
Yeah, just
5
wait
minute.
for it. That retest doesn't look nice.
Yo, 5 minute looks like it's balling right now. The stopping volume. That could be double bottom. This is a bullish divergence. No, not technically.
Double bottom with a lower low? That doesn't sound nice.
I mean, it just stabbed through it a little bit, but I'm looking to see if there's a divergence anywhere. I mean, you could say, yeah. I mean, the 15-minute is working on a bullish divergence, but that's candle still got 10 minutes left. This
I
5-minute
was
candle's
asleep.
looking good.
Yeah, I was asleep when this happened. Like anything trigger the downside, or it was just a flush? It just started and just kept going.
Just seemed like a flush, yeah. I don't know if there's any sort of catalyst for it. Nobody really could find anything, but yeah, it just started flushing, man. People giving up and getting stopped out. Yo, this 5-minute candle is looking pretty bitch. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, the 15 minutes looks cool as well.
Yeah, I think we're gonna bounce. I'm not sure, but it would be a good place to bounce if we were going to.
Wow.
I'm so happy I was asleep. I'm looking at that bounce on that channel that Dbloc made. Yeah, that would have made me long. It reversed right in the middle of the channel. That's crazy. Damn, that was a nice bounce also from the bottom of the channel. Looked really
Yeah.
strong too. Looks strong, right?
Yeah.
And it just flipped.
Oh, now the dominance is popping through his downtrend or his uptrend line. I kind of feel like we need Bitcoin to bounce a little bit anyway, just so the altcoins don't die.
Just so it doesn't make people panic, this is a 1.5% drop on Bitcoin. Remember last cycle? Remember what our cleanups look like? 10-20% drops.
To find those silver linings.
I mean, those could still happen anytime. To be real.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, like, when we're all looking at 5 minutes and 15 minutes, it looks substantial until you bring out the ruler.
Yeah, it's good to put it in perspective. Yeah.
Then you bring out the ruler, and it's just 1.5%.
Yeah, well, we dropped 3% from the local high.
Yeah, that's fine. It is a Monday, and Asia wants to clean up. Good job on Asia, the market maker from Asia. I wonder if they have like offices in different time zones, right?
Holy crap, there was this 1 hour vector zone that got left behind. That it just filled the entire thing.
Some big buys coming in.
Big buys.
Oh, and then short video guru from chat says that UK opens in an hour. That makes me sad.
UK does nothing, man. UK does nothing.
As soon as I saw UK opens in an hour, I'm like, oh, I keep forgetting.
They either dump
They
or
just
they do nothing. They hardly ever
yeah
climb though.
they just open and close. That's what they do. Open the lock, open the gate, sit there, chill, relax, coffee, chit chat. By the time the office closed, just lock the doors and go home. That's all they do.
Yeah, pretty much, dude.
All right, I'm really sorry about that. So we do need 115,602. We've got the 50 MA descending at the moment, and that is our first EMA after we cross the 13. So we're over the 13 right now, but we've got to close a candle in 5 minutes above that 50 MA. So 115,602 is very important. And then beyond that, we've got to go up over 115,728. The risk down here of falling back under 115,200 is pretty great. And then once we do that, you've got a break down underneath 115,034. So, after that, it's likely that we'll come after the 114,700 number. So this is an important a reclaim on the 5-minute.
Even on the 15, it looks like an engulfing. We got 4 minutes to engulf that red candle. If it does, this looks like a nice bounce.
Yeah.
Maybe come back up to the 50 EMA. Check that out first if we can hit it. My only worry is the 200 is very close to the 800. And if that 200 crosses the 800 downwards, we're going to
That's
see
right.
some more downward action.
Exactly. Our descending channel is not crossed at all until 116.5, and we really need 116.8.
In any case, I mean, the alts are kind of listening to Bitcoin right now, which is good. I got some longs on Sol Sui. They're green so far.
Good.
Big caps are looking good.
So we're in the
Relief
mode.
bounce to the 50.
What'd you
Let's
say?
see. Oh, I'm looking for a relief bounce. Maybe just kiss the 50.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this candle on a D-block
We need
chart.
strength though here, because the 800 is pretty high up at, like I said, over 116.8. So just to
Yeah,
get to the midline, you have to cross that 200 on the 5-minute with some pretty decent volume.
Yeah, the 115, 612 is really important. Once we cross that, we have a chance to go higher. But we already got rejected once, and let's see if we can make it this time. And that's a nice looking candle on D-block charts on 30 minutes.
Yep. Looks really great on the 15 as well.
Yeah. 15 looks like it's a daily candle. It's straight up.
If you made a new one.
That 1 hour candle did engulf. Yeah, it was stopping volume with a bullish engulfing on the 1 hour too.
That's bullish if it engulfs the 1 hour.
People are buying now. Buying. Buy
Buying.
more.
We got big buys coming in.
It is a great buy point. I mean, 115 is a pretty much a sale price if you're a whale.
Everything is on discount, bro. Buy it. There was another French guy here who was selling. Just buy it, man. Buy it. You're getting in cheap price.
Everything
Yeah,
must go.
I'm both on my laptop and my phone my phone's on Binance right now, just making some spots.
Yeah, it's a good time to buy in spots as well, especially the altcoins.
Yeah, buying a little more ADA here. Any ADA under $1 is a discount. That's all I can say.
Is ADA below 91 right now? Like 89 or 87? I just haven't looked.
It's at 92.
Okay, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's back up. But on the hour, ADA looks like its target is 88 after this bounce.
That's kind of what I
So
was wondering. Yeah.
yeah, that area, 88, 89. I don't
Mm-hmm.
mind.
As
I'll buy
long as
some
it's
more.
not under 87, I think that it's pretty okay.
Right? Because that's the
Yeah.
800. Yeah, it's a
Mhm.
big EMA. It has to
Yeah.
bounce there.
Okay, so beyond, so what's coming up, is the FOMC meeting minutes. That'll be Wednesday. And then we have Jackson Hole and the policy direction coming out of Jackson Hole will be extremely important. So this week, you should be bracing
Which
for
day?
some
Which day is Jackson
volatility.
Hole? So I can
Pardon me?
prepare. Which day is Jackson Hole?
I believe his opening speech is on the 22nd.
I think it goes from the 21st to the 23rd.
It does,
But
but I think Powell is
I
speaking on the 22nd and
yeah, he's probably speaking the second day.
mm-hmm. And so markets are going to be really watching for the policy tone coming out of there. He'll have to really watch what he says.
He better.
There was
We're gonna have to
go ahead.
No, you got it.
There was that one year, I'm trying to remember if it was 3 years ago or not, but I'm just trying to remember what year that the keynote speech absolutely made the markets just have a fit, and we lost a lot of ground on Bitcoin that day. I'm just trying to remember what year that was. I think it was 2024, if I'm not mistaken. It was like it was a complete opposite of what everybody was expecting, and the market just went ballistic afterward. Somebody remind me. I think it was either 23 or 24.
Not sure. I don't remember that particular. It's the keynote speech you said.
Mm-hmm. And the reason why the FOMC meeting minutes this time are so important, usually they're not that much, but this time it is because you're going to see who is for and against. And I think it's going to set up the pause before the storm, depending on how Powell talks on the 22nd. So that's why those meeting minutes are kind of important this time.
This said it was in August of 2023 where he signaled a shift towards interest rate cuts. He stated the time has come to it for a policy to adjust.
Right. And then it didn't happen or something like that. Anyway, it was a big directional shift.
No, that's just when they started raising interest rates. I mean, I think they were done raising them by was it mid 2024?
Then we had another one that was larger. But they were talking about going up to 525, and then they stayed at 475 or something. Oh, I have to go back and look. I can't remember.
Who's this Mark guy on chat? He just said disliked and unsubbed. I was like, bye.
Why did he dislike and unsub?
I don't know.
He didn't give a reason. He's supposed to do the opposite. He's supposed to like and subscribe. Whatever, man. Let him go lose his trades somewhere else. Rick?
Rick might be sleeping or might be on
Rick
his
hasn't
job.
been talking.
Bitcoin didn't dump. It's a 1.5% cleanup. It's just a cleanup of everything that's 100x to 50x. Just telling those people to go away. Clive, what do they usually discuss during Jackson Hole? If you can give us a historical roundabout.
One thirty K by Jackson Hole. Okay.
Oh, mine was really bad.
So wait, but we haven't gotten the rate cut yet.
because they gave him a Russian vodka and he was unable to speak. And he came back with nothing. Now they spent a very good time, but there was no result. They came back and they said, we had a wonderful meeting. He's a nice guy. We had a good business relation. We talked on many things. Some things need to be sorted very soon. And that's it. Thank you so much. Bye bye. That's it. And, yeah, but the whole world were expecting something different. That Trump is going to come up
Oh.
with something new.
We knew it was the
That-
deflection from the Epstein crap.
Deflection.
We are always around. Take your time.
Now, what made me laugh when Trump declared war on the cartels? I was like, "Oh, come on, Trump! You can do better than that." Trying to deflect all the news.
I
I'm gonna
guess
do
so.
war with the cartel.
He's
I'm
going to
gonna
show
hang
us his
around.
taxes too.
I'm gonna hang around for about another 13 and a half, 14 minutes.
You're gonna hang around for a little while more. Yeah, but yeah, this trend. I just got. Wait, did I just get licked on Sui? Yeah, I'm seeing some red engulfings on some alts, but Soul still looks good.
Right, Bitcoin doesn't look terrifically healthy right here.
Starting to look like a bear flag than a bounce.
Yeah, I didn't like how that I didn't like how the 5 EMA had rolled over earlier, and now we're rolling under again at a lower spot. So this to me looks like 114.8 might be coming if we aren't gonna move up from here pretty soon, because we break our midline on the 5 minute at 115.433.
Come on, Solana, don't be a bitch. You put in that higher low. You do it right now. guys, this is too boring. I gotta go to bed. It's freaking 2:15 in the morning. Yeah, we gotta go to bed.
Sleep
Catch
fast, buddy.
y'all on the flip side.
Cheers.
See you later.
Y'all have a good night now. Trade safe.
Come on, Clive, sober out. Yeah, I think I'm heading to bed too. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to see what happens with all the news in the morning and everything else. Because every time I try to do anything overnight, UK just screws me, and I wake up to my So, all right, everybody have a good night. Cheers.
Good night. Yeah, I think green is a good color. Uh, 40, 40, 40, 430.
Tell me the chart. I'm thinking 113 400 by tomorrow. Noontime. End of the false move. End of the false move.
What?
All right. No more trading for me yet. When you say right wing, what do you mean by that in terms of money? And you feel that he has, yeah, you feel that he has to appeal to the conservatives because that's where the money is.
got descending price action. It's okay. I just wanted to let people know that we might be seeing 114.8 to 114.6 if this doesn't reverse pretty soon.
Starting to looking like an M too, right, BJ?
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna hit a lower low here pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm seeing M's in a couple of alts. Not likey. I don't like you.
114.993.
Dom is moving up. Careful with your trades.
All right, we got a slight reaction there, but it's very volatile.
Did Dbloc go to bed early?
Last time he talked, he was speaking about doing gym. So I don't know.
Ah, got you. Yeah, that's right.
No, he said he came back from the gym and he had to go to the barber for the haircut. Don't know if he went or not, but after that, haven't heard from him.
Was he here when that drop started?
Yeah. He was here till the last minute to that last week that happened. He was here. He was expecting to drop a little lower to the 114.8. He was expecting the drop there, but the price went up from there, and now it's coming down. Have you seen the weekly candle ghost? The
Yep.
previous and the one just opened today? It's ugly, man.
First thing I saw on my screen because I have a small multi chart that has Bitcoin on the 1 hour, 4 hour, 1 day, 1 week. When I saw the weekly candle close, I was like, ooh.
That's one ugly looking candle, man.
Yep, we had that stopping volume from last week and engulfing right here.
Yeah, we might flip that. Who knows?
Yeah, as long as that thing doesn't like close below 113, we're still okay. But look at the previous trend. Like you had that big engulfing red candle on the weekly, right? Then on
Yeah,
the very next week, you had this massive green candle on the upside.
yeah, exactly.
You know what I
It was
mean?
happening. It was happening from last 2-3 weeks.
Look, it looks exactly the same. Yeah, that
Same,
doji.
yeah,
Yeah, that
yeah,
hammer.
yeah.
And then you
And
had
then,
that big red candle
yeah, exactly. And the next one is
that kind of
green, and
showed
then
a
doji
downside.
again.
And it's
Yeah,
crazy. Look, the wick even broke the downside, the support. It broke the support.
exactly.
And then on the very next week candle, it was the rally from 100K all the way to 120.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting, interesting.
Let's see if Bitcoin can hold this 50 on the daily.
It's time for the 200. Let's go. Spooky, spooky.
All right, the 5 EMA just descended below 115,266. So I'm expecting we'll probably hit that 114.8, and then drop below there would take us to the 114.6 level, and then we'll have to reassess. If we can come up here and cross that 5 EMA and then move past 115.4 over the 13, and capture that spot at 115,490, then we could be on our way to averting the 114s.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If we close above the 13 and 15 EMA, we are good for the upside. But we got rejected 3 times, 4 times.
Yeah. This little bit will be very important right here, because if that EMA flips down one more level, then that's where we'll come back and get that liquidity down below. All right, we just fell back below that. Oh, no, we're back up over it. Okay. Okay, we broke that line, so it's getting pretty inevitable here. Right, that wick came down to 114,873 or 899. My target on the downside underneath that was 114,873, and then if that it would be 114,677. So we're getting a upward movement up towards that 5 EMA again now. So we would need 115.2 again. Otherwise, we're going to continue downward. Right, 3-minute candle or 3-minute time frame needs recover 115,401. Okay, now 115, 521, and then 535. And then after that, we'll need 115, 569. And we'll need to hold above 115,420, like 411, and not drop below, let's see, 115, 338 now. Right, so we should be on our way to 115, 934. And that's above there, we'll meet the 200 on the 3-minute time frame. So let's see about that 15-minute. In 15 minutes, got to get past that 13 EMA here at the 420. And then its 50 EMA is 116, 364. And it's right up at the edge of that bottom of that shelf. You know, this is our moat area, this little area in blue, if you're looking at my chart. So we're above the lower bridge, and now we're trying to have some mean reversion back up to the pivot across 116.8.
Is that red line, BJ, where it says 115, 521 that we have to cross?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
this area is their small time frame goals, and then that past 115, 569 right here, that leads you to this wide area right here. So here's
Yeah.
our previous high right there. This is the angular that is our 5-minute resistance
Okay.
right
Okay.
here. So
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
yeah, and I've got it on the 15-minute time frame. So that creates this this triangle right here. So we're still, you know, at risk to drop, you know, below 114.3. But if we get this small time frames to cooperate, and then at least try for this 50 EMA on the 15-minute, then we're moving in a more ascending direction, and we stop the descending pattern. We'll stop the descending pattern above 116.3, but we really do need to close, you know, then over 116.8.
8. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
right up here. So, and even that doesn't get us that, doesn't get us below the black band on the overhead. It looks like an overhead horizontal, but it's really an ascending line. It meets right in here. You see where that
Dotted line, yeah.
yeah, the broken line. So there's this little area right there where this line turns more ascending than descending at this juncture. So our top line up here really, we need 117,572 or better. And really you're looking for this area up here. So the 117.8.
Okay.
Yeah, for a more bullish continuation, we can handle staying above 116.8 because that's the 15-minute 50. You see, and in that section we're going after the 200 between there and there. That's the 800 above, way at the top of my screen, and there's the 200. So as these move forward, they're a little slower moving. You come up to this area. So as long as we aren't going to drop below this 5 EMA on a 15-minute, which is 115,360 now, we will have slowed down the progression for the descend below 114.8.
Okay. Okay.
So underneath the 115.4 is still pretty vulnerable. So we need to see 115.4 shortly. So here, in answer to your question about these two red lines above, see how the
Yeah.
the 50 EMA is right there in between.
Yeah.
All right, we're up over that 5 EMA on the 5-minute chart. So, and the 5 EMA is now over the 13. So, yeah, our direction will be moving hopefully now towards that 50 EMA above 115,420. So right there is our previous little high mark right there.
Yeah.
And so we need to cross that and move this way. So my ascending angle from down here will be here. So that I'll just put that out for a visual.
Okay. Now I got it.
Yeah, so cross there, and then up here we close over this time frame above this number right here with 115,610.8. Let's keep that turning off. It keeps blinking off on me. There we go. I won't do it now, but I would turn this arrow white so it's the right color. Otherwise, it'll kind of mess up visually. So this will form a, if it works out there, this will form a V right here. If we don't come over this 5 EMA, see how we're kind of losing it now again.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna dip back underneath here at 115,267, and then we'll risk dropping below 115.2 again. So
Yeah.
this is, we got to have some momentum upwards. All right, so that was pretty volatile there. So let's see what happens now, because we're risking that 115.2. Okay, so right here, breaking below 115, 186 will pave the way for probably that's down 114.966. Conversely, if we can cross back over 115, 265 or greater, it's a little bit brighter, but it's very volatile here. The 50 EMA on the 5-minute is about to come below the 5-minute angular resistance to the downside. So that will help to push things lower if we can't close up above it here pretty soon.
Yeah, price is moving really fast up and down, very
Yeah.
volatile.
Each side has to defend it pretty vigorously because this is
Yeah,
pivotal here.
yeah, and we are hanging between, protected from the both side.
Yep. So 115, 420 or between 115, 420 and 115, 570. The bulls need to hold. The bears want to push it down below 115, 186, and then you lose structure on the 5-minute at 115, 114, 966.
Solana looks hella bullish. That bear flag is pointing down. Sorry, bearish. Oh, I need to drink more coffee.
That's what I was thinking. How
Look
come
at that channel. Look at
any
that
other
channel. That's
coin?
Solana. That's a nasty channel.
Mm-hmm. This might be the first indication we're getting here of some bullish momentum.
Yeah, but Leighton was kind of right. When I saw this dump and everybody talking about Jackson Hole, it kind of felt familiar because
Mm-hmm.
usually the entire week before Jackson Hole is just people staying in the sidelines waiting for
That's right.
the right information heading into Jackson Hole.
Mhm.
Is Jackson going to be bearish, bullish? What deals are going to be made? Stuff like that.
Yeah, and the fact that those FOMC minutes are coming out 2 days before Jackson Hole puts in, more of a focus on it, because it may come into be like a sell the news, right? Or a bullish trigger. That's one of the two.
I agree. I mean, a bullish trigger usually comes from a steep, steep downtrend with a big bounce. Let's see, we got 5 days.
You have to consider how much is already priced into that rate cut. That's the issue. And if the market senses that there's wavering or there's dissent, or there's a tug of war between in the ranks of the FOMC for September, that will cause huge ripples.
The good news is it's still 92. We're still at 92% for that
Right,
cut.
but that's before the minutes, and that's before Powell speaks. So his tone is going to make the difference at Jackson Hole.
I'm so happy he speaks that way. Imagine if he was the Fed chair and he's like this giddy, excited little puppy. Oh man. I'm so happy
Yeah,
that's
so
his
it's
tone.
kind of, yeah, his monotone, but the words, when I meant tone, I'm talking about the how hawkish or dovish he sounds, right? The statements, the wording.
The wording, yeah, agreed.
All right, so we're about to cross that angular resistance on the 5 minute. That is a lower angular resistance than what was previous, but at least we're getting movement towards it for the bulls.
Yeah, I can see the nice W there.
Okay, you gotta be careful here again now. Okay, you gotta be careful here again now. Oops.
What's up? All's quiet.
What's up?
Yo, what's up, Jazz?
What's up, Rick? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, and you?
I'm perfectly fine.
Good. Just seeing like how corrective the market has been today.
I'm taking
A bit of a
taking it as an opportunity.
yes. Yeah. I think that's a good way to look at it.
I don't miss any
Um,
chance, brother.
That's good. That's good. I feel like hopefully the bulk of the correction is through.
Yeah.
What are we looking at for stock market pre-market here? How's that panning
Stock
out?
market could turn out worse today.
Oh, we're
I
about to hit pre-market right now, by the way. In less
yeah,
than 30 seconds. We're about to
yeah,
hit pre-market.
yeah. It
Like,
was
and this is like early
really the
pre-market.
price action was really volatile, but it's now went just quiet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Let's
let's
see.
see what we got. Okay. Pre-market begins. Let's see where we are. Oh, we're here. Oh, spiky. It's moving around a little. We are down. This is the Monday session too. So it's like
Yeah.
after the weekend. There was a spike to begin with. That's interesting. First, like second, it spiked. But now it's down. Well, we'll give it like a couple hours to pan out and see where it settles. But it should be an interesting day because we see how things level out over the fact that the PPI was real hot
Yeah.
the other day. It was so bad.
Yeah, let's see how it reacts today.
Yep. It kind of like, I mean, it dropped in pre-market from the bad result, but then it pumped and it actually made a new all-time high in the
Yeah,
pre-market of
exactly.
Friday,
Yeah.
but then it just collapsed on the Friday session. Like it just, so it was a bit weird. Bit strange. I've got 3 days off now, which is great.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, 3 days off in a row. I've just had 5 days in a row on at work.
So
But
now you have 3 days off. Enjoy,
yeah,
man.
3 days off.
Had a complete rest. Had a good sleep, good food.
Yep.
Go for a shopping.
I saw
Enjoy
a
enjoy
horror
you with
movie
your
last night.
girlfriend.
Yeah. I went and saw a horror movie last night called Weapons. It was very interesting. Interesting movie. Weapons. I'm gonna see if I can download it. Like, let's see if they'll let me. Let's turn my VPN on so that I can access the pirate website. Here we go. 2025.
We may be getting to this point where we can think about taking a slot. We'll swipe at this.
Yeah. What's up, BJ?
Well, at the moment, we're hoping that Bitcoin is going to go up again.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to correct here at least to 115.4, but it really needs to for sure. Otherwise, we're going to see that 114.8. So it's pretty much decision time here.
Clear out those liquidations and then see if we can recover it all back and pump off the other
There,
side.
now we're dropping here. Let's see what happens, because if the 5 EMA dips below this previous on the 1 minute below 115.239, then we're gonna take a little more step down. Boy, it's been so volatile. In a battle.
It
There we go.
has.
Yep, it's been a battle. Looks like the Bears might be kind of winning here.
Yeah. Maybe we have to sacrifice August. Like if the rest of August is to be just like a write-off, you know.
Mm.
Like let it be so, and then we can figure out, okay, September. I know that October has potential to be very like bullish because of the whole ETF approval deadlines of the alts.
Yeah, that's true.
That could be a good reason. Yeah. We'll see.
All right, we're about to maybe fall through here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We tried many times, BJ, from this part to fall
Yeah.
down. We were unable to fall. We are unable to climb. We are stuck in this place from last 4 hours.
Yep, it's been real fun.
Yeah.
Well, that line right there is gonna get hit pretty soon. All right, that was either the last hurrah for the downside, or we're gonna feel another drop. Well, that makes sense, right? Oh, brother.
Yeah, well, I hope we've in me hopes that we've seen the worst of it. But hey look, if it throws another dip,
Yep,
It's
it's
even
just a
better
buying
entries.
opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah,
However, there comes
better
a point
prices.
where that is then a top to another leg down. So you have to be cautious
Yeah,
about
totally. Yeah. I don't think there's been has there been anything resilient through all this? Or has
any what?
everything felt the correction? Has there been anything that has been resilient through this corrective?
Not really, no.
Not
Uh,
really. Yeah, everything's
eight,
felt the pullback.
Ada and Link have been pretty resilient.
Oh
If
yeah,
Link has had it is
Blink's
a
been going
is
okay.
a good area right now,
Yeah,
but XRP,
XRP knifed pretty hard.
yeah.
although it is still above 297.
MemeFi is up 20% today. Jeez, just some random like pumps out of nowhere. That's the problem with like like altcoins is like you just don't know. They can just do anything whenever they want. So let's see. There's no knowing. But across the top 10, oh sorry, the top 100 coins for today seems to be pretty evenly feeling the same pullback, apart from a handful. But yeah, that's really cool. Like Link doing that, weathering the storm like this. Couple of Bitcoin buys there. Like I need to open up that three-way chart, Bitcoin, and then like maybe ETH and the stock market, the SPY.
Okay, that was the
Three.
move I was looking for there. Let's see. Now we need to
Four-way
find
view.
114, 115.4. See if we get the bounce here right now. It's like we lost that battle. Be another battle. The line in the sand is pretty much 114,677. So I noticed it is 420 on the East Coast. And we need this 115,420.
Happy 420.
Mm-hmm. And you see that on this 5 minute, the 5 EMA is exactly on 420.
Yo, BJ, I got something to ask you. When you were younger, did you light one up?
Did I what?
Did you light one up?
I've never
Never? No way.
even smoked a cigarette.
What?
That is the
You,
truth.
I based it. I'm so sorry. It sounds like based on. I was looking at your charts and I was like, yeah, this woman smokes. Yeah,
No,
this
I don't.
up. That's
But
crazy. Never?
Never.
Even in the 90s and like, oh, okay.
Nope. Nope. I haven't. I did
That's
do something very unusual though yesterday when I was at the fair. There was this product called cornbread seltzer, or it's THC seltzer.
Oh, that's nice.
anyway,
Those are pretty light.
I've
Nice.
never had anything with THC in it. And anyway, it was made in Kentucky, so I thought, well, I'll just try it. But it was
How was
12.
it?
It was $12. I mean, it tasted okay, but I mean, I wasn't going to spend $36 to get the blissful feeling that it said that you're supposed to have after 3 cans.
Oh,
I really just so other than my nose feeling like it was sticking together, it didn't bother me a bit. Anyway,
that's good. Usually the drinks that have CBD or THC, they're just more, they're more chill. Like they're just like they don't bring on that like, they don't
well,
get you fried.
I wouldn't know what it would be, whether anything, but anyway, I just thought that it was something I'd never seen before, so I thought, well, shoot, I'll just try that. Anyway, I don't know if it would be worth $12 a can. That was really silly.
$12 a can. That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. I would have had to spend $36 on the can. It said 3 stages. You need 1 can for stage 1. The 3rd can is supposed to be blissful and erotic, or blissful and something. I don't know, but I wasn't going to spend $36 to find out. Y'all laughing at me, I know. Anyway, that was a different experience, but I did see the Blue Oyster Cult concert, and it was fabulous. You're all just laughing so hard. I hear you're probably missed not even. Anyway, I shouldn't give you all those details. All right, I need to cross this line.
But I'm really happy with the new fun fact I found out about you. I remember the first day I saw your chart, I was like, this woman goes up in the mountains and like takes a bag of shrooms with her for sure. For sure.
You know how many times I've had people tell me, "Oh, this is so psychedelic, it weirds me out," or what else?
No, it's just at first when you see all those colors and then you understand. Oh, okay, so those are trend lines, those are spider lines, and then you'd start to understand. Okay, it's real TA.
Yep, it's the real deal. So when you talk to me though, do I give you that vibe that I go up in the mountains with
To
shrooms?
be honest, not really. It's really from the chart.
Okay.
It's really from the
Okay,
chart.
thank you.
Especially if it's the first time seeing your charts, it's like, wow. It's exactly what I see when I do shrooms in the mountains.
Okay, you have experience with the shrooms.
It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite things to do. Just go with my friends. Gonna light hike. Go up in the mountains. Have a lot of food and just like take a yeah. Take
Okay.
a little.
Wow. That's not something I've experienced either, I have to say.
Nature tripping, man. Start talking to trees.
Although when I
And you go
had
like, oh, okay, so that's why they made Cinderella. I bet those guys, I swear, those guys who wrote Cinderella, they've been doing stuff up in the mountains for sure. It's
so when
kind
they
of
had to pump me full of Benadryl and epinephrine and I came
there you
home.
go.
Yeah, I was laying on the couch and my husband said that I said, "Well, I can't find my arm. Where's my arm?" So anyway, my arm is missing. We're almost there. Almost there. Come on now.